สวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีทุกท่านนะคะผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนาค่ะขอต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะเข้าสู่งานสัมมนาวิชาการในหัวข้อ Clinical Deep TMS 2026 จัดโดยบริษัท Asset Management System ประเทศไทยจำกัดร่วมกับ Brainsway ดิฉันปาริตาอินทรัมพันธ์รับหน้าที่นำทุกท่านเข้าสู่กิจกรรมในแต่ละช่วงของวันนี้จึงจะขอแจ้งกำหนดการอีกครั้งนะคะช่วงเช้าเป็นการบรรยายด้านวิชาการเกี่ยวกับ Clinical Deep TMS โดยดร. Colleen Hanlon Vice President Medical Affairs และ Director Innovation Team ของ Brainsway ในระหว่างที่ดร. Colleen บรรยายนะคะเราจะมีจัดให้พักเป็นระยะนะคะเพื่อเปิดโอกาสให้ทุกท่านที่เข้ามาสัมมนาในวันนี้ได้พูดคุยแลกเปลี่ยนระหว่างกันนะคะซึ่งด้านนอกของห้องประชุมนะคะเราจัดเครื่องดื่มบริการให้ทุกท่านตลอดทั้งวันนะคะช่วงบ่ายจะเป็นการเสวนาด้านวิชาการเกี่ยวกับประสบการณ์ของผู้บริหารและรับฟังกรณีศึกษาจากคณาจารย์ของคณะแพทยศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยชั้นนำของประเทศไทยซึ่งทุกท่านนะคะได้มีความเกี่ยวข้องและมีประสบการณ์จากการใช้เครื่อง Brainsway Deep TMS มาแล้วค่ะกิจกรรมสุดท้ายของวันนี้นะคะเป็นการทำ hand on workshop นะคะซึ่งมีเครื่องจริงที่นำมาให้ทุกท่านได้ลองใช้นะคะค่ะจะมีผู้ฝึกสอนทั้งหมด3ท่านนะคะจะมีคุณโยซี่นะคะคุณจอห์นแล้วก็คุณจุไลรัตน์ค่ะลำดับถัดไปนะคะขอเรียนเชิญคุณเดนิสเมสโลกรรมการผู้จัดการบริษัท Asset Management System จำกัดกล่าวถึงวัตถุประสงค์ของการจัดงานวันนี้และแนะนำทีมผู้บริหารจาก Brainsway ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะครับผมขอขอบคุณผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านที่เข้าร่วมสัมมนาเชิงวิจัยการ Deep TMS ของเราในวันนี้หวังว่างานสัมมนาครั้งนี้ไม่เพียงให้ความรู้แต่มีความน่าสนใจสำหรับทุกท่านด้วยงานสัมมนาในวันนี้มีวัตถุประสงค์4ประการนับตั้งแต่เราได้นำเทคโนโลยี Deep TMS ของ Brainsway เข้ามาในประเทศไทยแพทย์จำนวนมากให้ความสนใจที่จะเรียนรู้เพิ่มเติมเกี่ยวกับกลไกออกฤทธิ์และความสัมพันธ์ของการรักษาเครือข่ายสมองอาการที่ Deep TMS ได้รับการพิสูจน์ไว้ว่าให้ผลลัพธ์ที่เหนือกว่างานวิจัยของแพทย์ไทยที่กำลังดำเนินการโดย Deep TMS และแนวทางการนำไปใช้รักษาผู้ป่วยและการใช้งานหรือการทำงานของเครื่องเชิงปฏิบัติเราหวังว่างานสัมมนานี้จะบรรลุวัตถุประสงค์ทั้งหมดสำหรับทุกท่านผมขอบคุณบริษัท Brainsway ที่ร่วมเป็นพันธมิตรของเราในการจัดสัมมนาในวันนี้Brainsway ได้นำเทคโนโลยีอันเป็นนวัตกรรมซึ่งเราประจักษ์แล้วว่าสามารถที่จะเปลี่ยนชีวิตของคนได้โดยแท้จริงนะครับเราภูมิใจที่เป็นพันธมิตรของ Brainsway ในประเทศไทย So with that I would like to introduce the team from Brainsway briefly in English. We have Nurit Surlev, she's the Vice President of Vice President of Sales on Brainsway globally. Thank you. We have Mr. Yossi Leventhal. He's the Director of International Sales for Brainsway. We will also have Jonathan Kimmett. He's a Senior Manager of Global Sales Operations and Training for Brainsway. He will be here in the afternoon for the hands-on demonstration. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Conleen Hanlon. She's the Vice President of Medical Affairs for Brandsway, and and she's also the head of the innovation team for Brandsway. I know you're going to find her presentation very interesting. So, Colleen, we'll let you begin. Dr. Colleen เขาก็บอกว่าอยากจะให้บรรยากาศของห้องเป็นกันเองนิดหนึ่งนะฮะเขาก็ยินดีที่จะรับคำถามนะฮะถ้าเวลาเขาบรรยายถ้ามีคำถามก็ยกมือขึ้นแล้วก็ถามได้เลยนะครับเป็นภาษาไทยภาษาอังกฤษก็แล้วแต่นะเดี๋ยวเราจะแปลถ้ามีความจำเป็นนะครับ
Here. Can you hear me? Yes. Great. Let's see if I can move this computer to the stand. What do we think? If we had a clicker, that'd be good. This is called innovation. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you to AMS. It's a pleasure. This is my first time in Thailand. And yesterday, I had the most amazing day. I went out to an elephant sanctuary. And then I went out to some waterfalls, Erewhon waterfalls. Incredible. So you have such a beautiful country, and it's my pleasure to be here with you all. Today, I have your attention for 3 hours, which is a very long time for me to speak to you. I'd like to try to make it as interactive as possible. I'm going to try to speak slowly. Sorry, I don't speak Thai. So if I'm ever speaking too fast, please just raise your hand. Please feel free to ask some questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. It'll make it much more exciting than me just going on and on for a long time. But this morning, raise your hands if you can, if you are currently doing TMS. Maybe? No. Raise your hands if you know what TMS is. Most people know, about half of the room, okay? But most people are not doing it. You've just heard about it, but you've not done it. Okay, perfect. And of the people that are doing it, so you're doing Deep TMS, this type of TMS, and then traditional TMS, right? So I'm going to explain today a little bit about me. I've done TMS for a very long time, about 20 years. And I started with the very, very early coils. And then now we've kind of moved to much more advanced coils. So I'll tell you a little about myself and my journey through this sort of field as the field has grown. And I've used lots of different equipment and lots of different patient populations. I'll tell you how I started with stroke and Parkinson's disease. And then ultimately, I got very interested in addiction. And so I did a lot of my research work was on TMS for addiction, specifically alcohol use disorder and stimulant use disorder, which I know there's some experience in the room there. And then we moved into depression and now OCD and a variety of other things. So I'll tell you a little about those as well. I'm going to have to stand down here because I don't think I have a clicker. But this will work just fine. We do? Oh, great. Okay. Gorgeous. Yes. All right. Great. Okay. So I like to start off about thinking about how we treat disorders in general. So I am a neuroscientist by training. I have a PhD in neuroscience. My husband is a neurologist. And I say that because as a neuroscientist, depression, addiction, stroke, to me, they're all brain diseases. To him, as a neurologist, he thinks psych disorders are not his domain, and he's just a neurologist, which I think is crazy because they're all brain diseases, right? Epilepsy used to be treated by psychiatrists until we figured out biologically based treatments to treat it. And now suddenly it's treated by neurologists. So for those of you that are in one discipline of medicine or another, for this talk, I'd like you to think broadly about the brain as an organism that can get sick, and brain stimulation as a tool to help improve brain health. Yeah. So when we think about treating diseases, we have sort of 3 core ways we do it in psychiatry. Actually, raise your hand if you are a clinician. Okay, almost most people in the room. Raise your hands if you're a student or a resident. No, okay, so most people are clinicians. And raise your hand if you're a psychiatrist. Or neurologist. Pain doctor, one way or another. Anything else I didn't say? Yeah, psychologists, therapists. Oh, good. A few of them in the room. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So as you guys know, so in psychiatry and therapy, counseling, we use behavioral therapy a lot, right? So that everyone would agree that that's wonderful. If you can get a patient to keep coming back and be engaged with their therapy and do their homework, talking therapy really can help people in many ways. However, a lot of people just don't do particularly well. We have pharmacotherapy, which is the staple of modern medicine, right? So we all know about drugs. Drugs affect the chemistry in the brain. And that's going to be a big thing I'm going to talk about today, is the difference in the brain, helping the brain from a chemical perspective, and then helping the brain from a circuitry perspective. And so when I think about how we can treat brain health, we can do it in 3 ways. We can use behavioral therapy, we can use pharmacotherapy, which helps the chemistry, and we can use brain stimulation therapy, which helps the brain networks. And I'm going to get into this in more detail later, but when we think about brain networks, there's 3 core networks in the brain. And I'm going to dive deeper, but as a general basic, we have something called the executive control network. And so this is an image of a brain. This is looking straight on, so your eyes like this. So this is the left and the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. This is also an image of the brain looking from the top down. And so here you have the left and the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, as well as the left and the right parietal cortex. Those are nodes in the executive control network. The executive control network is engaged in things like sometimes they call it cold cognition. It's all the things that school teaches you to be good at. Planning, decision making, staying concentrating on long-term goals. It is also the sense of control, as though you have control over your environment. This is a network that is not working right in a variety of disorders. Depression is one that we know a lot about. People with depression often find that it's like the world is coming down on them, that they have no control over their circumstances. They're destined to feel this way. There's nothing they can do. And so what people have found is that by using techniques like TMS and a few other techniques, you can restore activity to the executive control network, and that is positively correlated with symptom recovery and remission from depression. So I should note also that these networks are what we call functional connectivity networks. So I spent a lot of my career doing functional MRI, so based imaging. And we used to talk about the brain as spots, right? So small targets, like this is the target area for disease A, and this is the target area for disease B. But as we matured as a field and started using big data analytics, now of course AI mining of data, we know that it's not as simple as just one spot, but in fact the brain works in coordinated networks like this, right? So if you weren't exposed to this in your training, it's not because you got bad training, it's because it is kind of state of the art. A next key network is the salience network. So I like to say this one is sort of the yin-yang balance between this one. So executive control is what school teaches you to be good at, being a rule follower, having control. Salience network is kind of about losing control. So salience network orients your attention to things that are salient in the environment. So in ordinary environment, if we were sort of all doing this and then suddenly there was a fire alarm in the hallway, our salience network would turn on and we would all orient our attention to the fire alarm. And suddenly we would switch our attention. And so the salience network works as a switch in many ways. It also orients you to anything that's rewarding or painful in your environment. So a common example is like maybe eating. So let's say you just had breakfast in that amazing room over there, and you had, I just walked through it and it looks great. And let's say you were full and you started to walk out and they had all these like sweets on the door on the way out. You might think to yourself, oh, I don't know. I'm satiated. I don't need some sweets. In fact, it's only 9 a.m. But your salience, and that's your executive control network, is telling you, you're good, Colleen. You've already had breakfast. You don't need any more food in your stomach. But then your salience network says, oh, but it looks so good. Right? And so you have to make a decision when you leave that room. Are you going to have the cookie on the way out? Or are you not? So it doesn't, and so this is normal life, right? This is normal life, the way these two things are balanced. However, you can imagine a scenario where these networks get out of balance. So if you always have an extra dessert, or if you always have an extra glass of alcohol, or if you always have that extra thing, we often tend to call that a disease, right? That either becomes like an eating disorder, or it becomes a substance use disorder, or gambling addiction. So these are all diseases where the balance between the salience network and the executive control network are off. That make sense? Then the third network that we have is the default mode network. This sometimes is called the pace car for your brain. So you can think about this as kind of the speed at which your brain is working. It's not really, your brain's always working at about the same speed, but it feels like the speed your brain is working at. So right now I'm giving a talk, and so my default mode is pretty high, right? I have like a set of things I want to convey to you. If you look tired, I might tell a joke, that kind of thing, right? So I'm on my toes. My default mode is like going really well right now. When I have dinner, and let's say when I'm at home and I have dinner and then do the dishes, sit on the couch, start to go to bed, my default mode is slowly going down, right? And that actually helps you kind of fall asleep. However, so that's good and healthy default mode network, right? So it's kind of up when you're up, and then it'll start to slow down, and that kind of brings you back into a state of low awareness. However, you may occasionally have this problem that I've had. Actually, wow, like jet lag really does this to you. So right now, I'm 12 hours away from my time zone where I usually live. And so while I've been in Thailand, I've been having dinner with my colleagues and tired, and I go to my room and it's 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night. And I try to fall asleep, but my body sort of thinks it's 10 in the morning. And so I can't fall asleep. Some of that is jet lag. We know it's obviously temporary. But if you're at home in your own environment, and when you lay down in bed, it feels like your brain turns on. And you think, oh, I need to write that down. Or, oh, what am I going to do tomorrow? Maybe I need to make a list. Or, oh, I forgot to do that other thing. Maybe this has happened to you. You should blame your default mode network. It's not your fault. It's your brain's fault. That, in fact, what's happening is that for some reason, your brain default mode network is not able to turn off. This happens in patients with anxiety disorder. This happens in patients with OCD. Anything where your brain is basically firing too much, constantly checking, constantly worrying, that's a problem with the default mode network. So these things make sense? Good. So these are 3 core networks, and this is how we think about brain stimulation at BrainSway. So if we have 3 core networks of the brain, and we're scientists, right? And we want to develop a brain network-based therapy, we should design a coil in this case, that can target these 3 specific networks. And so that's what the people that developed the H coil, which is a certain type of TMS coil, that's what they had in mind when they designed these coils. And this afternoon, you'll get a chance to play with each of these coils. But what they look like on the insides, this one here, this isn't a pretty blue helmet, but on the inside, it's all of this complicated winding. And all of this complicated winding is the way that the engineers are able to take the magnetic field and shape it to the executive control network. And in this morning, I'm not going to get into the physics of TMS too much, but if you have a question, you're frankly welcome to ask me at any time afterwards, and I can tell you how it works. But in general, the TMS works through a process called electromagnetic induction, right? And that's basically the idea that if you have a wire and you have energy that goes through the wire, the right hand energy that goes through the wire, and then the wire bends, you get a magnetic field perpendicular to the windings. Oh, I see some of you nodding your heads like you remember physics. And so that's called the right-hand rule. And if you turn that magnetic field on and off and on and off, you'll generate an electrical field which is perpendicular. And through this concept, we can take a wire like this and we can run electricity through it. And where it bends, there's going to be a magnetic field. And so in this case, this is this gentleman's model's face here. At this bend point, we're going to get strong activity here in what's called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is the equivalent of this area here. So, so this complicated windings allows us to target each of these brain networks with a very specific type of winding. Yeah. So with this technology, Deep TMS, we call it Deep TMS. So a lot of you in the room are familiar with TMS. You're probably most familiar with what's called a standard figure-of-8 coil, which I'll tell you about in a few minutes. That's what I learned on as well. And so a standard figure-of-8 coil is very basic. So you have a circle, and then sometimes you have two circles, and we call that a figure-of-8. And that works pretty well. It was a standard figure-of-8 TMS was first invented in 1985. And then it became indicated for depression in the early 2000s. That was a standard figure-of-8. But at the time, we knew that the brain worked in these networks. The technology was just not good enough yet. We couldn't figure out how to cool the coil properly. We couldn't figure out how to wind the coil properly. And so, like anything, there was an evolution of the technology. And through that evolution, they developed this thing called the H coil, which I just showed you. And so that was the next step. And that got FDA cleared in maybe like 2013, I think. So about 10 years later for depression. But since then, we've had all of these other indications. So there's, in the US, the US FDA, it's indicated for adult depression, adolescent depression, so depression from the ages of 15 years old through 86 years old. Our indication for adolescents just came last year. And in that study, we had, I think, one patient as young as 11 years old. And we certainly know of TMS that's been given to kids that are younger than 10. So that's interesting. So we have a good lifespan. We also have an indication for treating anxiety symptoms in patients that have depression. So that's the thing you'll probably hear us talk about more. In many ways, the anxiety symptoms seem to respond particularly well. We can ask our clinicians in the room if they've experienced that. But certainly when you look at clinical trial data, the anxiety symptoms seem to resolve pretty well, which is nice. And then smoking cessation. So smoking cessation, about 1 in 4 people that try tobacco cigarettes will become a regular smoker. It's very, very high. If you think of alcohol as the other version, I think it's about maybe 1 in 100. That try alcohol will become, it's probably less than that, and have alcohol use disorder. So smoking is a very, very powerful addiction. So the fact that we showed in our first FDA pivotal trial that Deep TMS can help with smoking cessation makes us all feel very confident that it can also help with other addictions that are much less potent. So we feel good about that. I may get to some slides on other types of addictions. At the breaks, we can chat with one another, and if you want me to show some specific data, I can. But you can also ask Dennis at any time, and we have lots of data available for you all. And then beyond the US, in Europe, we have a CE mark, which is kind of the European FDA. for PTSD, for dementia, bipolar depression, autism, stroke rehabilitation, Parkinson's disease, and schizophrenia. So it's really wide, right? But the theme that is here is that all of these disorders are brain network disorders. So when part of my role at BrainSway is to help support customers and clinicians all around the world. And a lot of times people will have a question about a patient and it's what we call off-label, right? So it's not one of these. It's like Tourette's syndrome, for example. And just last night, somebody asked about Deep TMS for treating Tourette's. We have a website where we log all of the research that's published with our device. We put it on the web so you can access the data. But what I usually say when people ask an off-label question is, what do we know about the brain networks involved in that disease? Because if we can figure out the brain networks that are involved, then we can think with sort of an evidence-based foundation which coil is most likely going to sort of affect and help that person. So anyway, that's how we think about it. So in the next few hours together, I'm going to talk a little bit about the science of what TMS is, how it works, and how you can think about positioning it alongside pharmacotherapy in your practice. And then on the applications, most of which are psychiatry, some neurology, like stroke rehab. I feel really good about stroke rehab and about Parkinson's disease, dementia, or the concept of improving cognitive function. I think we have a lot of basis to say, based on what we know about treating depression, that in a lot of older adults that present with something that may look like dementia, in many cases they actually have underlying depression and anxiety. And we've seen data that if you treat these things, their mood, in many cases their cognition improves. This has been seen often enough that it has a name called pseudodementia. And so that's a thing to sort of keep in mind as well. Okay, before I go more, any questions? Guys doing okay? All right, great. So my job at BrainSway is something called medical affairs. And we have been in academics for almost 20 years, doing the whole academic medicine thing, and before I came to BrainSway. And the reason I came was to have the ability to do more teaching like this. In many ways, this is just what a professor does, right? But on a different scale. And to run clinical trials, but in a big way. And really to get the information that all of my colleagues and some of you out here are doing to governing bodies like the FDA or like the European group, like Thailand and Japan and South Korea. We've worked with them a lot to try to basically take the science and bring it to the government and say, hey, like, you should approve this. In best cases, you should pay for it. Just so you guys are aware, in the United States, almost 100% of people receive insurance coverage for TMS. So that's kind of incredible. So about 300 million people, their insurance, we have private insurance in the US, but the public payers, like which we call Medicare, and like the military and Medicare and all private insurances pay for TMS, which is a wonderful thing. And we'd love to see that spread around the world, of course. So we see it in little pockets here and there. We work with people like AMS and our distributors and ideally physicians in the country to help like lobby to the government as well. So if you're interested in working with us on that to try to get TMS covered by the Thailand Health Insurance, please let us know. That would be great. Having physicians or clinicians of any type involved in a discussion with the government, like, is a huge, huge win. And it is possible that governments are adding it to their payer structure. So we help bridge what's going on with the research and development, all the smart people that design these coils, with the people that are out there and actually installing the device. So people like Dennis and like the crew at AMS, you will meet my colleague, Jonathan Kimmett, this afternoon. Jonathan right now is visiting another clinic in Thailand, I think, working with the device and teaching them how to use it. So that's what we do. We're sort of a bridge. Just a little about me. I'm from the US, as you can tell from my accent. I grew up in a place called New Jersey, which is right outside of New York. People make fun of it, but it's just a wonderful place. And then I moved to Florida, which, you know, Disneyland, etc. This is where I grew up. And then I moved to North Carolina. So I live in North Carolina of the US. We're known as like NASCAR, which is the US equivalent of like Formula One. Just kind of, it started with running moonshine. Do you know what moonshine is? No. Moonshine is grain alcohol that they must do it in Thailand probably. It's grain alcohol that's developed in the mountains usually. It's illegally made from all kinds of things. So this is an interesting history lesson. So in North Carolina, in the mountains, all of these farmers they would take their corn, usually corn for us, and they would bring it up to the mountains, and they would have these big, what's called a still. And so that would distill the liquor illegally. And this was during the time in the 1920s where alcohol was illegal in the US. And so they would take alcohol that was brewed up in the mountains, and they would put it in a car, and they had to outrun the police. So the police knew they were doing this. They had to outrun the police and get it from the mountains, which are on the west, out to the coast, right? So like for you guys, we're up in the mountains and out to the port, right? And they had to do it fast to outrun the police. And so a thing called NASCAR racing was developed. Another reason that I'm an addiction researcher and I live in North Carolina is not only for the alcohol thing, but it's also the birthplace of basically tobacco cigarette manufacturing. So huge tobacco area. I was a professor at Wake Forest University, and my laboratory, which studied TMS for smoking cessation, was in a former building of R.J. Reynolds, which makes cigarettes like Camel cigarettes and Winston-Salem, Marlboro, like anything about the American tobacco industry also comes from North Carolina. So I'm telling you this because it's just relevant to the idea that I'm passionate about treating addiction. I started my career in being interested in stroke recovery. And at the time, we were putting electrodes on people's arms and trying to use peripheral stimulation for rehabilitation. And that's still being used. I did research in college only because I thought it would help me get into medical school. And when I started doing it, I sort of fell in love with it because I could see that stimulating the periphery of someone's arm, let's say, really made like changes in their ability to function. So like one gentleman and his wife came in. I was just, like a young student and doing my job. And this gentleman and his wife came in and she had tears in her eyes. I was like, what's wrong? And she said, last night he brushed his teeth on his own for the very first time since the stroke. And I thought to myself, wow, like maybe I helped do that. Like it was amazing. But the thing about peripheral stimulation is that it usually doesn't last. So when you stimulate the periphery, peripheral neurons aren't very plastic. So they don't reshape very well. More like a rubber band. If you stretch a rubber band, it usually bounces back into space. And that's true for the periphery. This is why Do you guys have a TENS? You use TENS units for pain? Yeah. So like if you put a TENS unit on, so electrodes like this, maybe on your back for pain, it works really well when the TENS unit is on. But as soon as you turn it off, like the rubber band, it snaps back into place. What's different is if you treat the brain itself, whether it's for stroke or pain or something like depression, when you actually treat the brain, which is where which is processing the pain signal, the brain, instead of it like an elastic band, the brain has the ability to be reshaped like clay. Like you can remodel the clay, and the clay will stay in the new configuration, right? It won't snap back into place. So I thought that was cool. We started doing fMRI and learning more about brain networks. So again, it's not just a spot in the brain, it's actually a whole network of brain regions that are activated. So we did this with, in my case, I did this with stroke recovery when I was at Duke. And then I became very interested in addiction. And so we started using functional MRI to look at which brain networks were causing people to relapse following addiction treatment, right? And so it's in this time that we're starting to understand this concept of a salience network. It hasn't actually been coined that at this point, but you can see in this brain image here, this is an image of patients with cocaine use disorder, alcohol use disorder, and nicotine use disorder. When they're looking at pictures of the offending substance. So in the case of cocaine use disorder, when patients are looking at images of cocaine, so this is in an MRI scanner, so they lay in the scanner and they see images of cocaine, and then they see neutral images. And then they see images of cocaine, and they see neutral images. And when they're seeing the images of cocaine, these spots in red here, which we would say is the left and the right prefrontal cortex, but laterally, these are the spots that kind of come on. These are spots that are hit really well with what's called our H4 coil, which we don't have one of these in the room, but it's on some of the posters you'll see it's a green helmet. So the green helmet, I guess it's not approved here. Is that? Oh, it is approved. Okay, it's approved. We just don't have one. Oh, perfect. Great. So the H4 coil, the green coil, hits this, what we call the insula region right here on the left and the right. People that are craving alcohol and tobacco, their biggest regions of activity are here in the medial prefrontal cortex. And so in this case, this is also part of the salience network. And so the green coil also hits these people, but in general, they have stronger activity in the middle of the brain. And so in our case, we can think about really targeting the middle, which you can do with the yellow helmet, or we can think about targeting the lateral and the middle. So this is how we kind of think about things. So I got interested. TMS at the time had just been FDA cleared for treating depression. I was a postdoctoral fellow at the time doing a lot of brain imaging, and we got pretty good at determining which brain networks were not working well in patients with addiction. And we even got, as a field, pretty good at predicting who's likely to relapse. But we couldn't do anything about it. And I remember feeling very frustrated that, great, we can see all of these biomarkers, right? You guys must talk about this here too. All of these biomarkers for a disease and biomarkers for relapse. But if you can't do anything about it, sometimes, that's really disappointing, right? And then, so I was a little frustrated, wow, we know these brain networks are not working right, but we can't do anything. And then in 2013, no, before that, 2008, some year, depression got TMS FDA cleared for TMS got FDA cleared for depression. And so I thought to myself, wow, well, here's the first technique where we can actually change activity in known brain networks. And in reality, I had friends in the laboratory across the hallway from me who were studying addiction, and they had little rats who were addicted to cocaine, and they could shine invasively. They would put fiber optic cables into the brain, and they used a technique called optogenetics. And through those fiber optic cables, they would shine different frequencies of light and into this deeper brain structure. And they could show that if you shined blue light, the animal would stop pressing the lever for cocaine. And if you shined yellow light into this brain region, the animal would press the lever more. Like, that was incredible. So that shows that there is a causal link between stimulating the brain and tapping a lever for drugs. It's very important for us as a field of psychiatrists, psychologists, trying to think about these as brain diseases, right? Because I'm sure in Thailand, certainly in the US, something like substance use disorder, a lot of people just think it's, more like an ethical issue, right? And it's just behavioral, and they're making bad choices, and they should be able to change on their own. But what we showed here, what my colleague showed, is it's actually a brain disease, and that you can use a brain-based tool to change the outcome. And so that was very cool for everyone. And so we wanted to see if we could use that, in fact, if we could use this non-invasive approach, because we're probably not gonna, if we can't get the health system to pay for TMS for depression, we're probably not gonna get the health system to pay for every patient that's addicted to a substance to get neurosurgery, So I went to South Carolina and worked with a mentor, Mark George. Dr. George is known as like one of the founding fathers of TMS for depression. And he taught us a few important things. Many important things, but one is that innovation requires risk. I think this is very important. It's important in my own career, but I think it's important for all of us, right? You can go to medical school and residency and practice in a safe and predictable way, like you've been taught. And there's nothing wrong with that. However, if you kind of want to choose a path of staying on top of the literature and trying the new things and embracing the new path, it's risky, but the rewards are also potentially very high, right? Everyone in this room, by the nature that you're in this room, loves to learn, right? I see people taking notes. You're curious, and curiosity is rewarding in its own right. And so expanding your knowledge, this has been true for me, and embracing things that are kind of scary and new, like TMS, I promise, like, it's cool. Like, hopefully you'll stay around this afternoon and they'll make your hand move. Like, it's like one of the coolest things about TMS. Most of you have, raise your hand if you've ever had TMS and it's made your hand move. Okay, so not many. Oh yes, so please, if you can, stay around this afternoon and either have them make your hand move or watch someone else's hand be moved. It's incredible. It's the kind of thing that when I'm having a bad day at work and I think, what is this all about? Some existential crisis, At the end of the day, we know TMS is causing neurons to fire, because when you take this coil and you place it on your head and you what we call tap, but you fire the coil over your motor cortex, your hand will move. and the contralateral hemisphere, just like you were taught in school. You place it on this side, this hand will move. You place it on this side, this hand will move. In every single one of you, I guarantee I could find what's called the motor threshold. So it's cool. But that requires risk, because at first, Dr. George was saddled with people that made fun of him. In fact, he has a reputation for being what we would call a cowboy, which even in the US is like a little bit of a negative term. But because he's a pioneer, and sometimes pioneers have to be a little bit crazy. Like, we've all heard of Elon Musk. He's like super crazy, right? But undeniably, he's introduced things into the world which are world changing. So that's important. And fortune favors the prepared mind. This is a fancy way of saying, usually you don't just get lucky. Usually you're in the right place at the right time with the awareness that, this might be a good opportunity for me. So that, again, the fact that you are all here right now shows that you're, even if you decide to not use TMS in your practice, you're arming yourself with the knowledge to make a good decision. So I'm glad for you for that. So I used all the devices that were available at the time in the US. I learned on what's called a MagStim system. So this is this is what the system looked like. BrainSway used to run on a MagStim, and it has a very basic coil. And then I got my first device loan. So I was in academics and we were poor. And so sometimes the companies would loan us a device. So I got my first device loan from a company called Neuronetics. And then I used a Mag Venture for most of my research. And then ultimately, as I started understanding this brain network idea, I moved over to H-coils because I felt it was going to better capture those brain networks that you saw in that picture below. So that's been my evolution. And this is just to introduce you to the types of machines that are available. And I worked with a lot of trainees. TMS is a wonderful community. So if you are interested in learning more about this, hopefully this is just to whet your appetite a little. But there's a lot of training events. Everybody on this slide that I've trained in one way or another they're just wonderful people. I learn so much from my colleagues every time. Some fields are nicer than others, I think, in medicine. And TMS is a very collegial field. I think it's because we're very small, and so everybody seems to want to help people grow. So I would encourage you to reach out and maybe attend some conferences. You can always contact Dennis, and he can direct you to places that you want to learn. In fact, I hear there's TMS events going on in Thailand today, right? This week. Wow, amazing. It's wonderful. So I was a professor at Wake Forest University for a while. And then, it was about 2020 and malaise sets in over the whole globe and we all question what we're doing. And a variety of things happened. But one important thing was that BrainSway got FDA clearance for smoking cessation. And as I had mentioned, I was really passionate about addiction. And so I'm friends with the person who led that effort. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. You were able to take science from the very basic all the way through to the FDA process. It feels like such a cool thing. Now we're able to help so many more people. And so I thought, well, that might be a good next step for me. And so, I happened to go to a conference and I took this boat ride with some of the people that were influential of the company at the time. And then I joined BrainSway. And so in my role at BrainSway, we run the publications. So we monitor all the publications that are going on. and we try to put them on a thing called the Knowledge Center. And you can Google BrainSway Knowledge Center, and it will come up, and it'll show you a library of different articles that are published. We also run clinical trials. So a little bit later after our break, I'll tell you about some of our new data that we have. So last year, we got a new clearance for adolescent depression, which I mentioned earlier, and something called accelerated treatment for depression. So the world of TMS is moving towards accelerating treatment. Standard treatment for depression right now requires about 30 visits to the clinic. So that's a lot of visits for a treatment. And what people have noticed is that we think you can compress it down to as little as maybe 5, 6, certainly 10 visits to the clinic. And so if we can compress it, we can increase access to a lot more people. So we got a new clearance for that I'll speak about, as well as PTSD. And then we do a lot of education. Okay, how are we on time? We're doing good? You guys doing okay? Okay, so let's get into the science a little bit more. So I talked to you already about some of these 3 brain networks. Okay, so some fun brain facts before we dive deep into the science. So just so you know, many of you guys know this already, that your brain reaches its peak maturity at about 25 years old. So in fact, the most neurons you'll ever have in your brain are when you're 3. So I bet there's like one person in this room at least that has a child between the ages of 2 and 6, based on your ages in the room. And so your little kids potentially have far more neurons in their brain than you do. But what happens is the brain grows, so the brain grows like a forest. And so when you're young, it's like an overplanted forest, actually. And so all the neurons grow really, really fast. But they're not very well organized when you're young. And so when you're about 3, there's this massive, what they call pruning event that happens in your brain. And so you have all of these neurons, and then suddenly it's like someone comes in and thins the forest. So the neurons that are not being used when you're about 3 years old will die away. And that enables the other neurons in your brain to grow stronger. So if anyone in the room is a gardener, for example, this is like, I'm a gardener. And so this is like growing tomato plants. So when you grow tomato plants or other plants in your garden, if you plant them too close together, it will stymie the growth of all of the plants, right? So a lot of times, if you look on the seed packet will say plant them, and then after 2 weeks, thin them. Right? And because when you thin them, so you plant many seeds, and then you thin the seeds, because that's just what the brain does as well, actually, is it grows lots of neurons, and then only the neurons that are being activated we want to keep around. The rest of them are just kind of wasted. So we prune back a bunch of our neurons when we're about 3, and the rest of the neurons grow and they're nurtured. And the pathways through you can imagine again in this forest analogy, in those next few years, you're going to lay down certain pathways in your brain. And so just like you can transform something from a dirt road into a paved interstate highway or interprovince highway, you do that with your brain. So you'll have lots of weak connections, but as you use those pathways more and more, it's like they become cemented. So that's for good and bad, right? So pathways that are good, pathways that are associated with the executive control network, tend to be pathways you want to really secure well when you're learning and you're growing up, right? You can have too much executive control activity actually as well. So that can be a problem as well. So as you're maturing, you're laying down all these pathways. And then when you're about 25 years old is when your brain has reached peak maturity. You not only laid down all the pathways and created a set of strong connections, but you've also done something called myelinate them, right? So you guys are a very educated audience, but just in case it's been a little while since you've been to school, right? So myelination is the process of essentially surrounding the axons of our neurons with coating. And that coating, which we call glia, helps information flow down the neuron. I'm going to show you a picture of that in a second. But glia is very important. This all happens when you're about 25. And then unfortunately, it's downhill from there. So at about 25, thereon, your brain will start to lose neurons slowly. But you obviously, we all learn a lot after we're 25. So just because your brain will start to lose neurons doesn't mean that you can't learn new things. You can, in fact, you super strengthen the pathways that are there, right? And this becomes, all the patterns that you'll do for a long time. So 25 years old, there's 100 billion cells in the brain. That's a huge number. It's about half of the number of stars in the galaxy. So that's pretty incredible, just in your brain. The speed in which information travels in your brain, it's about 560 kilometers per second. That's so fast. So speed, it's going back and forth incredibly fast. The reason I got interested in the brain, when I was in college, I played a lot of tennis. And I remember playing intramural tennis at college. And I would see this girl on the other side of the court. And I was amazed that I could look at this girl on the other side, and somehow my brain could figure out, based on watching her body and the ball coming towards my racket, my brain could figure out how to predict where her ball is going to land, how to get me to that spot, turn my shoulders at just the right rate, swing my racket at just the right incline to get my ball to go somewhere that I predict she's not going to be at the exact time that it lands. I mean, that's an incredible amount of computation that your brain does. And your brain does it like that. I grew up in a state where kids learn to play competitive tennis when they're very small. And so the fact that your brain can do that at such an early age is just amazing. And it can do it because information flows through these pathways very quickly. I talked about glia. So in fact, the majority of your brain is glia. And glia is fat. So it's good fat. So back to that breakfast analogy, would be a good way to rationalize why you should have another cookie. It's because maybe it will help your brain. So your brain is full of glia, and glia helps information flow from one place to another. In your brain itself, right now, there's enough electricity that's being generated to power a 20-watt light bulb. Now, 20-watt light bulb is like, maybe, actually, these are pretty small. Maybe like a little bit less than the intensity of this light bulb is being generated in your brain right now. So if we could somehow hook you up to a light bulb, it would light up. It's kind of cool to think about. Well, the reason I want to tell you that is, right, your brain is an electrical organ. And I don't know why we don't teach this as much in school, right? In school, when you learn about the brain, you learn about neurotransmitters and chemistry and blood flow. But this electrical side of your brain, this network-based view of your brain, is equally as important. And so when we think about the brain itself, we can think about the brain as a chemical organ and the brain as an electrical organ. So this is a model of, basically a very simplified model of a synapse, right? We have neuron 1 over here. So this is the cell body of the neuron. And it's surrounded by dendrites, right? And then the information comes into the neuron through the dendrites, into the cell body. And then if the circumstances are sufficient, an action potential will happen, and information will flow down the axon all the way to the end. And then we have these synaptic terminals, and there's a space between here and here. And that space between neuron 1 and neuron 2 is called the synapse. And it's at the synapse that all the chemistry happens. So all the drugs and stuff that work on the brain are all working right here. None of them actually are working anywhere here. This part of the neuron is all electrical. And so there's ways that sometimes this neuron will kind of fire, will be in the right situation to fire, but problems happen down the line, like a traffic jam or an accident or something, and information doesn't actually get to the synapse. And that's all electrical. So this is why we call this an electrochemical organ, is that we have the electricity part, and then we have the chemistry part. And both are necessary in order for the brain to function in a healthy way. And if you have the right chemistry here at the synapse, then information will go back to these dendrites, and the circle and the cycle happens again. Yeah. So when we think about this, we can think about the brain as electricity and chemistry. How do we treat a chemical imbalance in the brain? Well, we probably should think about the synapse, right? Because this is where the chemistry is happening. And so medications usually affect the synapse directly. These are things like serotonin, dopamine, glutamate agents, GABAergic agents. They're all working right here. And if this makes your head spin, it's intended to, all I want to show here is that this is an image of the synapse itself. This is called the synaptic junction. And there's so much happening here. So I went to PhD school for neuroscience, and we would spend an entire semester taking a class about this. And some people that specialize this, they would take an entire semester learning about this type of channel. And other people would spend an entire semester learning about that type of channel. So there's an incredible amount of knowledge about the synapse. Lots of complex things happening, and this is what pharma does. So all the medications, this is what they're talking about here. If we think about the medications that are present for brain diseases, they all work on a variety of things here. So for depression, we think about serotonin agents, right? SSRIs, SNRIs, ketamine. Do you guys do ketamine for depression here? Yes? Yeah. So ketamine, this is working on the glutamate channels. Anxiety, we tend to think about glutamate is the primary excitatory neurotransmitter of the brain. GABA is the primary inhibitory neurotransmitter of the brain. So anxiety medicines usually work by decreasing glutamate or increasing GABA. OCD, there's not a lot of great treatments, right? But serotonin tends to be a mechanism we go after. Schizophrenia. Okay. There's probably a psychosis joke in there somewhere. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, if you can. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
You can go up there.
Oh, you're gonna do it for me? Amazing. Thank you, Dennis. Okay. So schizophrenia is dopamine. Smoking cessation agents are glutamate. Click, click, click. Yeah. Dementia, we think about acetylcholine. Chronic pain, GABA, and opiates. Stroke recovery. In the US, there's no FDA cleared medications. I'm not sure for any stroke people in here. Does the Thailand FDA have stroke recovery medicines? So historically, we've thought a little bit about, certainly we'll treat the depression in stroke recovery, and then Parkinson's is dopaminergic agents as well. Okay, next slide. But what happens, of course, with medications is that we're not delivering them directly to the brain. If we were delivering them directly to the synapses that are involved in that disorder, we wouldn't have side effects like we have. But because generally medications are swallowed, so they go through the GI system, they go through the liver, etc., they have first pass metabolism. And it's that those off-target effects which actually are causing some of the side effects of the drug. Additionally, when the drug's chemistry gets into the brain, it hits all the synapses. So in the case of Parkinson's disease, for example, that's a dopamine problem, but it's a dopamine problem in the basal ganglia, which is kind of deep in the middle of your brain. It's not really a dopamine problem in the prefrontal cortex. But when you give a Parkinson's patient a dopamine agonist, what they found, one of the first side effects of a dopamine agonist, because it also hits the prefrontal cortex, was that patients were becoming very, their salience network was overactive. So you would have these like little old men with Parkinson's disease suddenly like wanting to go to a bar and wanting to go to a casino. And suddenly these little old men with some of the dopamine agonists, not levodopa, but dopamine agonists, were becoming thrill seekers, which is kind of a little bit silly, but not really great for them. Sometimes they would get in trouble. So, but that's because it was also affecting prefrontal cortex dopamine, not just the dopamine in the basal ganglia. Okay, so if you could click through them one at a time, that'd be great. So, and so these side effects that are from these medications are things like in depression, we have the inability to feel joy, nausea, anxiety. You can click through them all, Dennis, if you don't mind. This is just a list of them here, right? These are common side effects for these medications. And one of the things that when I was putting this, oops, go back one more. When I was putting this slide together, was noticing how common nausea is. Like nausea is listed in almost every one of them. And that's because you have to swallow it, right? That's as simple as the fact that you have to swallow the drug. And so it's going to affect your GI system. And we have a lot of things with sleep problems, etc. So if we could solve the problem, that if we could take pharmacotherapy and just target it to the brain network that was involved, it would revolutionize medicine, I think. And there are some very cool ways that maybe somebody as rich as Elon Musk could do at one point, but you'd have to be a risk taker to do them. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So, okay, that's great. So we talked about the chemistry and the side effects. Wow, that was fast. Thank you. So what do we do if there's an electrical imbalance in the brain? So from an electrical perspective, the answer is brain sway. That's how we solve it. Sorry, that I should have taken that part out of the slide. So for the electrical balance, we want to use TMS in one place or another, right? So for TMS, it affects the axons and the dendrites themselves, so down here. How does TMS work? So I mentioned before, I have a more science-y slide about electromagnetic induction. And I told you before, it's sort of based on this right-hand rule. It was developed by a gentleman known as Michael Faraday in approximately the 1960s. And he did these great experiments in England where he demonstrated that electricity generates magnetism and magnetism generates electricity. And then several other influential people kind of made that more and more a part of everyday living. So all kinds of machines that you use rely on electromagnetic induction, one of which is in your pocket right now, perhaps. So my favorite example right now, which is very good if you're giving TMS to patients, by the way, is to describe TMS like a phone charger. So a lot of us have a wireless charger for your phone. A lot of times they look like a little coaster. And in that coaster, if you were to open the coaster up, you would see that inside it's a very simple coil. So it's just one wire that comes down and then it goes like in a circle. And we know that because of this, there's a magnetic field that comes out this way, right? So the winding goes this way, the magnetic field comes out of the board. And when we turn this on and off, so we pulse it, and the electricity in the wall is pulsing at a certain frequency. So when this electricity pulses, the magnetic field goes on and off, and on and off. And your phone is set up to receive or be sensitive to that electromagnetic pulse. And so that's what restores energy. The analogy for TMS is that just like when your phone, in fact, yeah, we could have wirelessly charged this maybe. So just like when your phone is low on battery, so it's low energy state, you can place it under this charger, and with no wires at all, completely non-invasively, it restores energy to the phone. Forward. It restores energy to the phone, right? So that's amazing. In fact, you can actually, if you have a good charger, you can actually raise your phone a little bit above the charger. You should try this at home, especially if you have like a kid and you want to get them excited about science. You can raise it a little bit above the coaster and it'll still work. Now, if you raise it too much, if you increase the distance too much, then it won't work unless you have a really powerful charger. Okay, that's going to be important for TMS. In the same way for TMS, if you have depression, we know you have low glucose metabolism or low energy in several of these brain networks. And what we can do is through the same process of electromagnetic induction, we can restore blood flow and energy in the form of ATP. So we can basically restore energy to those circuits themselves. So it's a really good, I like to use that with all kinds of people I teach because it's like right there in our pockets and it makes it not feel as scary, right? Like, oh, I know a wireless charger. Like it's not scary. So it's a nice way to talk about it. And so when we think about how TMS works on the neuron, it's going to work here at the level of the axon itself. So in fact, actually, if this axon was bending, so you may remember, so your brain is actually all folded, right? So you have all these gyri and sulci. Everybody's brain folding pattern is unique. And in fact, it's more unique than your fingerprint. So in some like terrible dystopian era, that's how they'll identify us. It's not our like fingerprint, but our folding of our brain. So everyone is unique. And it's at these bend points where the axons are like bending, arching over the gyrus because it's all folded together. That's where the magnetic field is going to work the most, right? Because electromagnetic induction requires bending. So when this axon is bent, it's most susceptible to TMS. And what TMS will do is it will cause something called an action potential, which you guys will see this afternoon when that's what's happening when we place the TMS coil over your motor cortex of your hand and will cause a contraction in your hand. That's these neurons are receiving information from the coil and there's a threshold for stimulation. They're becoming depolarized, and when they're depolarized, information flows down the axons. And in your primary motor cortex here, we have a bunch of neurons, and then they go down to the corticospinal tract here, and like my arm, like here, and then there's one synapse. Right, so in the spinal cord itself, there's one more neuron, and then it goes out to my hand. It's just actually it's just this very simple 2 neuron thing that makes your hand fire, except they fire in bundles. So lots of complex things are happening here, and there's lots of all kinds of problems, demyelinating diseases, lots of diseases that can interrupt what happens here. And this is why there's so many different TMS protocols. So for some of you in the room that have more experience with TMS, this is why the dynamics of frequency and voltage and timing that are required for information that comes in at dendrites to make it all the way through to the synapse. This is why there's so many different ways to help treat diseases in theory. Some protocols are what's called 20 hertz. So that'll be pretty fast. So 20 times per second. You can hear the electromagnetic pulse. That's why we call it a pulse. So 20 hertz would go da, 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 da. But then there's some protocols that are 1 hertz. So dit, 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 dit. And when you hear the machine, Jonathan will probably play the machine for you. So you'll get to hear what it sounds like. That's what you're hearing. It's that the energy is coming through at a different rate or at a different power or at a different intensity and spacing. Something called theta burst is another thing. So there's lots of smart people that think about this, just like there's lots of smart pharma people that think about the neurochemistry. There's lots of smart electricity people that think about solutions on this side. And I used to teach continuing medical education classes for TMS. And we would spend about 3 days learning about in depth about each of these different parameters. And when I would teach it, I would teach this acronym here called fields. So these are the primary domains that affect how TMS is going to work. The frequency, so like I just described, it could be high frequency, 20 hertz, or low frequency, 1 hertz. Intensity, usually that's judged on something called the percentage of the motor threshold. So your motor threshold is defined as the minimum intensity required to make your hand move 50% of the time. So sometimes we stimulate above that therapeutically, and sometimes we go below that. Engagement. We also know that TMS seems to interact well with behavioral interventions. So for our behaviorists in the room, for OCD and for smoking cessation, if you have the person think about or get in a brain state that simulates craving if they're addicted or simulates the anxiety associated with OCD, TMS works better. And this is this idea that a primed brain is a more plastic brain. So if like right now, hopefully at least some of you are like, wow, this is really interesting. And some of you might be a little bit sleepy just because it's mid-morning and da-da-da-da. So if I did TMS on the people that are like really awake and engaged, it would work a lot better than the people that are a little bit sleepy, which is why we don't want people to fall asleep when they receive TMS. So when you're delivering TMS, you want your patient to be awake and alert. Even if they're watching TV or they're playing on their phones, you want them to be engaged in something. Ideally, something related to getting healthier, some type of like cognitive behavioral training. The location of stimulation, this is sort of based on the different networks that we talked about before. That's obviously important. The distance and the depth. So just like that analogy where we have a wireless charger, if you have the wireless charger and you move it away, you move your phone away from the charger a certain distance, it's not going to work as well, right? And so that's true for TMS in the brain. If you have a TMS coil that's not as strong based on the shape or doesn't go it's just shallow, doesn't go, it can go deeper if it's bent like these coils because they're bent. But if it's just flat like a plane, it's very shallow. And so if you have an older adult, for example, that has a lot of brain atrophy, like as I said, so 25 years old is sort of all downhill from there. So as you get older, your brain starts to shrink. The older you get, the more likely the distance is going to be higher. And so you're going to want to make sure you are using a coil or a protocol that can hit the deeper areas. And then the number of sessions. So typically with TMS, I think we're starting to learn that more sessions is always better. But we didn't know that at first. And so some of our protocols just developed around the world. When I say our, I don't mean BrainSway. I mean the field's TMS protocols are very short. When I was running studies in my own lab, I wanted to get papers out quickly. And so I just wanted to do the minimum sessions I thought was necessary to observe a statistically significant finding. And so I would do maybe 15 sessions, which felt like a lot for me. But that might not be enough for the patient. So there's a lot of publications out there that were done like People by Me when we were in a university setting where the session number is like 10 or 15. And as you're reading the literature, those publications may be significant, which is good. But what we're starting to learn is that more sessions is better. So generally it doesn't ever, I don't know, I'm not aware of any situation where more is worse. So I could be wrong, but for the most part, the more sessions you do, the patient either plateaus clinically or they get better clinically. Just something to keep in mind. So all of these parameters can be changed and tweaked with TMS. We have these 3 networks that I described before. One way when I'm talking to patients, because not everyone is interested, but some patients, they do want to understand what you're doing, right? And TMS can seem a little bit scary. Everybody's used to taking pills, and suddenly you're going to put a thing on their head. So I find that if I educate them and talk to them about what it is and what it's like, then there's more buy-in, like the relationship's a little better. If you are going to use TMS in your practice, I suggest you try it yourself. You don't have to have a diagnosis. I guess I don't know what the rules are in Thailand, but in the U.S. for sure, you could go sit under one. We'd probably have to have you all sign some authorization to do it today, but certainly I could go sit under there and you could play a rhythm for me and you could feel it on my head. It's no problem at all. The side effects profile is so low. So I would try it. So if you try it on yourself, again, you don't have to have 30 sessions, just have one. You'll feel what it's like. And then you're better prepared to describe to your patient what they can expect to feel. So I like to do that. It's, that's not something we would do with medication, right? Like I couldn't imagine like taking an opiate just to tell my patient what an opiate's going to feel like, right? It's very, very different with TMS. So that's kind of nice. And I try to describe these networks to people as well, like why we're choosing one thing versus another, and why what they might be struggling with in their brain. And when I describe it to patients, I find, again, in the population that I work with, this concept of like an angel and a devil on your shoulder seems to play pretty well. Most people can relate to the food analogy. So that's also a good one. Like around a holiday in particular, even, the most strict eaters are always like tempted to do things. Alcohol, in our area at least, plays really well. In your own areas, there's probably other, sinful behavior, so to speak, that people will relate to in this regard. And so again, kind of this idea of why it's important to engage the whole network is another concept of the neurons that fire together, wire together. So in the beginning of the talk, I talked about this forest, right? And so we have all these little streets that are being paved through the forest. In order to get something to stick around, you want to engage the whole network when you're learning. So I'm learning to play the piano. I started taking lessons 2 years ago. And when I was learning, I focused a lot, of course, on like just hitting the right notes. And my teacher was telling me like, you want to like move your body with the music, and you want to hear the music and feel the music. And I remember looking at her like she's crazy. Like I barely remember how to read the bass clef. And all I could do at the time was like look at the notes and try my hardest to hit the notes. But as I got better, which I'm still not very good, but as I got better, I started to realize what she meant. And that if you can kind of loosen up a little bit and feel and like hear yourself and feel it and move with it, you learn much more efficiently. I don't know if you all have had that example in your lives, but you learn more efficiently. The same is true with your brain. If you're just hitting one spot over and over again, and you're not engaging the brain as a whole, it's much harder to learn, right? If we want to learn and remold, we want to engage the whole thing. And in our case, we're thinking about engaging this sort of whole network. And so a very smart scientist by the name of Hebb, he has this phrase, which neuroscientists all call it, neurons that fire together, wire together. And so for me, as I'm learning the piano, this is happening as I'm like now I'm actually able to kind of hear more and feel more while I'm playing. And that's going to help me become a better piano player and remember that piece of music. Sure that there's an example in your own life where this would be true as well. Cooking can be like this. So my husband is just so wonderful. And every now and then he tries to cook for me. And he takes out a recipe. And he reads the recipe very, very carefully. He measures everything exactly. And then there's some line that's like, heat the oil until it shimmers. And he's like, what on earth? He's like, what is a soft boil? Right? And these are things that the people that are laughing in the audience are either like my husband or they're a little like me. I said, I don't know, you just have to feel it, right? Because to really learn, you have to practice and you have to be aware, in this case of cooking, right, of more than just what's written on the page. Like you do have to probably notice that, oh, at some point, like the heat is too high and the vegetable goes from being raw to burnt, right? So you have to learn that by doing it, and you do it by engaging all of your senses. And again, in this analogy here, we want to engage the whole brain network. And if we take even one more step back, we want to engage not only the electricity of the brain, but we don't want to ignore the pharmaceutical aspect, the chemistry of the brain, and we certainly don't want to ignore that third pillar of the behavioral change. Because to really change behavior or brain disease, we need to hit all of those pillars, right? There's a few different types of coils. This is kind of the type of coil that most people are introduced to at first. We call these first generation coils. This is a typical figure of 8 coil up here on the top. And so these coils have a time and place. Most of my career was spent using these coils. They will hit a brain area in a kind of more focused way. They're very popular in the US in academic medical centers. And there's a lot of reason to that, especially because we a lot of times are working with younger, healthy people. So they have nice, great brains. And so we can kind of hit the spot. And if you ran a lab like me, you're interested in like doing things like MRI before and after. And so you want to really see, if I hit this one spot, how is the rest of the brain going to change? But then, as I mentioned, we started learning more and more about the brain as a network. And we technologically were able to develop coils to hit not just one region of the brain, but multiple regions of this network. And so the next generation of coils were known as these H coils here, which you'll see around the room. I've kind of gone through the history a little. So 1985, I guess, is when it was invented. 10 years later, Dr. George, my mentor, did a big pivotal trial of TMS for depression, which was the first US FDA clearance for depression. And then after that, we developed kind of these better coils. But what we learned with these figure of 8 coils is that they were used a lot. They're placed over the head. Someone sits in a chair. And then they sit there and, taps away. What happens is that people can't move their head during the treatment. And so they can move their head usually, but if they move their head, it's a focused field, right? So if they move their head, the field's going to move on their head, right? So it's fixed here, and the person says, oh, let me look at my phone. and then it moves to a different area. Or the person looks at the nurse on the other side of the room and was like, oh, I have a question for you, right? And it moves. So that's a challenge. And in fact, in 2013, Dr. Richter et al. Did a study in brain stimulation, which shows that actually there's up to a 32% reduction in the dose that's received in an average person that's sitting there just due to movement. Because even the best of us, it's tough to sit still for 20 minutes, right? You want to move your head just a little bit here or there. Even if you don't move your head, a lot of times the coils will slip, or maybe you'll like move, you'll kind of slouch down in your chair. So just little subtle things would happen. And so there were kind of some solutions for this. And one of the solutions was developing a robot. So have anybody ever seen a TMS robot? It's kind of cool. So one of the solutions was, well, what we'll do is we'll have a tracker that goes on your forehead, and then it'll track optically. And if somebody moves their head, the TMS coil will move with them. It's kind of neat, yeah. But it's cool. But it kind of reminds me of like science that like I would have thought of in the era of E.T. and things. Like it's very like 1980s, early 90s science. It's a robot, which seems cool, but it's still very clunky. So it actually, what happens is the person moves their head, and then the robot tries to get there. But by then, sometimes the person has moved their head again. And so now the robot tries to get there. I think if they poured a lot of money into it, they could have a much more elegant solution. But just so to make you aware, this is something that this is an approach to the challenge of patients moving with this coil. Another approach is to have more of a helmet type of device, right? So by the nature of these coils, which were designed to hit these brain networks, by nature, they're like a helmet. Because the coil, I don't know if do you have a coil demo? Okay. The coil itself is flexible. So the H coils will will conform to each person's brain. And if you look around the room, people have different sizes and shapes of brains. And so it will warp to each person's brain. And it's like a helmet. So it moves with the patient. So, oh, perfect. Thank you, Dennis. Yeah, sure. So, oh, thanks. Wow, look at all this help. Thank you, Yossi. So, so this is the this is the coil that works for depression. This is the H1, and so it's flexible like this. See, so it bends and stuff. So that differentiates it. This is inside of one of these helmets here, and so if you goes on my head, I don't know, my head and Dennis's head might be about the same, but our heads are, interestingly, we're both, so thank you. I've been here okay, I'll put it on your head. So this is the coil on Dennis's head. And so what's going to happen is the coil winding here is really strong, and then also on this side is very strong. And so the peak magnetic field will be here on the left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and on the right dorsolateral prefrontal. So the left and the right sides of the brain network. There's actually also, if you can tell, a soft winding here in the middle. Some of these wires are not active wires. They're wires to help the current counteract the current, so it can be a little confusing. But there's also a soft field in the middle. Thank you. But when Dennis moves his head, this will move inherently with Dennis's head, and this is in this cap here, so it can kind of move around. Thanks. So that's a cool, so in that case, you don't need a robot, right? So if the coil moves with the person, then the person can look around. So that's kind of nice. We sometimes describe these two approaches this is how I describe them, is through this analogy of like women's heels. So there's another way that people are trying to solve this problem of missing the target with a figure of 8, and this is with functional MRI. And so some groups, you'll see this in the literature, will do a functional MRI kind of like I had an image on the screen of the places in the brain that were lighting up when the person looked at cocaine. And so there's a big movement right now, if you guys read the literature, on functional MRI guided TMS. And they call it like personalized TMS usually. And what they're doing is they're doing a functional MRI scan. They're trying to find the exact spot on your brain that is involved in depression, let's say. And then they place the figure of 8 coil over that exact spot. Well, the reason that they care about that is because with the figure of 8 coil, you can miss the spot because the field is small. And so the field is small. And like we said, everybody's brain is folded differently. And so if you want to find sort of a hot spot for depression, maybe on my brain, it's like folded over here. And on Nurit's brain, it's like folded inside of another gyrus. And so because the field is small, there's a worry that you can miss the target. And so they're doing functional MRI. So you get what I call the stiletto heel of TMS approach. So this is very fancy. You take an fMRI scan of the patient first. Then you bring them into your lab. You have to have a specialized team of people to analyze the imaging data. You take that data, you place it in a neuronavigation system, and you can place a thing on their forehead, and then you can navigate the coil to the spot, to their tailored brain region. It's very sexy, like a stiletto heel. Like a stiletto heel, it's incredibly hard to use. You need a lot of training to use it. Not just anybody can walk down the street in a stiletto heel, including me. So you need a lot of training, which when that translates to clinical practice, it means your staff needs a lot of training. It means that if you have high staff turnover, every new staff member has to get trained. You have to have a big team because you have to be able to do all of these things. So it works in a fancy academic medical center where you have a really great team of experts to do it. It's much harder to generalize this to clinical practice. The alternative approach is that you can just have a wider field. So instead of just having one focused spot, these coils tend to have a wider field. In fact, they always have a wider field. You could see based on the coil windings and the image on Dennis's head, it's not just one bend, right? There's bends all along this gyrus here. The fields, electric fields for the H coils are wider and deeper. And so having a wider and deeper field, you're like a wedge heel. The base is bigger. So like a wedge heel, it's easier to use. It doesn't require a lot of training, and it still gets you to the same spot at the same time. So there's a lot of other practical reasons in which that approach works as well. This is,
Okay.
Oh, to take a break. Yes, I'm almost there. So perfect. Okay. So this is what I was discussing about the electric field distribution of the coils. So on the bottom here, we have the figure of 8. This is the original TMS that was developed in 1985. And this is an image of the brain. This is cut through the eyes here, right? So the person's looking at you. And here we have the TMS coil placed over the left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. And you can see it kind of starts about here by the level of the eyes, and then it moves back about 4 centimeters. This is, I think, about a centimeter cut, but it's relatively focused, right? So whereas we look at the deep TMS, and we actually see on deep TMS, we have the ability to hit both the left and the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and the depth is much greater. So this is fine on somebody who is 25 years old and at a university in a clinical trial. But once that person starts to get older, you may lose the electric field, or at least will be weaker, right? So with these fields, the fields are deeper, right? And the fields are definitely wider. So the chances that you're going to miss the spot is much lower. Now, some people that are learning about this, and I probably would have said this as well at one point because it's a good question, is, okay, well, you're telling me the upsides. But what are the downsides? Is it the case that if you have a wider field, you're hitting more neurons that you don't need to be hitting? Right? That's a common thing that people will think, which is a good thing to think. And so everyone wondered that at first. So when these H coils were first tried, that was a caution. And so the FDA actually required a lot of additional safety measures for these H coils because people were afraid that it was going to be too much activity for the brain. But it turns out that the safety profile is nearly identical to a figure of 8 coil. There's a slight increase in seizure rate. The seizure rate of a figure of 8 coil is 1 in 10,000 people. The seizure rate of an H coil is 2 in 10,000 people. So it is higher, but it is actually still less than the rate of seizures with standard of care SSRIs or SNRIs. So in fact, actually the seizure rate associated with medication is comparable, if not higher, than with TMS in general. And it doesn't appear that hitting more brain hurts and in any way. In fact, it's the data for this, if anything, suggests that it's hitting more people, especially for populations that are on the older side or have neurodegeneration for one reason or another. It tends to be pretty good. So those are the fields. These are the networks. And then I wanted to show, we'll take a break in a second, but just to kind of show you. So I talked a little in the beginning about how the brain is electrical and chemical, right? And so electricity and chemistry, of course, however, work hand in hand. And so a series of studies have been done to look at how does the TMS affect the chemistry of the brain. And this is a review paper that we put together in 2022. A graduate student of mine who's now graduated. And if you're interested in this kind of thing. But what these manuscripts have shown collectively in this review paper is that in 6 studies, we've shown that high frequency TMS increases cerebral blood flow in the brain region that's being stimulated. So where you're stimulating this network, is the blood flow is increasing to that area. And we've also shown that glucose metabolism is increased there. So along with blood flow, usually that means that there's also greater energy consumption in that network. And then a very cool series of studies in Canada demonstrated that TMS also increases dopamine release. So in this case, TMS is affecting dopamine. And right, so this is how the chemistry and the electricity are kind of going hand in hand in the brain. Okay, maybe we should take a break. I only have 2 more slides, but let's take a break for a second.
ค่ะก็ฟังกันเพลินเลยนะคะเพราะอาจารย์ให้ข้อมูลเยอะมากเลยก็ขอพักเบรกประมาณ15 นาทีนะคะเชิญค่ะ
Okay, so I think I have about an hour and a half left with you guys, maybe an hour. And I'm sure you want to see some data. So I'm going to go through these really quickly so we can get to some data. But just to kind of show you here, to be symmetric, because I talked to you earlier about the protocol, the way that we intervene with the brain chemically. This is the way that we intervene with the brain on the electricity side, right? So this is a variety of, these are all approved protocols. They've either been approved in the US or they've been approved in Europe. And these are approved protocols for a variety of disorders here. And we have a full kind of complement of things you can do. Of course, using it here in Thailand, I believe there's a few on-label indications. Probably depression is on-label. And then a lot of other things are going to be off-label. So as a clinician, you have can use your own judgment into what you think that you'd like to use. If you have one of our devices or you're thinking about getting one or you just want to learn more, make sure that you stay while they turn on the device later and make sure that you ask them if they don't tell you how to do it, how you can program in your own protocols. They just want everybody to know that it's entirely possible for you to take this machine and to customize whatever protocol you want. So the machine will come with, I think we ship it, I think this is right, with 3 things. Oh, tell us. The machine will come with depression, no OCD.
Depression, OCD, and smoking.
Oh, here. Oh, the machine will come with depression, OCD, and smoking. But you can program any of these things in. And we can help you. The AMS team can help you. It's no problem. And a little bit about safety. So we talked about the side effects associated with medication, right? And so this is my correlate to this, is that the side effects associated with TMS are very low. Very low. That's why we can actually bring it here and everybody can try it. We can deliver it, in a test scenario. It's very low. The most common side effect people will have is, in one point or another, in the course of 30 sessions, about 30% of people, so 1 in every 3 people, will report having a transient headache. That's the most common side effect. Second most common side effect is pain or discomfort at the site of stimulation. As you learn to do TMS, you'll learn some tricks on how to minimize that discomfort. And they're tricks like titrating up the dose, so starting people relatively low. And then I'm kind of wimpy with my patients, so I usually start them very low. And I say, how is this? And they say, oh, that's fine, no problem. And then we'll turn it up a little bit more, and we'll turn it up a little bit more. And that actually helps them adapt to the sensation. And so they can reach a much, much higher intensity if you ramp them up slowly than they could ever reach if you just started them at that intensity. So that's a trick to managing some of the discomfort. So pain, discomfort, and headache are the most common side effects. And it's about in 1 in 3 people will experience it at some point during the treatment. The least common side effect, but the thing that people get the most worried about, is a seizure. As I said before, 2 in 10,000 people will have a seizure associated with delivering deep TMS based on our records. If it's used consistent with the instruction manual, the reason that people seize when they have TMS is because the brain seizes in general when it's when it's disturbed, I guess I would say, when something changes. So if somebody has a change in medication, that means their brain is transiently irritated. And so what's going to happen is it's going to require either less or more energy to make their brain fire. So a change in medication, being sleep deprived. So right now, for example, I'm very sleep deprived. And if I had TMS now, you would have to redo my dose. So I can tell you how much energy it takes to make my hand move on the machine on a normal day, because everybody's motor threshold is very stable. But right now, if you were to look at my motor threshold, it's probably like much higher than usual. So that's going to be true for your patients. If they come in and they're sleep deprived in a way that's out of the ordinary, their dose is going to be different. If they forgot to take their medicine over the weekend because they went on a weekend trip with their friends and they feel a little bit embarrassed that they forgot to take their meds, so they don't tell you about it, that's when you can get into a sticky situation, because they've had a change in their meds, they didn't take them, they come into your clinic on Monday, they don't tell you, and so you don't know that you should reevaluate the dose on Monday. And so you sit them down on the chair on Monday, you give them the same dose you would have given them the previous week, and they might have a bad outcome because the dose that day needed to be different. So all of this is to say that we know how to we kind of know how to predict this in many ways, and we know how to handle it. So, and this is true for all TMS. So if you're considering adding TMS to your practice, make sure you get really good training from the manufacturer and from others on how to mitigate or decrease the likelihood that you'll have any bad outcomes like a seizure. I mean, it can happen, but it really shouldn't happen if you're delivering the TMS in the standard way and the patients are being open with you about what's happening. You know, if a patient is taking cocaine and they just don't want to tell you about it, you know, there's nothing you can do, of course. But that's just something to keep in mind. This comes up sometimes with alcohol drinking. So by the letter, like very specifically, there's something written saying that people that drink a lot of alcohol shouldn't get TMS or something like that. That's not really true. What the intent of that statement in the instructions document means that if you binge on alcohol, so if there's a change in the amount that you've had alcohol, that's when you should be concerned. So somebody who maybe drinks 1 or 2 glasses of wine a night, every night, 5 days or 5 days a week, it's no problem. TMS, I guarantee, is given to that person all around the world hundreds of times every day. What is a challenge is if somebody doesn't really drink until it's Friday, and then on Friday night, they go from 0 to 12 drinks, right? That's obviously a big shift in your brain. And so that's a scenario where if you do TMS the next day, you might have a bad outcome. Anyway, it's just important to get good training on whatever device that you use. Okay, so medications affects the synapse and TMS affects electricity. This is your take-home lesson from this morning. Okay, I think, okay, now I'm going to change to my data presentation. Give me one moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, all right. So now I'm going to show you some data for the next few minutes. We're going to start off with depression. So most of the data for Deep TMS, for TMS in general, is on depression. And most of that is, I thought that was going to happen. But look, the slides still stayed up. The science goes on. All right. So thank you so much, but I'm glad it still works. Okay, so most of the data is on depression. Now, and most of the studies were done on people with severe major depressive disorder. But in fact, we now know that it works for people with less severe depression. This is something that happens in medical research all the time, is that in order to do the initial clinical trial, you need a really sick population. And that's what we did. That's what we collectively as a field did at first, is we took the sickest patients. Most of the patients in the initial trials had failed 4 medications. So they had tried 4 different things. Now we know through real world practice that TMS is now starting to be prescribed after only 1 failed medication. So it's much earlier in the treatment pipeline. That's again in the United States, where health insurances pay for it. They used to only pay for it after you'd failed 4 medications. And now almost everybody pays for it after you've tried 2 medications. So it's another way to see how the field is changing. Maybe hopefully this is still the same presentation. Okay, so we talked about the different indications, right? So I'm going to go through some of these data now. Oh, this is TMS history. Okay, so a little TMS history for how this worked. So we talked about how TMS was invented, and then we started new coil designs, right? The first TMS coil was FDA cleared for depression in 2008. And then we had developed new coil designs that could hit both sides of the brain. This took a lot of innovation in the design of the coil. You saw all those complex windings that were in the coil. There's a cooling system. So there's actually a little air conditioning system that's built into this machine here. And the air conditioning system blows cooled air into the helmet. So there's actually cooled air that's coming down. And that's not only to, maybe it makes people feel good, but actually helps cool the coil down as well, which increases the efficiency of the coil. And then we got our first FDA clearance with the H coils for depression in 2013. And then OCD was the next indication in 2018. That was followed by smoking addiction in 2020. And then since then, we've gotten several more indications expanding the depression indication. And this includes things like anxiety. So anxiety in the presence of depression is technically the label. And I'll show you some of those data. We also are this is the only technology that's been tested reliably in patients in their 70s and 80s, so older adults. There's been a series of studies that has shown that this is very efficacious in older adults. And so FDA granted us an approval for what's called late life depression. Also adolescents, as I mentioned, last year. And right now, actually just yesterday, we submitted an application to the FDA expanding it to PTSD. So we'll know more about that by the end of the year. But if I have some time, hopefully I'll be able to show you some data on PTSD. It seems that 2 studies were published in the last 3 years with Deep TMS as a treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder. And both of those studies showed that it decreased PTSD as well as depression and suicidality. So then one study had 99 patients, the other had 300 patients. We collected data on our own as well, and we had 600 patients in the study. We looked at the outcomes. This is real world outcomes with PTSD, and PTSD severity decreased in about 75% of the population, with about 50% of people having a significant reduction in their PTSD symptoms, as well as their depression. So we feel really good about those data. So there's going to be more to come. We're running clinical trials in alcohol use disorder right now. There are trials going on for our addiction people in the audience in methamphetamine use disorder at Stanford, cannabis use disorder in Colombia and in Canada. India is doing a ton of research with our device. There's a few studies going on in Japan. We're going to have a few studies going on here in Thailand, which I'm excited about. So it's really all around the world contributing to the data, which is great. We went through that. What does TMS look like for the patient? So this is an image of the machine here, and they'll tell you more about it this afternoon. But essentially, there's the coil, there's a computer and a power system, there's a cooling system, so like an HVAC system, and then there's a foot pedal, so you can stand over here and make the device move. So it's fairly basic. You can see it right here. 3 core helmets. These are their primary indications. There's actually 2 coil designs that are indicated for depression, which I'll talk to you about in a second. So that's useful. In terms of contraindications, you want me to go back to that? In terms of contraindications, the only absolute contraindication for TMS is having metal in the head. And that metal has to be what's called ferromagnetic. So it has to be that we don't want any metal like shrapnel or a deep brain stimulator or a cochlear implant. Those things the magnetic field from TMS can potentially heat them up or cause them to move. Sometimes like welders, so people that have been in professions where like metal can get into their eyes, sometimes we're cautious with those people. But otherwise, metal below your neck, a pacemaker, for example, is okay. Any hardware associated with spinal surgery or hip replacement, knee replacement, that's all fine. Only thing we worry about is from the neck up. And that's the only absolute contraindication. Core indications, so depression. As I showed you before, this is the electromagnetic field distribution of the H1 coil. It's primarily hitting the left and the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. The treatment paradigm here, people come in, ideally, they come in 5 days a week, so Monday through Friday for 4 weeks. That's a total of 20 sessions in what we call the acute phase. And then there's a continuation phase or a maintenance phase. And in this case, they come in 2 times per week for about 5 weeks and thereafter. In modern practice, this is basic. The length and dosing of this is very flexible. As I said earlier, more TMS is better. Here, TMS, I suspect, is largely paid out of pocket, right? Yeah, so it's largely paid out of pocket. So some patients are just not going to be willing to pay for a full 12 weeks of treatment. Our data would show that as long as you have 20 treatments, your outcomes are excellent. 30 treatments, and that's sort of the standard of care. In the United States, because insurance pays for it and it's such a big market, the data would show that that basically at 30 sessions and 36 sessions, the outcomes kind of plateau. So some people still will get a little bit better, but for the most part, if you can get them to 30 sessions, that's pretty good. So most health insurance companies in the US will pay for 36 sessions. The study that we show here, we did do a sham-controlled trial back in the early 2000s or 2010s, and our sham-controlled trial had over, I think, 200 patients in it, and people were randomized to receive active TMS or sham TMS. Sham is like a placebo, and in this case, the placebo TMS, it was the helmet itself, except instead of the magnetic field being delivered to the brain, there was a piece of, like essentially a material that blocks the magnetic field. And so it would still pulse, you could still hear it, you could actually still feel it, but actually the magnetic field wouldn't be able to penetrate. It's this cool thing called mu metal. And so that's how the placebo worked. And in that trial, people were actually tapered off of their medications. So it was a really challenging trial. People came all the way off their medication. They had failed 4 meds, and they had tapered them off meds, and they received active or sham TMS. And this study showed that active TMS was significantly better than sham TMS. I don't actually have a slide here for the numbers, but in response and remission rates were significantly better for active versus sham. So we got FDA clearance. But then following the FDA clearance, in the 10 or so years that elapsed, we had a lot more like real world practice of TMS. So what I have here, these are the data from our real world study. So this is in 1,351 patients, right? So this is the kind of evidence we want to see. Like in a lot of patients, getting TMS out in the real world that had had at least 20 sessions. So that's those first 4 weeks that I showed on the top of the board. At least 20 sessions. We find that we looked at the response rate, which is a 50% reduction in symptoms, and the remission rate, which is just a threshold cutoff, on a variety of scales. One of them is the PHQ-9. That's a depression rating scale from the patient. So the patient fills the form. And the other one is the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale. And this one, the clinician fills out. And so I like to look at the HDRS numbers because they're clinician-based numbers. And so you can see in the response, we have about 74% response, and we have about 76% remission. So my brain is full all the time, and I can only remember so many things. So I like to remember it's fairly reasonable to say it's about a 75% response remission rate for depression in the real world. So that's like one thing you can just remember. So that's pretty good, right? So these are in patients that have all tried several medications, and about 3 in 4 patients are finding response or remission from one episode of Deep TMS. So feel good about that. We also see a really strong improvement in anxiety. This has been shown in all of our TMS group studies thus far. We usually do something called the GAD, so the GAD assessment for anxiety. And reliably, we see that in this a huge reduction in the GAD scores. We can look at HDRS anxiety subscales, but over time, and probably could list 6 publications here, we see a significant reduction in GAD score on the GAD-7. So, in fact, based upon these data and data from all 6 of these studies, the FDA granted us an indication in 2022 as a tool to treat anxiety in patients with depression. So another thing that's happening in the field of TMS right now is the idea of accelerated TMS, which I talked to you about earlier. So people want to be able to get the treatment faster. This is going to be probably particularly true in a place like Thailand, where for a few reasons in Thailand, I would say, but one of which is if it is largely a cash pay scenario, if somebody's going to pay for it, most of us want things to happen like now, right? So people want to get better faster if they can. Another thing that's happening is as the field is thinking more about accelerated dosing, so smooshing it down. Has anybody ever heard of the SAINT protocol? Maybe, yeah. So the first people, I'm not sure if I have a slide on this. So right now, I told you this last slide, TMS is given over weeks, right? So that's a pretty long time. Well, a lot of academics started to say, like, can we decrease the dosing? And actually, the Australians were the first ones to do it really well. And they said, well, instead of 30 sessions being delivered once a day over 30 days, let's try 3 sessions a day over 10 days. And let's try 2 sessions a day over 15 days. And what they found is in all of those versions, the remission and response rates were the same. So that made the whole field wake up to the idea that, wow, well then we could just really decrease it, right? We could make it just a 10-day protocol if they got 3 sessions per day. And then the next major leap was an influential guy by the name of Nolan Williams, who said, well, let's just go to 10. And so we went from 3 to 10, and they tried 10 sessions per day, and they did this fancy stiletto heel version where they had functional MRI and all this like very fancy stuff. People came in 5 days in a row for 10 sessions a day. That's a lot of TMS. Each session is 10 minutes and has a break of 50 minutes. And so this lasted for 10 hours. So patients were in the clinic for 10 hours, which is too much. And but for 5 days in a row, people were paying when the news got out, and they're in Stanford. It's a gigantic budget. When the news got out, they had people paying $40,000 US, which I don't know how many baht that is, but it's a gigantic number. Yes. So it just is a year's salary for like a standard office worker they were paying to come fly to San Francisco and get this treatment. So it got a lot of attention, but it also woke people up and it got FDA clearance. So it got a lot of attention. But it woke people up to this idea that patients in need are in fact willing to travel for treatment if they need it. And I feel like here that's probably a thing, right? I was just in a hotel where, like, you're nodding your head so you know how I'm going to finish there. This hotel was like telling me I could get injections of a variety of vitamins in my skin, and it was going to increase my life for like 10 years. I mean, it's crazy what people will pay money for. And in our case, actually, this is real science, right? So there is a real need and desire for patients to get better quicker, is what I'm trying to say. And so BrainSway designed a protocol that was a little easier to implement in a clinic. And our protocol is 5 sessions per day, also leaving a break of 50 minutes. So it takes about 4.5 hours per day, and it's delivered over 6 days. And so you get 5 sessions per day for 6 days. A common variant that we're already starting to see is people are doing 6 sessions per day for 5 days. Because then you can have someone just come to the clinic for a week, and then Monday through Friday they get a full treatment, and they're done. And many people can take a week off of work or something like that. We also built flexibility into the protocol. So the 6 days can be dosed. It doesn't have to be every day. It can be 6 days, anytime in a 2-week period. So they could come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. They could, if your clinic was open, you could do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. For people that maybe were professionals and they worked during the week, but they could come in on the weekends. So we're seeing a lot of versions like that. We did a clinical trial comparing the accelerated version of TMS to the standard version of TMS. And for those of you that already know a lot about TMS in the audience, the protocol is theta burst stimulation for 10 minutes, so 1,800 pulses. Okay. So, this is basically what I just said. So this is the Stanford protocol, the SAINT protocol that was FDA cleared. It uses this fancy stiletto heel type approach. And they use fMRI targeting, and they do 5 consecutive days. In our case, for the SWIFT protocol, so BrainSway is calling their protocol the SWIFT protocol. And it's 5 sessions per day. No fMRI is needed because, again, we're not going to miss the spot, right? It's a helmet, so the head's not going to slip, and the field is relatively large, so you're going to hit the target. No fMRI needed, 5 times per day for 6 days. And then we follow it up with a continuation phase, which is 2 sessions per day, once a week for 4 weeks. And we think that this continuation phase is very important. This is another analogy we like to use for this. It's true for my piano practice as well as going to the gym. So for my piano practice, I'm a pretty busy person, and I tend to procrastinate practicing piano, which I know every 10-year-old probably says as well. And so I wait until my lesson is tomorrow, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to practice, right? And I just practice real hard right before I go to my lesson. I increase the intensity of the dosing, but then I don't remember it as well. The only way that I remember it well, this is like cramming for a test. Guarantee everybody in this audience is very smart, and at some point you've crammed for a test. And because you're smart, you know you can do it. You can wait until the last minute, and your very smart brain will get a good grade on the test. But you probably also know that you probably won't remember it very well in a few weeks. In order to really learn something, you have to do it over and over, right? You really should study every night in medical school. You really should practice the piano every day. You really should go to the gym over and over again. Because if you just decide on January 1st that it's your New Year's resolution, and you work out really hard for 2 weeks, and then you never go back to the gym again, when you start again next January, it's going to be really hard, right? You really, if you want to build muscle or if you want to change pathways in your brain, you need to keep feeding it. And that's why, in general, TMS always has sort of a maintenance phase built in. They didn't do this with SAINT because they really did have this 1-week model embedded in it. I think that their outcomes would have been better, could be still be better, if they add a continuation phase. So we have this continuation phase at the end. It's technically optional, but I think it's important. We collected real-world data. I'm just going to go through this. Skip this for a second. Oh, we've lost our battery again. That's okay. I'll just do it from here. Okay, so this is the standard of care approach. In our case here, for the study, we had 104 patients in this multi-site trial. They were 22 to 68 years old. They all had moderate to severe depression. They had tried 1 to 4 medications, and they were on stable meds. So I mentioned earlier that first trials of TMS actually tapered people off their medications and then put them in the study. So if we think of that neuron model, they basically wanted to say exclusively what's happening without chemistry, what's happening if we use TMS. In real-world practice and every clinical trial from here on out, nobody tapers people off their meds beforehand. It's great if you want to. Generally, psychiatrists don't, and physicians in general, don't de-prescribe meds, probably as much as they could. Usually, things are added, right? So in this case, whatever medications they were on, they just stayed on throughout the trial. And then we added TMS, and people were randomized to receive either the accelerated version, or which we call the SWIFT protocol, or the standard of care. And what we found here is that the response rate and the remission rate at weeks, so the treatment itself was 2 weeks. And so over time, the response, the accelerated group is in the blue. So ACC, ITBS is in blue. Standard of care is in the gray. So when you look at the response and the remission, this is based on the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale, you see that it increased over time, such that at week 6, which is our primary endpoint, it was equivalent between the groups, right? So actually identical in the groups. So accelerated and standard had 87% response rate. Right? So that's much higher actually than our real world evidence. Some of that is because it's in a clinical trial. That's very well controlled experiment. And then in the remission rate was also very high at 78 and 87%. So that was great. In fact, the data was so good that we sent it to a second independent statistician to analyze it before we sent it to the FDA, because we were a little bit concerned. So we feel good about that. And then interestingly, the group that received the accelerated version, they got better quicker. So if you were randomized to receive the SWIFT protocol, you reached remission about a week earlier than the group that received standard of care. So that's not really shocking. It was good to see. It's not really shocking because those people are receiving a lot more TMS faster. So that's why, presumably, that's why they're getting better. That outcome wasn't guaranteed. Another thing about learning and changing the brain is the importance of sleep and rest. So some of us, I'm going to show you some durability data in a bit. Some of us, myself included, thought that the accelerated protocol would be great, but it wouldn't last as long. Just like in the analogy I just told you with cramming for a test, we thought it would make people well, but then the effects would decay faster. And just 2 months ago, we finished the data analysis for a 12-month durability study, where we looked to see for these 104 patients, what happened after the trial. Did they relapse? Were they still responding a year later? And I'll show you the data, but the short answer is they did great. And so it's about, I think it's still about 75% response and remission at 12 months. And 80% of patients didn't need any additional medication or any additional TMS. So it appears to be very durable. And so I was happy to be proved wrong that in fact, accelerated, just because it's faster, it does appear to be just as durable, which is pretty interesting. We saw a big improvement in quality of life. So this is functional disability based on something called this is suicidality. So we saw a decrease in suicidality here. This is a paper under review. All the papers associated with this trial are available open access, so you guys can read them. We had 89 patients finish the trial, and of those 89, 33% of patients had some level of suicidality at baseline, and it was down to just 5% at the end of the trial. This is the functional disability here. So at the beginning of the trial, there was a lot of patients that at baseline, nearly 93% of the patients had severe functional impairment. Quality of life scale, this is called the QLESQ. If you're doing quality quantitative metrics in your clinic, assessment scales, I highly recommend the QLESQ. It's a nice way. It looks at things like the patient's, it's a patient-based questionnaire and asks questions about your current health, your current mood, your employment level, your ability to engage in household chores, your ability to engage in school or pursue your education. It's very holistic. It's less clinical, right? And it really shows changes in things over time. So the big domains that we see changed here are things like their mood, of course, but also I think things like work, employment, and their ability to have relationships. I mean, that's very important to people. That's also the kind of thing that helps get government payment insurance, right? Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry, that's just subjective patients rating. Yeah, so these are patient rating on a scale of 1 to 5. There's a variety of questions. This just shows the individual domains. So here, this is the durability of response. I have some other slides for this. What I just wanted to show you here is that in general, so we took everybody that was in the trial, all 89 people, and we followed them at 3-month intervals, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. Of the 89 people in the trial, 65 agreed to participate in the 1-year durability. People are always like, oh, 65, why did the other ones not? Well, we weren't giving them any more TMS. We weren't paying them. So they had very low incentive to participate. But of the 65 that participated, over time, they came back in, and we just we have a standardized physician rater group that basically does the Hamiltons and we also have MADRS scores for people. And they looked at the scores over time. And what you can see here in both groups, the response and remission rate was extremely high. Actually, that's not my favorite slide. I have a better slide for that. I'll show you another slide that has the official data. But we just submitted that for publication. This is the quality of life follow-up. So at baseline, this is the percentage of the patients with severe impairment. For when we started the study, on the QLES-Q score, most patients were severely impaired quality of life. So that's not surprising, right? They're willing to enroll in a clinical trial for a new depression therapy. They're probably pretty sick. And when we follow them over time, so after 6 weeks, their quality of life really improved. And then it seems to have stayed improved for the full length of the trial. So again, these are things that really matter to patients. They also really matter to health systems and anybody involved in like financial management of the patients, for example. Right, this saves everybody money in one way or another. We have 2 coils that are FDA cleared for treating depression. One of them is the H1 coil, which we've talked about a lot. That affects the executive control circuitry, but not all depression is the same. As you probably know, there's many ways to get a diagnosis of depression. You can sleep too much, you can sleep too little. You can eat too much, you can eat too little. You can be really irritable, or you can be really have low affect. So there's a lot of different flavors or subtypes of depression. And what of the different subtypes of depression, 2 of the kind that are most commonly talked about in terms of TMS world are people with a more anxious-based phenotype and people with more of a dysphoric or melancholic phenotype. And we did a trial, this is a multi-site randomized trial of 169 patients that were randomized to receive either the H1, blue helmet, or the H7, which is the yellow helmet. And what this study found is that both coils are very effective at treating depression. But in fact, the group that the yellow coil seems to be particularly effective in people who have more anxious depression. And people that are a little more dysphoric tend to respond a little bit better to the blue helmet. So I think that was a question earlier, right? Is how do I decide which helmet to use or when to use one versus the other? This would be true on whatever coil you use, is that the midline target is going to be better for people who, seems to be better for people who have more anxiety embedded in their depression. Whereas the helmets or the targeting that hits the dorsolateral prefrontal seems to be better for patients that have more like lack of affect, right? Sort of less control. And again, this makes sense because we're hitting this executive control network. That's probably would translate to functional disease as well, I suspect. So for our discussion, for our discussion. So in this study, we did EEG, interestingly. And so we did find some interesting like patterns of alpha asymmetry and the ratio of gamma to alpha, which seem to classify people as better responders to the H1 and the H7. At the moment, this is still, I would say, the academic research domain. We don't quite know if this is ready to translate into clinical care yet, but it is interesting. Do any of you all do EEG? Not really. So, but this is just, that's like an area that you may see kind of develop over time. Before I move to OCD, any questions about depression? Yeah. Yeah, so with anhedonia, most people have found the H1 to be better, or the DLPFC in general to be better. Yeah, great. Thanks. Okay. So OCD is the next primary indication. Does anyone in the room, raise your hand if you treat OCD regularly? Yeah, okay, some for sure. So, so this is the protocol for OCD. So like in depression, we have daily treatments, Monday through Friday, for 5 weeks in a row. When I say daily treatments, Monday through Friday, it doesn't have to be every day. So people get scared about that from an implementation perspective. We think as long as the patient comes in 3 times per week, that's probably fine. What's most important is the number of sessions. So if they have 30 sessions and it's spread out over 10 weeks, the real world data would suggest they do just as well as if they have 30 sessions that are in 6 weeks. So for your own perspective, implementing it in your clinic and fitting it in with patients' lives, it's okay to be flexible and to dose less. We get a little worried when you dose less than 3 times per week. So there's just less known about that. And it's not as clear that, that the brain will learn at the same rate. So that's just a general rule of thumb. So for the most part, we have 20, in this case, we have 29 treatment sessions in the acute course of treatment for OCD, so about 30. Sometimes, as a general note, when you see weird stuff like this in a clinical trial, like 29 treatments, that's just a weird thing that has to do with the FDA requirements for the dosing. It's not that there's something special about 29. I think it's that they brought them in for 30 days and they had to collect the assessments before the treatment on the last day. And so they couldn't count 30 in the thing. Anyway, that's just a side note that in your head, it's about 30 sessions for OCD. And for OCD, we do provocation. So I mentioned in the first half of this how engaging the brain, putting the brain in some state, makes it most primed to be, changed around. So for addiction, we usually expose people to cues. For OCD, we call it provocation. And typically, there's a scale that you can use to look at their subjective level of distress. And you want people to be in some level of distress, ideally. Now, most OCD patients that come in will come in with some level of distress. You usually don't have to do too much to get them, riled up. But nonetheless, so if they come in and they're already pretty riled up, you probably don't need to do provocation. But in general, we know that if you do add provocation, and you will have some patients that are a little bit anhedonic with their OCD, getting them, if they have a contamination allergy, taking their purse and holding it over a dirty surface or putting it on the edge of the counter where it looks like it's going to fall on the floor. Those kind of things will make them anxious. And we actually have data to show that TMS works a little bit better in those scenarios. So if you imagine, my computer fell off the thing a second ago. Right? I'm actually not a very anxious person, so I didn't worry about it, and my computer did fall off of the table. But other people would probably perseverate about that, of course. And so if you can, if you take that and you put it on the side of the thing, you might, get all ramped up. But when you're ramped up, it means your brain is firing. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to really change, to activate a circuit and then mold it, like that clay analogy I said before. So we want to activate this circuit as much as we can, and then we're going to kind of mold it with the TMS. So that's why we have provocation for OCD. In this case, it's used as the H7 coil. This is the magnetic field distribution for the H7 coil. So it's more midline rather than the left and the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. It's here in the midline. Mainly, it's kind of hitting the medial prefrontal down to the cingulate cortex. There's a bunch of trials that have been done for OCD. You can see several of them here. There's been several really new studies. These actually, I did not do this intentionally, but these are really, this is a good international disposition. This is Indian group, South Korean group maybe. I'm not sure where they're from. This is a very international group actually here. So these, it really is showing that OCD is taking off before. It's not just US-based implementation anymore. People are doing research now, certainly. In fact, from my seat on the East Coast of the US, Asia in general is incredible amount of TMS research is going on from all through sort of the Pacific Rim, I would say. I'm glad you guys are joining us in that scenario. So I think there's a lot that we're going to learn here in the next little bit, and the momentum coming from Asia is fantastic. So some data to show you, though, is that what we have here is in our primary study for the FDA, we showed that we had 94 adult patients finish the trial. This is from 11 medical centers. This was a sham-controlled trial. So people were randomized to receive active TMS or sham TMS. And in this case, we had a 38% response rate, full response rate in the active group, and an 11% response rate in the sham group. Even though 38 doesn't look like a huge number, it's 3 times the response rate in the sham group. OCD is pretty tough to treat. So full response in about 38, partial response rate in about half of the patients. So that's pretty good. Most of these people have tried multiple medications. Most of these people have fairly high disability in their life. And so we see some pretty good Y-box reduction. The protocol itself was a 90-minute session. When you include the provocation, the treatment itself takes 30 minutes or less. And again, it happens daily for about 30 sessions. Number needed to treat. This is another thing that people look at in trials is less than 4. So you need treat 3.7 patients in order to see one person have a positive clinical benefit. And the side effect rate is relatively low, actually very low. There's a lot of other work that has been done. This is a lot of data here for you. If you're interested after this talk, we can share any of these slides with you. So there's no reason to go into like a lot of detail here. I just kind of want to show you the breadth of the knowledge that's known. So we have a lot of registry that's been done for OCD, a few publications there showing, about among patients who completed a treatment course, more than 1 in 2 achieve a response. So again, about over 50% response rate. The durability for OCD, I think is probably, well, until our recent data, it was really the most compelling data we had. So from 60 patients, we looked at 2-year durability. So we followed them afterwards. This is prospectively done. So they had a course of TMS for OCD, and then we followed them over time. And what we found here is that 80% of the patients that responded had a response that lasted for at least a year. So again, that's pretty good. Our durability data for depression is now about that good too. But we were really pleased to see that. An important part here, again, for health systems, for patients, for payers, like government health payers, is this number. So functional disability. The number of unproductive days at work per week. So before TMS, 5.5. 5.5. Wonder how that could be. I guess they work, they're Japanese, they work 6 days a week. So 5.5 days per week. And they now, after the TMS, they're down to 1.8 days per week. So that's a huge difference, right? So that now they're back to work, and I guess this must be not just work. This must be in general.
Yeah, that says functional impairment. Wasn't that scoring also household chores and social activities and those kinds of things?
Yes, that's right. That's probably right. So it's not just work. Probably I work 10 days a week, so I always think about it as work. So unproductive days per week went from 5.5 down to 1.8, so a 67% improvement. Number of lost days per week, so days in which they basically just didn't do anything, right? So they sat on the couch all day or whatever they did. In this case, 1.9 to 0.3. So it's just a huge improvement in how people are contributing to society, to their families, which is a great thing. There's a cost. We do cost-effective analyses for each of our things. These data show that Deep TMS is cost-effective for patients with OCD is certainly much better than putting them in partial hospitalization programs, etc. So smoking cessation, this is, raise your hand if you treat addiction. Yeah, a few. Good. So, so smoking cessation, this is with the H4 coil. So this is the electric field distribution of the H4. I like to think about it mainly, it's like a headband. So if you see here, this is an image of a guy with the H4. This is the green helmet on his head. And the field is strong, basically in this headband-like shape. It's very strong focus here in the medial prefrontal cortex. And then also as you go around to the lateral prefrontal, penetrating down to the insula. If you can remember that brain image that I showed over here this morning, and I talked about alcohol and cocaine, and when they see images of the drug, there were red spots on the lateral sides. That was for our cocaine users. And then there was a blue and a green spot in the middle. That was for our alcohol and our smoking. So this coil is designed to hit basically a headband of like all of those spots. And this is what we call our salient network coil. The dosing for smoking is, again, 5 days per week, in this case for 3 weeks, and then have people come in for continuation visits once a week. Each session takes about 20 to 30 minutes and also includes provocation. So in the case of cigarette smoking, usually right now people have the person bring a pack of their favorite cigarettes in, and they'll leave them in the office, usually, like in a locked box or something. And then when the patient comes in for treatment, they'll take the cigarettes and they'll pull them out of the box. They'll have the person handle them, maybe smell them. Maybe they'll put a lighter out on the table and just have it there. So for somebody who is a smoker, that's very, initially it's very hard to not light them up, right, to engage in them. But over time, actually it gets easier. The hardest is the first week. Over time it gets easier. But that's what we want to do, is when you initially, it's going to be hard to not light that cigarette. You're going to start to crave it. And what we're doing with TMS is trying to reform that clay, right? So activate that network and then reform it. So that's the idea. This generalizes to all of our applications in addiction. So for alcohol use disorder, the first studies all actually had a bunch of alcohol, and they would have the patient actually pour the alcohol. So you take the glass and they pour it, and they had them smell it, and hold it. I think the first experiments, you had to hold it in your hand for 4 minutes. And not drink it, which is actually it's very provocative, yeah. And 4 minutes is a very long time. So we don't do that as much anymore just because of ethical issues, but and a lot of places don't want to store alcohol in their clinic. But we do think that having some level of provocation is important. And so you can also provoke with things like imagery. So pictures are fairly good provocative things. You can talk to the patient about, tell me about your last time drinking? How did it make you feel? The idea is just to get them in that headspace. And so they're kind of in that headspace of alcohol or of smoking or of psychostimulant use or of opiate use. And then we do the TMS. So what we find in this study, I don't know what happened there, but this was a study of about 150 patients, I believe, over about 10 sites, and they received TMS all of those days, and the FDA required that the outcome measure be abstinence. So we tried to see how many people could maintain abstinence for 1 month. And that was verified with the urine and timeline follow back. Timeline follow back is self-report, and then you can use urine to sort of make sure that that works. And what they found was in the full group, what they call the intent to treat sample, so that's everybody that started the study, there was about a 19% abstinence rate, 1 month abstinence rate, with only an 8% sham rate. And in the individuals that completed the full 15 sessions, 18 sessions of TMS, there was a 28% overall quit rate. Now those numbers, admittingly, like, you know, they don't blow your socks off. They're not 75% like our response and our remission rate for depression, right? But smoking is also very hard to quit. And actually, our state-of-the-art medication for smoking, something like varenicline or Chantix, it has its treatment rate is also about 25 to 30%. So Deep TMS is about as effective as varenicline for treating smoking cessation. It's just that it's tough to get people to quit smoking. But I feel good about the fact that if we can treat smoking cessation, and smoking is definitely nicotine is one of the most addictive substances. If we can get there with nicotine, we can definitely get there with stimulants and with alcohol. And there's more and more research going on in that area. Side effects I told you a little bit about. So headache is about 30% of patients. Neck pain or facial pain can happen. And there's a variety of steps to mitigate some of these things. And then adverse events, as I mentioned before, seizure is the one that people get the most concerned about. And there's some steps to mitigate it here. The next section, so what's on the horizon? Where are we going next? Let's see. Let me actually, give me 1 second to switch my slides here for a second. $5 minutes. You want to take a break in 5 minutes, or lunch in 5 minutes? Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. Oops. There we go. Okay. So. Want to make sure we get to what I know people want to learn about. Okay, so just real quick, I want to tell you a little about adolescence, because I know that there's some people here that are interested in that. So we just did this last year. We got FDA clearance for adolescents. We had about 1,200 patients with depression that were treated, so really good sample size. They were, in the study, they were 11 to 21 years old. They had tried 4.5 medications. That is a lot. So these kids were suffering from depression for a long time, had tried a lot of meds. And what we found, people received either the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale or the PHQ-9 or the Beck's Depression Inventory. And what we found here is again, it's easier to remember just a few numbers. So either the HGRS scale you can look at, and again, interestingly, there's that 75% number again, right? So 75% response in the kids, so just like the adults, with a 58% remission. And then on the PHQ-9, we also have about 75% response and about 34% remission. So self-report and physicians report is that people were getting better. Also, the anxiety in the kids was particularly strong. So here for we use the GAD-7 scale, and in these kids, there were of the numbers. This is basically the percent response and the percent remission. So of people that had received 36 sessions, sorry, that's what those bars mean. The gray bar is 20 sessions, the black bar is 30 sessions, and the white bar is 36 sessions. Of the patients that had received 36 sessions of Deep TMS, 66% of them had a relief from their anxiety. So that's really important, right? So kids in high school, middle school right now, I'm sure in Thailand it's the same as it is in the US. They're anxious, they're lonely, they're worried about things. And that impairs their ability to form meaningful relationships with one another and to really think productively about their future. And so what we're seeing here is that we're reducing this anxiety in these kids, and it really, it plays out in really nice ways. So because of that, the FDA gave us an indication. Okay, sorry, I'm just doing this fast so we can make sure we get everything you want to see. PTSD. So there have been 3 recent studies on post-traumatic stress disorder. The first one here, this was done in 99 veterans. The next one in 256 veterans, all had PTSD and depression. And then we just finished a study where we had actually 666 patients. Our kind of strict data set for the FDA is about 450 patients. And we find an 83% response in their PTSD symptoms. Big deal, right? Lots of wars going on, lots of people, dealing with stuff like that. So that's a big deal. And 52% reduction in the severity of things. We see that the results for reduction in the severity of their PTSD is about 52% reduction, with 83% finding an effect. And that's comparable to their mean reduction in their depression scales. So we feel good about that. Bipolar depression. Here's a little Parkinson's disease, because we have some interest in that. So for Parkinson's disease, this is one of our CE indications. There have been, I don't have any studies listed here on this slide presentation, but if you're interested in Parkinson's, we can make you a document of all of the published studies. We published a review article, which is on the Brainsway Knowledge Center a few years ago on Deep TMS for Parkinson's. There have been 6 studies, and they all use this protocol where it's 4 weeks, 3 treatments per week, and that's 12 sessions. And they use the coil in 2 places. They use largely the H4 coil, and they place it over the motor cortex to help the motor symptoms. And then they move it forward, and they place it over the prefrontal cortex, presumably to help some of the non-motor symptoms. And I think, so the UPDRS is the primary outcome measure on these scales. And in general, they find sort of a positive effect on motor abilities and some effect on the non-motor symptoms. But the motor symptoms, the effect seems to be a little better, which honestly surprises me a little. I would think the non-motor symptoms would respond well. This says H5 here as the coil type, but according to, just consider it as the H4. Brainsway has actually invented, I think, 21 coils. And there's only 3 of them that are commercially available. And that's because some of them are kind of considered substantially equivalent to one another. So the H5 is effectively the H4. Dementia. So we have a CE mark for Alzheimer's disease. And in this case, I'll show you the protocol here. So this is the protocol. This is again with the H4 coil, so the green coil. The treatment is 3 treatments a week for 4 weeks, followed by a tapering protocol. Again, more sessions is better. This is just what was tried in the clinical trial that led to the FDA indication. And Dennis can give you a list of all of these protocols that are off-label. We have a sheet that we printed up recently. So if you ever want, these are on-label actually, want to get them. The way to think about Alzheimer's disease is that what we're probably doing is that we're probably increasing the strength of the executive control network, perhaps in this case the salience network, but we're increasing activity in the prefrontal cortex. And essentially, I think it's kind of like we're working out neurons that really don't get worked out a lot, would be one way to think about it. We don't know anything fancy yet. Like, I would love to have a study to see if we're helping like change beta amyloid in the brain. Right? If anybody out there wants to do a PET study, pre and post Deep TMS, where you look at beta amyloid, like, you know, an amyloid scan or something like that, we would love to have those data. We don't have those data yet, but we do know that people's definitely have cognitive improvement following Deep TMS in these patients. It may be because you're removing some of the latent depression and anxiety, which is improving their cognition. We have some early data to suggest it improves. There's a test called the sum of boxes. So there's some early data to suggest it works for that. So yes, and we are investing in a clinical trial with a new technology for brain sway called multi-channel TMS, which we're hoping to launch this year for dementia as well. So we are very interested in this indication. And if you guys are collecting any data in your, here's a data slide, collecting any data in your hospitals, please contact me, and we'd love to work with you and think about ways we can share the data or help you publish the data, things like that. These are, this is one of the studies that led to the CE clearance. And this looked at the ADS-Cog differences following real TMS versus sham TMS. In this case, they had 30 subjects. They were treated for 12 treatments, followed by 4 tapering sessions. And they found an improvement at the ADS-Cog at 4 and 8 weeks compared to baseline. The real goal, though, for any indication in Alzheimer's disease is to slow the decline, right? So that's what pharma is going after. That's what we're all going after, is to try to slow the decline. And so what the whole field needs are studies that go for 1 year or more. So when you can really see a decline in cognitive function, and to show that we have an intervention that changes the slope of that curve. Right. And so I would say nobody's really there yet. We have some of these new medications, right, that came out of Europe, I guess, maybe, that might be good, have a big side effect profile. But we're working on it, I guess. So stay tuned. What else did you want to paint? Pain? I think we have some pain people. Okay, pain. And raise your hand if you treat pain. Yeah, some? Okay. Great. So chronic pain, I also love this indication. I'm actually choosing the ones that I also like, which is good, because it's what people are using. And if I like it usually because it has the most data. Because that's me, I'm a data person. I don't love talking about things that don't have a lot of data. So I promise I'm only talking about things that I feel good about talking about. And pain is one of them. It blows my mind that no TMS company has US FDA clearance for pain yet, because there's so much data on TMS for pain. And the answer is that no TMS company has ever tried. It's not like there's been a trial that's failed. It's just that no company has designed and funded a trial and gone to the FDA. A ton of data. Some people would say, where should you treat? But where do you treat for pain? Motor cortex? Yeah. So primary motor cortex is the most evidence-based target for pain. In this case, this is sort of the CE-approved protocol, treating dosing based on the leg area. So dosing we would use the H7 coil. So H7 coil for pain. The windings of the H7, it's like two, like Mickey Mouse ears. They're like folded in like this. So kind of like this. And so you can use it, you can kind of think about it like a big figure of 8 coil that's bent. And so you can kind of move it around the head. And so for pain, you move it to the part of the body that's affecting them the most. Most people just keep it in the middle, which the brainsway fields are so big anyway that it's probably fine. They just keep it in the middle. And stimulate away. This protocol here says 5 consecutive days. But again, that's just because this is what the clinical trial was for. We're designing a study now where we're going to do accelerated treatment for pain, 3 to 5 sessions per day for 2 weeks. So that's kind of a stay tuned sort of thing. But there's a ton of data for pain. This is a study that's competitive of the H coil. The H7 is like the H10 versus a figure of 8 coil. There's been another study since this time, but this was in 2017. And this group showed that basically the visual analog scale for TMS, the H coil reduced pain in these patients in a greater rate than the figure of 8 coil. So that's kind of nice to see. This had 18 patients, so it's admittingly a pretty small study. I wouldn't go to the presses and say it's definitive necessarily. But one thing that I think is important about this is that it shows that for treating pain, the H coil might be a little bit more effective, which also means that it doesn't cause more pain, right? So some people will be afraid that, well, we're giving a big field, and in this helmet, and so it must hurt more. But the reality is that it doesn't cause more pain. You just dose up, titrate it slowly, and it's fine. And if anything, it's a bit of an analgesic, I'm sorry. So there's a variety of studies. This is another one that was done with the figure of 8 coil versus the H coil. And this one showed that the H coil, the figure of 8 coil stimulation appeared earlier, whereas the effects of the H coil were delayed but tended to last longer. So that's an interesting perspective as well. And I think we need to go to lunch, but is there any indication that you're interested in that I didn't mention? No? Yes, no? Yeah.
Since it enhances the long-term potentiation and increase the synaptic pruning in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, so I would like to ask that has you had a study on ADHD group?
What a great question. Yeah, ADHD. I should have some slides on that. I will add them. Thank you for that. There have been a lot of studies on ADHD. A lot of people are interested in it. Theoretically, you might think the salience network would be good because it's a disease of orienting your attention too much. Not a lot's been done with the H4 trial. Almost everything's been done with the H7 or a figure of 8. And I would say the data are mixed. So the field doesn't quite know what to do with it right now. There's some data that it's very promising, and there's some data that says it's not particularly effective. So that's sort of my short answer. I think that if I was still in academics, I might apply to do a study on the H4 coil, so the salience network on patients that have ADHD. It hasn't really been studied yet, but I think there's a good scientific background. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Autism. Yeah. Yeah.
You do for like the autism kid or adolescent
Yes.
that promising like recently?
Yes. I have a slide
Thank
for
you.
that. Should have a slide for that, yes. Autism. So this is also CE cleared. So we have a cleared protocol for autism. This is what it is here. And so this uses something like the H7 coil. So the H7 coil here, it's stimulating the medial prefrontal cortex, in this case, which is the default mode network. This is what we call the pace car for your brain, right? So you're stimulating this pace car network. And this study is by Avamire and colleagues. And their endpoint was social relatedness. So the ability of these kids to interact with others. And what they found is that this particular protocol, maybe it's on the next slide. This particular protocol, so 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 5 treatments total, 30 subjects. They were able to improve social relatedness. So the group that received active TMS is in blue, group that received sham is in red, and they showed a difference between the two groups. Now, I told you that I'm a scientist at the end of the day, and so when I look at these data, I'm like, okay, it's not the world's biggest study. It's like barely any TMS, so it hasn't been given to them very much. There are a few other studies that have been done. There's some studies that have targeted the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. That would be something like the H1 coil. And they've shown some pretty good results. So they've done it with a figure of 8 coil. And so they've shown some positive results. I think when I hear about the providers treating autism, they tend to just focus on treating the depression in the patient that have autism and treating the anxiety, or OCD is comorbid with autism. And they tend to find that using the standard on-label protocols for depression or OCD tend to improve functioning in patients with autism.
Social skill or social interaction is not like much promising right now, but if we provide it for the indication for symptom that deep TMS is very quite good, like depression, or even OCD that have like repetitive pattern, like one of like the core symptom of autism that might be.
That's right. So you should, and in general, you should think of TMS as being like a symptom-based targeting rather than a disease-based targeting. I'm glad that you framed it that way. Right?
Oh, yeah. So it means that if like the patient with autism have some kind like a repetitive pattern that quite mimic the symptom of OCD symptom, that might work for them quite well too.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
May I ask some question?
Yeah.
What about the H4 coil and gambling disorder and eating disorder like bulimia nervosa or anorexia nervosa or binge eating disorder? Thank you.
Great question. So for gambling disorder, first one, gambling and eating, So for gambling and eating, so the question, does the H4 coil, we talk about it for the salience network, and for addiction, does it generalize beyond just substances? Does it generalize to behaviors like gambling? Short answer is we don't know, but probably. Because we do know that those are, if you look at brain imaging manuscripts that look at fMRI of gambling disorder, it's identical to the same brain regions that are involved in substance use disorders and stimulant use disorders. So we have several places that are using the H4 for gambling right now, actually. We have a clinic in Las Vegas using it. It's so appropriate. And they're seeing good results. They haven't published anything. Again, this is also, if you guys are using these coils and are interested in publishing, we would love to help you. But subjectively, they are having some good experience with it. And the science would suggest it generalizes. Eating disorders, there's a spectrum, right? There's binge eating disorder, and then there's restrictive eating disorders. So restrictive eating disorders tend, like anorexia, people think of it more with the H7 coil, or basically hitting the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex. Something like anorexia you can think of as it's a default mode problem. So there's been a lot of studies that have shown with brain imaging that patients with anorexia, it's a little bit like an OCD, right? They're like constantly counting calories, constantly thinking about how much they're going to eat now and how much they're going to eat. It's definitely a default mode kind of thing. So hitting the default mode with the medial prefrontal cortex is a good target. And people have shown that with the figure of 8 coil for sure, that hitting the medial prefrontal cortex is good. And so you'd imagine that the H7 would be good for that as well. Whereas binge eating disorder is usually not particularly planned, right? Typically a binge, and I'm not an eating disorder expert by any stretch of the imagination, but binge eating disorder is more impulsive. People don't set out to eat the entire gallon of ice cream. They say, oh, I'd like to have some ice cream. And then they just start eating, right? And they'll end up eating a lot more, which feels a lot like somebody with a drinking problem. Most people with a drinking problem don't set out to drink a fifth of vodka, right? They say, I just need a drink today. And they pour themselves one. And then by the end of the day, they've had the whole thing. So those disorders we think of with the H4 coil, and that's a salience network. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good questions. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
I experienced some pain from patients who have functional symptoms when I use TMS. Could you suggest any area of the brain that I should aware not to involve that part of the brain to aggravate the pain?
Sorry, so your patients are getting TMS and they...
Yeah, and they also have concurrent pain symptom as well. But when I use TMS, it aggravates their pain.
Interesting. Are you using TMS for their depression?
No, for functional symptoms.
Oh, it says it makes them hurt more. Huh.
And at the primary motor cortex. Is that?
It's interesting. I don't know. It's a good question. So the question is, in patients with functional disease, you're doing TMS on their motor cortex?
Yeah, primary motor cortex, M1.
M1, and it increases their pain.
Yeah.
High frequency?
No, actually, it just like, actually, I don't use the repetitive one. I use just the pair pulse.
Paired pulse.
Yeah.
So not therapeutic. Therapeutically?
Therapeutically.
Oh, okay.
But actually, I'm not sure that the pain symptom come from other cause or TMS itself.
Yeah. Huh. Well, very interesting. In general, you would think that stimulating the motor cortex should help over the long term, should decrease their pain. So if you're observing that stimulating it in a certain way, it seems like it's acutely causing them to have more pain. I don't know how to answer that question.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, well, thank you guys so much for your attention.
Well, Dr. Hanlon, Thank you so much for spending so much time this morning. I hope that was informative and interesting. So those are the two objectives for today. Something new. Hopefully you learned something new. I always learn something new. I heard you speak for the last few days, and every day I learn something new. So I want to thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I hope you come back soon. And something to remember Thailand by. We have a small gift for you.
Oh,
I need to open it up and show you, explain what it is, but it's a very classic gift, classic vessel shape.
oh, okay, so formal.
It's called Beduro.
Okay.
It's a piece of pottery, but
How
the design
nice.
is very classic. So
How
put it
pretty.
on your desk.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I know just where I'll put it.
ค่ะ
Thank you.
ลำดับถัดไปนะคะดิฉันขอนำเข้าสู่เวทีสัมมนาในหัวข้อ Clinical Deep TMS Case Study นะคะตามกำหนดการที่แจ้งให้ทราบตั้งแต่เช้านะคะก่อนที่ดิฉันจะมอบเวทีนี้ให้กับผู้ดำเนินรายการสัมมนานะคะขอแนะนำคุณวุฒิของท่านผู้ดำเนินรายการคร่าวๆนะคะจริงท่านมีประวัติยาวมากเลยนะคะแต่ขออนุญาตอาจารย์แล้วนะคะขอสั้นๆ ค่ะโอเคค่ะรองศาสตราจารย์แพทย์หญิงณัฐฐาสายเสวยค่ะให้เกียรตินะคะรับเป็นโมเดเลเตอร์ในวันนี้ค่ะท่านประจำอยู่คณะแพทยศาสตร์ศิริราชพยาบาลนะคะมหาวิทยาลัยมหิดลค่ะท่านสำเร็จแพทยศาสตร์บัณฑิตนะคะคณะแพทยศาสตร์ศิริราชพยาบาลมหาวิทยาลัยมหิดลประกาศนียบัตรบัณฑิตทางวิทยาศาสตร์คลินิกนะคะคณะแพทยศาสตร์ศิริราชพยาบาลวุฒิบัตรจิตเวชศาสตร์นะคะแล้วก็มีหลักสูตรที่ไปฝึกอบรมหรือเรียนที่ต่างประเทศอีกหลายหลักสูตรเลยนะคะตามที่ขึ้นในสกรีนให้ทุกท่านได้เห็นนะคะล่าสุดท่านผ่านการอบรมหลักสูตร Certificate of Brainwave Deep TMS Operator เรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะค่ะก็ขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านเจออาจารย์พบกับอาจารย์ณัฐฐาได้เลยค่ะเชิญค่ะขอบคุณนะคะ
ขอบคุณคุณอ้วนนะคะสำหรับการแนะนำนะคะก็ขออนุญาตยึดเวทีนะคะวันนี้ก็อยากจะสบายๆนะคะก็ขออนุญาตแนะนำวิทยากรร่วมนะคะเรียงตามอายุ นะคะก็เป็นท่านแรกของเรานะคะท่านผอ.นะคะนายแพทย์สรุตพันธ์จักรพันธ์ณอยุธยานะคะหรืออาจารย์ลุกนะคะก็เป็นผู้อำนวยการของสถาบันจิตเวชสมเด็จเจ้าพระยานะคะจริงๆเรียงตามอายุก็ถูกแล้วค่ะเพราะว่าอาจารย์ลุกเป็นรุ่นน้อง รุ่นติดกันเลยค่ะแล้วก็เทรนกันที่จิตเวชศรีราชกันนะคะแล้วอาจารย์ก็ไปสายการบริหารก็ขึ้นเร็วมากนะคะตอนนี้ครองตำแหน่งผอ.สมเด็จนะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้อาจารย์จะมาแชร์ในแง่ของการ implement เกี่ยวกับระบบอะไรต่างๆที่ในเรื่องของการบริหารว่าจะ strategic deploy ลงมายังไงเราให้เวลาอาจารย์10 นาทีนะคะ ท่านต่อไปนะคะออนไลน์มาท่านรองศาสตราจารย์นายแพทย์พงศธรผลภาคนะคะอาจารย์เป็นอาจารย์จิตเวชนะคะประจำภาควิชาจิตเวชศาสตร์คณะแพทยศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นนะคะอาจารย์จบแพทยศาสตร์บัณฑิตที่รามานะคะแล้วก็ประกาศนียบัตรทางวิทยาศาสตร์คลินิกจิตเวชนะคะแล้วก็วจิตเวชศาสตร์แล้วอาจารย์ก็ไปต่อ Research Fellowship Behavioral Neurology โปรแกรมนะคะที่ UCLA นะคะอาจารย์ก็แอคทีฟมากในแง่ของการทำทางด้านนี้นะคะเป็นวิทยากรหลักให้กับ Brainwave มาโดยตลอดนะคะก็ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับอาจารย์นะคะแล้วก็ท่านสุดท้ายนะคะน้องเล็กของเรานะคะอาจารย์ดร.นายแพทย์ชาวิทย์นะคะตันวีระชัยสกุลนะคะภาควิชาจิตเวชคณะแพทยศาสตร์จุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยนะคะอาจารย์ก็จบแพทยศาสตร์บัณฑิตที่จุฬานะคะแล้วก็เทรนจิตเวชที่จุฬาแล้วอาจารย์ก็ยังต่ออนุสาขาจิตเวชผู้สูงอายุแล้วอาจารย์ก็ไปต่อ PhD in OH Psychiatry ที่ Institute of Psychiatry Psychology of and Neuroscience ที่ King College London นะคะก็อาจารย์ก็จะ2 ท่านก็จะมาแชร์เคสให้เราฟังกันนะคะแล้วก็ตัวเองก็จะมีเคสให้ด้วยเหมือนกันก็คือวันนี้เนี่ยเรามีเวลาสั้นๆแต่เรามีวิทยากรที่รอจะแชร์กันอย่างหนาแน่นนะคะก็บรรยากาศอยากให้เป็นสบายๆแล้วก็ที่ พูดอะไรกันไปวันนี้เนี่ยมีของรางวัลให้ด้วยนะคะถ้าตั้งใจฟังก็จะอาจจะได้แล้วก็อาจจะรวมถึงตอนเช้าด้วยนะคะที่ฟังดร. คอลลีนมาคือตอนเช้าเนี่ยจะเป็นลักษณะว่าเหมือนเป็นสแตนดาร์ดว่าโปรโตคอลของที่เบนสเวย์ที่ FDA approve แล้วเคสไหนบ้างที่ควร select เข้ามาทำแล้วก็โปรโตคอลที่ทำเนี่ยทำกันยังไงแต่ว่าช่วงบ่ายเนี่ยจะเป็นภาคพิสดารที่เคสทั่วไปที่เป็น OCD MDD หรือว่าอื่นๆที่เราเลือกเข้ามาทำเนี่ยคือถ้าเป็นเคสง่ายๆเราก็คงไม่ต้องเอามาพูดใช่ไหมคะแต่ว่าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราจะมาแชร์กันว่าเป็นยังไงในช่วงบ่ายเนี่ยนะคะแต่ว่าเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลาขอเริ่มด้วยอาจารย์รุกก่อนดีกว่าก็คือเนื่องจากว่าอาจารย์รันเรื่องเซอร์วิสในโรงพยาบาลจิตเวชขนาดใหญ่นะคะแล้วก็มันก็เป็นความเชลเลนจ์มากเลยที่อาจารย์เหมือนนำเซอร์วิสเรื่องนี้ออกเข้ามาเนี่ยอาจารย์พอจะเล่าให้เราฟังได้ไหมคะว่าก่อนที่จะมีเซอร์วิสเนี้ยก่อนการบริการTMS เนี่ยในการรักษาเนี่ยมันเป็นยังไงแล้วตอนเริ่มเป็นยังไงแล้วก็หลังที่เปิดบริการไปแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างขอไมค์ให้อาจารย์หน่อยค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณครับพี่เกตนะครับนักศึกษาแล้วก็ทางวิทยากรท่านผู้เข้าร่วมทุกคนครับก็เดี๋ยวขอเริ่มเลยนะครับ10 นาทีจับเวลาก่อนครับ
อ๋อจับให้แล้วค่ะ
จับให้แล้วโอ้ครับพี่ ก็ต่อเลยฮะต่อเลยฮะก็คงบอกว่าจริงๆต่อเลยครับอ๋อผมกดเองใช่ไหมโอเคได้ทึบกดทางนี้ทำไมมันไม่ไปฮึบมันต้องกดไปทางไหนสักครู่ครับเดี๋ยวเสร็จแล้วบอกคือบอกว่าจริงๆของ TMS มันก็เป็นเครื่องมือนะทีนี้ในการรักษาแบบหนึ่งทีนี้อยากจะที่มาที่ไปเลยคือมันก็มีอันหนึ่งนะโอเคครับก็คืออันนี้ผมคิดเองนะไม่รู้ว่าถูกหรือผิดนะก่อนอ่านแล้วคือจริงๆจิตเวชเราเนี่ยผมแบ่งของผมเองเนี่ยมี5-6 ระยะอันนี้5คือเราก็รักษากันอย่างนี้แหละโรคจิตเวชเราอันที่1เนี่ยเป็นพวกของเทอราปีที่2ก็เรื่องยาที่3เครื่องมือ4เป็นนิวโรเซอร์เจอรี่แล้วก็ที่5เป็นใส่genetic engineer หรือ precision brain อันนี้มันจะมาแนวเนี้ยแต่ว่าไม่จะบอกว่าอะไรเริ่มก่อนนะแต่มันจะมีคาบเกี่ยวกันนะฮะก็อันนี้ฮะไซโคเทอราปีเนี่ยทุกอันเนี่ยนะในผมคิดว่ามันก็ตั้งแต่เราเก่าๆมาเนี่ยเราตั้งแต่สมัยเราเรียนฟรอยด์ลิกสัน CBT ซาเทีย DBT IBT เยอะเลยนะเทอราปีต่างๆนี่เป็นการรักษาแบบหนึ่งซึ่งมันได้ผลมาถึงปัจจุบันนะอะไรก็อันที่มันดีก็อยู่ต่ออะไรเงี้ยนะสะกงโจรสะกงจิตนะมีคนจะมาเสนอผมด้วยนะก็ไม่เป็นไร2เนี่ยคือเรื่องของยาฟาร์มาโคดิเทอราปีนะโอเคทีนี้2ก็คือเรื่องของยาละยามันก็มีมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆเนาะตั้งแต่เราค้นพบตั้งแต่สมัยก่อนนี้มันก็มากขึ้นตั้งแต่คอโปมาซีไล่มาเรื่อยๆนะฮะยาก็ยากินยาฉีดยากำลังยุให้เขาทำยาฝังอยู่เนาะยังไม่ได้นะอีกสักพักนึงคงมีนะครับก็เป็นเรื่องของมันนะอันที่3ที่ผมบอกว่าเป็น neuromodulator อันนี้ฮะที่ผมว่ามันอาจจะเป็นในเทรนด์กำลังมา TMS จะอยู่ตรงเนี้ยเนี่ยนะอันนี้4TMS จะอยู่เนี่ยแต่จริงๆเนี่ยพวก neuromodulator นี่มีเยอะนะที่ทำกับสมองเนี่ยนะนอกจาก TMS เราโปรโตไทป์แรกเลยเรามี ECT นะครับเราก็ใช้ ECT กันมานานแล้วนะมี TMS มี DCS นะ DBS เป็นพวกเกี่ยวกับใช้ direct current ก็ได้นะใช้พวกอุลตราซาวก็ได้เดี๋ยวนี้เรื่องของอินฟราเรดก็ได้นะใช้ได้หมดมันก็มีอาจจะมีเครื่องมืออื่นหน่อยเยอะนะครับมันก็จะมาเรื่อยๆนะอันนี้ก็จะเป็นกลุ่มหนึ่งอันทีมเอสอยู่ในนี้นะแล้วก็นิวโรเซอร์เจอรี่นะก็ว่ากันไปก็จะมีอีกสเต็ปหนึ่งแล้วสุดท้ายก็เป็นเรื่องของอนาคตเนี่ยก็รอนิวโรลิงเขาทำเสร็จนะเขาจะมีชิปฝังหัวนะความฝันก็เหมือนว่าไม่ต้องเรียนหนังสือเปลี่ยนชิปเอานะก็ว่าไปคือจะบอกว่าก็มันเป็นอย่างนี้หมดเพราะนั้นย้อนกลับมาว่ายุค3ของเราก็คือเรื่องของ TMS ก็จะเข้ามาละเพราะว่าเป็นเรื่องของ neuromodulator เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเทรนด์มันมาเนี่ยอินเทรนด์มันจะมาแล้วมันค่อนข้างเซฟสมัยก่อนมันมีเรื่องของเซฟตี้นะครับถ้าเราทันประวัติเก่า ECT สมัยก่อนประเทศไทยผลิตใช้เองนะอาจารย์สมเด็จเนี่ยผลิตใช้เองอาจารย์ก็มาต่อไฟเองสมัยก่อนเครื่องต้นแบบอยู่พิพิธภัณฑ์เลยนะแต่ว่าเราก็ต้องมีเซฟตี้เนี่ยก็มาถึงปัจจุบันก็มาเรื่อยๆนะก็โลกต่างๆก็มาแล้วก็คงจะไปแต่ยุคนี้มันเหมือนกับยุคนี้คุณต้องทำ AI นะก็คล้ายๆกันก็อาจจะมีเครื่องมือในกลุ่มนี้ขึ้นมาแล้วผมว่ามันก็จะดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆเนาะสมัยก่อนมันก็มีแค่โปรโตไทป์เดียวเนาะแล้วมันก็ค่อยพัฒนาเป็นดีฟเป็นอะไรไปก็ว่ากันนะครับ นี้เรารู้ว่ามันที่มาที่ไปไงเลยเนี่ยพอที่ถึงเราจะ implement ยังไงนะก็ผมอาจารย์ทิติมานะทำสไลด์ให้คือปุ๊บก็ก่อนที่เราก็บอกทำไมก็คือมันมีเหตุผลเนี่ยนะเรื่องของการเรียนการสอนการเรื่องของคนไข้ไม่ชอบกินยาเขาก็จะมาเงี้ยเราก็บอกมันก็ต้องหาวิธีการอะไรสักอย่างก็ได้แล้วก็ตอนนั้นสมเด็จถูกเลือกเป็นเรื่องของนิวโรไซคายของกรมเนาะก็เลยมาเรื่องของ TMS ก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งก็เข้ามาอาจจะเข้ามาเราก็กะทำเงี้ยทำวิจัยอะไรก่อนเนี่ยนะฮะก็เป็นรูปนะรูปเครื่องมือจริงก็ยังใช้กันอยู่นะนี่ก็ยังใช้ได้ดีอยู่นะครับก็เป็นเซตยูนิตขึ้นมานี่ก็มีอบรมนะก็จะมีพอดีเราเป็นศูนย์ TMS ของกรมนะมันก็จะมีอบรมเป็นระยะนะครับเพื่อเกิดใครจะส่งเจ้าหน้าที่ไปเรียนก็เดี๋ยวรอดูแล้วกันนะแล้วก็บอกว่า Deep TMS เนี่ยเรื่องของเราก็รักษาตามโรคเรามีคนไข้เยอะมากเดี๋ยวจะมีคนไข้ตัวเลขอยู่ข้างหลังนะก็เป็นหลักเป็นพันวิสิตอะไรเงี้ยนะคนไข้รักษาได้ดีนะแล้วก็เรามีอันใหม่ก็เป็น OCD นะโมใหม่แล้วก็เรากำลังจะซื้อหัวนิโคตินนะก็จะได้เรียนใครจะมาเรียนที่สมเด็จก็ได้เรียนให้ครบนะครับนะก็เป็นประมาณนั้นไปก็ถามว่าเราจะเตรียมอะไรคือสำคัญคือคนก่อนต้องมีคนทำนะครับต้องมีคนทำก่อนอ้อมก็ช่วยทำเนาะก็มานะก็เดี๋ยวตอนนี้ก็ที่มาที่เดี๋ยวนารินก็มาช่วยทำก็เดี๋ยวเราก็จะทำมาแล้วพยาบาลก็ต้องมาช่วยด้วยเพราะช่วงแรกแล้วก็มีครับนักวิชาการสาธารณสุขเป็นพวกเรื่องของนักกิจกรรมนักOTอะไรเขาก็มาช่วยเป็นสตาฟได้นะครับแล้วก็ระบบเนาะเรื่องของระบบนัดหมายอะไรก็ว่ากันไปเราก็จะแยกไปเพราะตอนนั้นสมเด็จคือถ้าทำเช้าคนไข้เราไม่ไหวเราก็เลยเซตตอนเฉพาะช่วงบ่ายนะก็ทำเฉพาะบ่ายไปทำไปแล้วก็ทำเป็นนิวโรเซตติ้งไปก็อยู่ตรงนั้นแล้วก็คือคนส่งมาเราก็นั่งทำไปแล้วก็ผู้ป่วยในผู้ป่วยนอกเลยก็ว่าไปนะครับแล้วก็สำคัญก็คือสำคัญครับปัญหาของมันก็คือเมื่อกี้ก็มีน้องถามว่าทำไงก็คือเก็บตังค์ไม่ได้นะฮะอันนี้ก็เรื่องปกตินะครับนะจริงๆไม่ควรจะเป็นปกติเนาะแต่ว่าของกระทรวงสาธารณสุขนะฮะจะมีเล่มเขียวเนาะเป็นเรื่องการเงินนะการเงินทุกที่มีเนี่ยจะมี TMS อยู่เราใส่เข้าไปแล้วเพราะว่าอันเนี้ยกระทรวงทำเองประกาศทุกปีปรากฏว่าสปสช.กับกองทุนไม่มีใครรับรองเลยยกเว้นของเบิกได้มันทำได้อยู่ก็เก็บตังค์เองอันนี้บ้านสองเต็ม2ที่ของสปสช.แล้วแต่เขตด้วยผมบอกเขตนี้เบิกได้เขตนี้เบิกไม่ได้อะไรกันนะกำลังจะทำให้มันเป็นระบบอยู่แต่ว่าก็อย่างที่ท่านทราบมันก็คุยกันยากมากเลยแต่ว่าก็ไอตัวเรียนก็คือเรื่องของการเรียนการสอนนะเนี่ยฮะเรามีนะเราก็มีโรคประมาณเนี่ยครับนิโคติน OCD เนี่ยก็ประมาณเป็นนะแล้วก็ปักสิทธิ์ต่างๆก็จะมาหายแล้วกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์รักษาอยู่หยุดทำอะไรกันนะครับก็เก็บเป็นตัวเลขมาก็ตอนนั้นก็ได้ผลดีนะ98-99%ก็หายนะมีอยู่ปีหนึ่งอ้อมทำก็ได้ 100% ใช่ไหมตอนนั้นหายดีไปคือแต่เราทำเป็นแอดจังนะเราไม่ใช่เป็นเดี่ยวๆอยู่แล้วนะครับหายแล้วก็ว่าไปแล้วก็เป็นไปทีนี้เรื่องการนี่ก็เป็นสิทธิเราเก็บตังค์ได้ไหมนี่ขนาดเบิกไม่ค่อยได้เราก็ยังเบิกได้เป็นล้านนะปีหนึ่งเนาะก็ทำอยู่นะทำไปค่าทำเนี่ยก็มีค่าทำหมวกค่าทำยางกัดอะไรเงี้ยนะครับนะก็ปุ๊บก็จะได้ประมาณนี้ครับอันนี้คือที่เราเก็บอยู่แต่ว่ามันก็อย่างที่บอกคือตัวนี้เป็นตัวเลขที่เราพยายามใส่เข้าไปแต่ว่ามันก็มีรายละเอียดของมันนะฮะแต่ว่าเก็บได้ไม่ได้เนี่ยมันอยู่ที่ปีแล้วก็แล้วแต่เขตด้วยเพราะบางเขตอันนี้เบิกได้อันนี้เบิกไม่ได้สปสช.เขามีอำนาจในเขตนะอันนี้เราก็พยายามจะทำเป็นสแตนดาร์ดอยู่ครับอาจจะต้องใช้เวลาหน่อยนะก็
นั้นอย่างนั้นอุปสรรคที่ยากที่สุดในความเห็นของผอ.คือเบิกคืนคือแต่ผมว่าคืองี้เราคิดในแง่ว่าเรารักษาคนไข้เนาะมันก็คือได้บ้างไม่ได้บ้างถ้ารักษาแล้วมันได้ประโยชน์ดีก็โอเคนะครับหมดเวลาแล้วพี่โทษทียังใช่ไหม3 นาทีโอเคครับก็อันนึงที่ผมอยากจะคุยกับพวกเราคือว่าคือพอเราเซตมามันอาจจะโอเคมันด้วยเหตุผลอะไรก็ตามแต่โรงพยาบาลท่านก็อาจจะได้ไปแล้วโดยท่านไม่ได้ตั้งตัวนะครับนะแต่มันมีก็ไหนมันมีอุปกรณ์ก็ดีนะฮะจิตแพทย์เราสมัยก่อนเราใช้แต่เทอราปีได้แต่ยาเนาะอันนี้ก็เป็นตัวหนึ่งที่จะเข้ามาแล้วก็อีกหน่อยมันจะมีเครื่องมือเยอะมากเลยเข้ามานะเรื่องของ VR เรื่องของ AR นะ Augmented Reality เรื่องของ Virtual Reality เรื่องของไอ้ผมบอกไอ้ Neuro Modulator ทั้งหลายแล้วก็ข้างเคียงเยอะมากเลยมันจะเข้ามาพวกเราในยุคเปลี่ยนนะครับอาจจะต้องใช้อันนี้มากขึ้นแล้วมันจะช่วยเราได้สำคัญคือเครื่องมือพวกนี้ที่ผมอยากให้เราใช้ก็คือเราไม่ต้องทำเอง 100%นึกออกไหมอันที่ต้องทำ 100% อย่างอุลตราซาวด์เนี่ยหมอต้องถือ 100% นะที่จี้หัวคนไข้อยู่เนี่ยอันนี้เป็นอันที่ผมไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าโหมันเสียเวลานะแต่อย่างทีมเนี่ยมันมีเทคนิคเชียนได้นะท่านก็ลองดูแล้วกันแล้วแต่คนชอบมันมีเครื่องมือเยอะทีนี้จากการรักษาโรคเนี่ยผมอยากเปิดมุมมองพวกเรานิดนึงอนาคตต่อไปเรื่องของ wellness เรื่องของ prevention มันจะมาอันนี้นะ
ก็เราทำไงแล้วมันไม่ไปละอุ๊ยปึ๊บสักครู่ครับได้ไหมคืออยากจะบอกว่าเรารักษาเนี่ยเราต้องส่งเสริมป้องกันแล้วก็เรื่องของ wellness เรื่องของส่งเสริมนะสุขภาวะของสมองเนี่ยอันนี้น่าจะดีนะไม่ไป
ไปแล้วจ้ะ
เอาไปแล้วเนาะtreat แล้วก็จะไปคือ optimize brain wellness lifelong well-being อันนี้จะมาเทรนที่มาเลยและอันนี้ผมว่าน่าสนใจมากนะสำหรับพวกเราคือบอกว่ามันก็เป็นส่งเสริมป้องกันนั่นแหละแล้วก็ทำยังไงให้มันดีขึ้นนะอยาก enhance ให้ brain มันดีขึ้นอะไรก็เดี๋ยวอาจารย์คงพูดเรื่องว่าคนสูงอายุเนี่ยนะทำไงให้สมองมันโล่งขึ้นก็ว่ากันไปแล้วก็หลักการของมันก็มีนะเลยของwellnessก็มีกินข้าวใช่ไหมกินให้ครบหลับให้พออันนี้ของเราก็ช่วยได้นะเรื่อง wellness เนี่ยเรื่องของ sleep เนี่ยมันช่วยได้เยอะเลยนะครับอันนี้ก็ฝากไว้ว่ามันเป็นไอเดียเนาะเรื่องของ emotional นะลด stress ลดอะไรเนี่ยจริงๆก็ลดได้เยอะนะก็จากนั้นเราก็มีเขาเคยเอารีพอร์ตให้ผมดูว่าคนจะเป็นนักอเมริกันฟุตบอลจะไปแข่งมาทำ TMS กลับไปแข่งพอยต์ดีขึ้นผมยังแซวเลยเนี่ยเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาเด็กก่อนสอบเอนทรานซ์มาทำ TMS แล้วสอบได้ดีขึ้นลองดูนะก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันเอติกคงไม่ให้ผมผ่านดูแล้วแต่ว่าพวกที่พอผมไปขายพวกเวลเนสเนี่ยเขาชอบมากเลยนะเขาจะออกแคมเปญเลยแหละเดี๋ยว TMS คงได้ขายคลินิกเวลเนสนะฮะมีเยอะเหมือนกันแล้วก็ถามคือมันทำอะไรเรื่องของฟิสิกอลก็เนี่ยเรื่องการเคลื่อนไหวที่ TMS บางทีมันก็นอกจากนั่งโรงพยาบาลเราเนี่ยนะผมบอกน้องๆที่ว่ามี TMS นอกจากเรื่องของดีซีสของเราเนี่ยไฟเราแรงนะมาถึงเครื่องนะไฟพวกเราก็แรงด้วยแหละมันเอาไปใช้กายภาพอะไรได้นะโอเคหมดแล้วครับก็ฝากด้วยว่ามันก็มีหลายอย่างคอ Cognitive ก็ว่ากันไป10ฟังก์ชันช่วยได้เยอะจริงๆพวกนี้อยากให้เป็นคอนเซปต์ว่าเราทำพวกนี้เรื่อง wellness เนี่ยมันจะช่วยให้ชีวิตมันดีขึ้นแล้วก็ฝากเรื่องของ TMS ไปนะครับ TMS ก็คงจะเข้ามาอย่างที่บอกมันเป็นเรื่อยๆแล้วก็มันเป็นเครื่องมือของ wellness อันนี้เป็นแผนชาติด้วยนะเรื่องของอันเนี้ยนะครับก็คงเรื่องของเศรษฐศาสตร์สุขภาพมันกำลังมาอันนี้ท่านอยากจะไปใช้ได้แล้วการซื้อเพื่อให้ดีขึ้นเนี่ยคนยอมจ่ายมากกว่ารักษาให้หายนะก็ลองฝากดูแล้วกันครับคุณครับ
ค่ะก็ขอบคุณอาจารย์ท่านผอ.มากนะคะตอนเตรียมบอกให้เตรียม10 แผ่นแต่ว่ามาเป็นปึ้งเลยค่ะแต่ว่าจริงๆอยากเปิดด้วยท่านผอ.เพราะว่าคือเดินมาก่อนแล้วก็เหมือนผ่านอะไรมาเยอะคือจริงๆก็อยากจะถามท่านผอ.นิดนึงว่าในฐานะที่เป็นรุ่นพี่ในการที่วางระบบตรงนี้มาก่อนเนี่ยถ้าจะบอกที่อื่นที่เขาจะเริ่มเปิดเนี่ยจะให้อะไรให้ข้อเตือนหรือว่าจะให้ข้อมูลอะไรเขาบ้าง
คืออันดับแรกคืออย่างที่ว่าคือมันก็ต้องมีคือหนึ่งตัวถ้าท่านอยากทำยิงส่งขึ้นระดับนโยบายเนี่ยไม่น่ามีปัญหานะแต่ว่าถ้าท่านต้องทำด้วยเหตุผลอะไรก็ตามนะฮะท่านก็ลองดูว่าหนึ่งเราอยากจะเข้าไป attitude พวกเราก่อนว่าของพวกนี้มีประโยชน์นะครับแล้วก็สองคือพอมันมีประโยชน์เนี่ยมันใช้ได้กับอะไรบ้างให้ท่านศึกษาลงนิดนึงแล้วลองมาใช้โดยไหนมาดูเนี่ยที่ราชก็ได้ที่สมเด็จก็ได้หรือที่ไหนก็ได้ที่มีลองไปดูนะน้องไม่ใช่ท่านคนเดียวนะทีมที่เราทำกันเป็นทีมอย่างที่บอกมันมีทีมแล้วก็พวกนี้เราสามารถฝึกน้องนักวิชาการสาธารณสุขซึ่งเป็นตลาดแรงงานที่เขายังพอหาได้อยู่พยาบาลอาจจะหายากหน่อยแต่นักวิชาการสุขหามันเป็นตลาดที่พอหาได้นะครับอันเนี้ยมาช่วยกันทำแล้วทำเป็นทีมอันเนี้ยผมต้องฝากผู้ท่านว่าถ้าทำอย่างนี้ได้เนี่ยเราจะทำงานได้ดีประสิทธิภาพมันง่ายขึ้นแล้วก็เวลาคุยเนี่ยคือทำแบบให้มันได้คุ้มคือโอเคโลกก็ทำไปนะครับแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดช่วงว่างท่านก็โคกายภาพอะไรบ้างเพราะมันทำได้หลายอย่างแล้วก็เรื่องเวลเนสท่านลองดูเพราะว่าจะมีคนกลุ่มหนึ่งเลยที่สนใจอันนี้มากผมจะบอกว่าเครื่องอย่าให้มันวางไว้เฉยๆเพราะมันใช้ได้ยาวแล้วรุ่นใหม่ๆมันไม่ต้องรอเย็นใช่ไหมสมัยก่อนมันต้องรอเย็นนะอย่างเงี้ยทีนี้วิธีการจัดซื้อจัดจ้างก็ลองไปดูนะฮะมันก็มีเรื่องของTOR อะไรเงี้ยจะขอที่สมเด็จก็ได้ให้ลองบริหารท่านลองโทรกันหากันท่านก็เอาสเปคไปท่านก็ลองตั้งไปแล้วก็เวลาทำก็ที่บอกว่าทำเป็นทีมแล้วก็มาฝึกนะครับจะฝึกกับบริษัทก็ได้ส่วนหนึ่งแล้วก็มาดูของจริงก็ได้ว่าเขาทำยังไงก็ทำมาดูงานตามโรงพยาบาลต่างๆเนี่ยของสมเด็จเป็นศูนย์ของกรมอยู่แล้วก็ยินดีนะฮะพวกเนี้ยถ้าเราทำได้แล้วมันเดินได้แล้วมันไปได้นะมันจะช่วยงานท่านได้เพราะจะมีคนอยู่กลุ่มหนึ่งที่มันレスปอนต่อพวกนี้ดีมากเลยแล้วพอเขาไปพวกนี้เขาจะดีมากแล้วก็จะช่วยลดงานท่านได้ด้วยนะครับก็ฝากเป็นออปชันแต่นะปัจจุบันทีมเอสยังเป็นแอดจังนะมันยังไม่ได้เป็นสแตนด์อะโลนยังไม่ได้ใช่ไหมเพราะผมก็จะไม่ผิดนะ มันยังไม่เปลี่ยนนะเพราะนั้นแอดจังเนี่ยตัวนี้ดีมากเลยนะครับก็เป็นออปชันหนึ่งฮะท่านก็ลองดูแล้วกันนะครับ
ขอบคุณท่านผอ.มากนะคะขอเสียงปรบมือให้นะคะจริงๆก็ยังอยู่นะคะแล้วก็ถ้าเผื่อว่ามีคำถามอะไรที่อยากจะถามท่านในแง่ของเรื่องของการบริหารเราจะมีช่วงสุดท้ายให้ถามอยู่นะคะงั้นก็ขออนุญาต move ไปจากอาจารย์พงศธรที่มาไกลนะคะ แต่ว่าส่งทีมมาไกล อาจารย์ก็จะมาแชร์เคส sharing นะคะ เป็นเคสที่น่าสนใจมากนะคะ อาจารย์พร้อมไหมคะ
พร้อมครับอาจารย์ครับพร้อมครับ
เอาเลยค่ะอาจารย์ ก็อาจารย์เตรียมเคสที่น่าสนใจมากเลยนะคะ เป็น TMS ใน treatment resistant anorexia nervosa นะคะ อาจารย์มีข้อพิจารณาอะไรเวลาที่เลือกใช้Deep TMS ในเคสนี้บ้างอาจารย์ช่วยกรุณาแชร์พวกเราด้วยนะคะ
ได้เลยครับก็สวัสดีอาจารย์ณฐานะครับพี่ชาวิทย์นะครับแล้วก็อาจารย์ลุกนะครับก็ขอแก้จากอาจารย์ณฐาพูดก่อนนะครับว่าจริงๆแล้วผมอายุน้อยกว่าพี่ชาวิทย์นะครับอันนี้ผมยอมไม่ได้ต้องขออภัยนะครับ ต้องขอแก้ก่อนต้องขอแก้ครับอาจารย์ครับก็ผมขอแค่4 สไลด์นะครับก็จะเป็นเรื่องของแชร์ประสบการณ์อย่างแรกเลยคือต้องขอยืนยันว่าอันนี้เป็น off label นะครับเป็น off label ไม่ได้รับ approve จาก FDA นะครับก็เคสของผมนะครับเป็นเคสที่ใช้ในผู้ป่วย anorexia nervosa นะครับก็เป็นหญิงอายุ18 ปีนะครับซึ่งเรียนอยู่นะครับกำลังใกล้จะจบม.6 แล้วนะครับเขาก็มีปัญหาเรื่องของนี่แหละ anorexia nervosa ก็คือคุมการกินเยอะมากนะครับแล้วก็คิดแต่กังวลเรื่องของ overweight นะครับในหัวจะเห็นเป็นภาพตัวเองเนี่ยอ้วนนะครับแล้วก็มีความรู้สึกในท้องที่รู้สึกเหมือนกับว่ามันอิ่มแล้วก็มันท้องอืดเวลาที่กินอะไรเข้าไปเล็กๆน้อยๆนะครับซึ่งก็เป็นอย่างเงี้ยมาประมาณ1-2 ปีนะครับพ่อกับแม่ก็ค่อนข้างเครียดมากนะครับน้ำหนักผมไม่ได้ใส่เลยเนี่ยน้ำหนักจะอยู่ที่ประมาณสักถ้าจำไม่ผิดคือ35มั้งครับแล้วก็ส่วนสูงก็160ดังนั้น BMI จะอยู่ที่ประมาณ14ครับซึ่งตอนนั้นเนี่ยมาแอดมิทที่วอร์ดเด็กก่อนนะครับประมาณเดือนหนึ่งเพราะว่ามีไฮโปเทนชันมีบรดี้คาร์เดียนะครับแล้วก็เหนื่อยเพลียค่อนข้างง่ายนะครับหลังจากนั้นพอที่ขุนอยู่ในวอร์ดเด็กแล้วเพื่อให้อย่างน้อยๆคือ vital sign stable ก็ย้ายมาวอร์ดจิตเวชอีก2 เดือนนะครับรวมแล้วแอดมิด3 เดือนนะครับซึ่งภายในวอร์ดจิตเวชก็พยายามทำทั้งไซโคเทอราปีทำแฟมิลี่หรืออะไรต่างๆเพราะว่าไดนามิกก็จะมีไซโคโซเชียลแน่นอนก็คือพ่อแม่แบบค่อนข้างแบบริจิตมากอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแต่หลังจากที่ดิสชาร์จไปปุ๊บกลับไปอยู่ใน environment เดิมๆนะครับแม้ว่าพ่อกับแม่จะเปลี่ยนไปแล้วนะครับไม่ค่อยสตริกมากเหมือนเดิมแต่ก็กลับมามีเรื่องของพยายามไม่กินนะครับพยายามควบคุมการกินอย่างยิ่งก็กลัวน้ำหนักจะขึ้นมากนะครับแล้วก็มีเซนซอรี่ในท้องที่มันผิดปกติซึ่งไอ้ตรงนี้เนี่ยมันมีการแชร์กันของสองอาการนั่นก็คืออาการข้างขวานี่จะเป็นอาการของโรคย้ำคิดย้ำทำใช่ไหมครับก็คือ obsessive thought ก็คือคิดย้ำๆเรื่องอะไรอันนี้เขาก็จะคิดย้ำๆเรื่องอาหารคิดย้ำๆเรื่องกลัวที่จะน้ำหนักเกินใช่ไหมครับแล้วก็จะมีปัญหาคนที่มีโรคย้ำคิดย้ำทำก็จะมีย้ำทำเป็นแบบทำซ้ำๆซึ่งอันนี้การทำซ้ำๆก็คือการนับแคลอรี่การอะไรต่างๆพวกนี้นะครับแล้วก็จะมีปัญหาเรื่องของคนที่เป็น OCD เนี่ยก็จะมีปัญหาเรื่องของสมาธิไม่ดีนะครับแล้วก็บางทีก็จะเวลาที่ไม่ได้ทำเนี่ยมันจะมีความรู้สึกเร่าร้อนอยู่ข้างในทรวงอกหรือว่ามันจะมีความรู้สึกไม่สบายใจอยู่ภายในร่างกายซึ่งคล้ายๆกับความรู้สึกไม่สบายในร่างกายในคนที่เป็นอะโนเร็กเซียที่เวลากินเข้าไปปุ๊บมันจะในท้องมันจะปั่นป่วนในท้องมันอยากจะขย่อนออกหรืออะไรต่างๆพวกนี้ดังนั้นอาการที่มันแชร์กันมันก็เลยเป็นปัญหาของสมองส่วนที่อาจารย์ณัฐาอาจจะบรรยายไปแล้วตั้งแต่ช่วงเช้านะครับว่ามันมีปัญหาเรื่องของ dorsomedial prefrontal cortex แล้วก็ anterior cingulate cortex ดังนั้นการใช้ตัว Deep TMS ในหัว H7 ที่รักษา OCD ก็อาจจะช่วยนะครับซึ่งอันนี้ก็เป็นโปรโตคอลของตัว OCD นะครับดังนั้นเคสนี้เนี่ยมีซึมเศร้าอยู่แต่ซึมเศร้าไม่เยอะนะครับดังนั้นก็เลยเลือกที่จะใช้เป็นตัวโปรโตคอลของ OCD เป็นหลักนะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นรายละเอียดของตัวโปรโตคอลซึ่งก็จะดูตัว motor threshold ที่บริเวณเท้าเป็นหลักนะครับไม่ใช่ดู motor threshold ที่ตัวเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะมือกระตุกนะครับซึ่งในเคสนี้เนี่ยทำไปทั้งหมดนะครับ46 เซสชั่นนะครับโดยที่ไม่ได้ทำเบี่ยงเบนออกจากโปรโตคอลเล็กน้อยก็คือทำตลอด6 สัปดาห์เนี่ย จะทำเป็นทุก5 วัน6 สัปดาห์รวมกันก็30นะครับแล้วหลังจากนั้นแทนที่จะลดลงมาเหลือ3เนื่องจากว่าอาการยังมีอยู่แต่ว่าน้อยลงก็จะทำเป็นสัปดาห์ละ4 ครั้งแทนดังนั้นรวมๆแล้วเนี่ยก็จะเป็นทำทั้งหมดเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะ5 ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์6 สัปดาห์รวมเป็น30แล้วหลังจากนั้นก็ทำ4 ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์อีก4 สัปดาห์นะครับรวมแล้วก็จะเป็น46 เซสชั่นหลังทำเสร็จเนี่ยนะครับบวกกับกินยาเดิมต่อนะครับซึ่งยาเดิมเนี่ยก็สามารถที่จะปรับลงมาเหลือเพียงแค่2 ตัวได้ถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดเนี่ยก็คือจะกินเหลือเป็นวอร์ทิออกซิทีนที่ทำให้น้ำหนักไม่ขึ้นแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยมี GI side effect เมื่อเทียบกับตัวอื่นๆแล้วก็บวกกับ Brexpiprazole ที่มีฤทธิ์ทำให้อยากอาหารเล็กน้อยไม่เยอะมากแล้วก็คุมอิ่มเผาบวกคู่กันไปกับตัวการทำ Deep TMS เนี่ยก็ทำให้ลักษณะของการรู้สึกต้องนับแคลอรี่เนี่ยก็เบาลงคือมันไม่หายหรอกนะครับแต่ว่ามันก็ลดจากความรุนแรงลงจากรุนแรงที่ต้องทำตลอดหยิบอะไรขึ้นมาก็ดูก็พอที่จะแบบไม่ดูได้บ้างบางครั้งบางทีก็กินไปได้เลยเนี่ยครับก็ลดลงมาจาก severe หรือ moderate นะครับเรื่องของความ cognitive flexibility ที่เขาสามารถที่จะบอกได้ว่าโอเคฉันไม่ต้องแบบผอมมากๆก็ได้ก็ลดลงมานะครับจากของเดิมที่เป็น very rigid ก็ลงมาที่สำคัญนะครับให้แต่อาการที่เขาบอกว่าเวลากินแล้วมันอิ่มเร็วเนี่ยมันก็ยังมีอยู่นะครับแต่เวลาที่มันรู้สึกอิ่มเร็วเนี่ยมันก็สามารถที่จะพอที่จะกินต่อไปได้ดังนั้นเคสนี้ก็ขอแชร์แบบเร็วๆนะครับว่าในเคสที่แม้ว่าFDA มันอาจจะไม่ได้ approve นะครับแต่ว่าทางด้าน neurobiology มันมีบางสิ่งบางอย่างที่แชร์กันอยู่ระหว่าง OCD กับเรื่องของ anorexia นะครับหรือคนที่เป็นบูลิเมียซึ่งมีลักษณะคล้ายๆกันนะครับแต่จะความคิดมันอาจจะเป็นคนละอันนะครับสิ่งที่สำคัญที่สุดคือระหว่างที่ทำเนี่ยให้คิดเรื่องของภาพที่ตัวเองแบบมีน้ำหนักเกินน้ำหนักเพิ่มขึ้นเล็กน้อยก็คือเวลาที่กระตุ้น OCD จะต้องให้คนไข้คิดเรื่องของ provocation ก็คือเวลาที่คิดอะไรแล้วรู้สึก distress เล็กน้อยอยู่ในระดับ 4-7 เต็ม 10เนี่ยมันจะทำให้แบบไอตัวสมองส่วนที่เป็นโรคเนี่ยมันทำงานเพิ่มมากขึ้นแล้วเราก็เอา TMS ไปตบลงเพื่อให้มันแบบเกิดสมดุลใหม่นะครับก็จะให้เขาคิดว่าถ้าสมมติว่าเขากินอันนี้เล็กน้อยแล้วน้ำหนักมันขึ้นประมาณสักโลนึง2 โลเขารู้สึก distress มากขนาดไหนพอเขาบอกว่าน้ำหนักเพิ่ม 1-2 โลภาพในหัวมันเป็นแบบไหนนะฉันเป็นแบบนี้โอเคมัน distress ประมาณ 4-7 นะก็ให้คิดแบบนี้แหละเวลาที่กระตุ้นนะครับก็สรุปแล้วก็คือการใช้ Deep TMS นะครับใน anorexia nervosa ในรายนี้นะครับเน้นย้ำว่าเฉพาะในรายนี้นะครับก็ดูเหมือนว่าจะประสบความสำเร็จระดับหนึ่งในการที่ช่วยลดอาการทั้งที่ก่อนหน้านี้ยาไม่ค่อยเวิร์คครับผมก็ขอฝากไว้เท่านี้ครับขอบพระคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณนะคะอาจารย์เป็นเคสที่น่าสนใจมากเลยอันนี้ก็อาจารย์มองว่าคือถึงจะไม่ได้มี FDA แต่ว่าซิม p ตอมมันคล้ายๆ OCD ใช่ไหมคะก็เลยเหมือนใช้โปรโตคอลเดียวกับ OCD แต่ว่าก็เหมือนดูตามอาการเนาะค่ะแล้วก็ทำเกินกว่าที่โปรโตคอลเขา recommend แต่ว่าก็คนไข้ก็ได้ผลดีขออนุญาตถามอาจารย์นิดนึงค่ะตรงนี้เนี่ยอาจารย์ใช้อะไรสเกลอะไรในการมอนิเตอร์
เคสนี้ไม่ได้ใช้สเกลเลยครับเพราะว่ามันไม่สามารถทำ Y บอกตามสเกลปกติได้เพราะว่าเนื่องจากว่าถ้าไปทำ Y บอกเนี่ยเอาจริงๆก็คือมันไม่มีไอเทมเรื่องของตัวความรู้สึกหรือว่าความคิดเกี่ยวข้องกับน้ำหนักเกินให้วัดแม้ว่ามันจะมีแบบข้ออื่นๆอยู่ก็ตามนะครับดังนั้นเคสเนี้ยมันไม่สามารถใช้ Y บอกเอามาวัดได้ดังนั้นเคสนี้คือพูดง่ายๆว่าเอาดูกันตามคลินิคอลเลยครับอาจารย์นัทธาครับ
แต่อาจารย์ก็จะมี clinical evidence ที่เอาไว้มอนิเตอร์เพื่อบอกว่า symptom ดีขึ้นแย่ลงอะไรอย่างนั้นนะคะก็ถ้าต่อไปเราเจอเคสลักษณะนี้อาจารย์ recommend ยังไงบ้างคะอาจารย์
ย้ำอีกทีหนึ่งครับว่ายังให้ควรจะต้องเป็นแบบการรักษาแบบ biopsychosocial ทั้งหมด as a whole แล้วก็ควรใช้ยาบวกกับใช้behavioral therapy เป็นหลักก่อนถ้าสมมุติว่า fail behavioral therapy แล้วข้ออยากจะมาลองอันนี้ผมคิดว่าก็ค่อยพิจารณาอีกทีหนึ่งครับอาจารย์ครับ
ก็ ไม่แน่ใจว่าทางบ้านมีคำถามอะไรไหมคะเพราะว่าอาจารย์ทำเวลาได้ดีมากนะคะ มีเวลาเหลือ หรือว่าถ้ายังคิดไม่ทันรอตอนท้ายก็ได้นะคะงั้นก็ขอเสียงตบมือให้อาจารย์พงศธรค่ะก็ต่อไปเราจะเข้าสู่วิทยากรท่านถัดมานะคะ ที่เมื่อกี้ดีแคลร์ไปแล้วว่าไม่ได้เรียงตามอายุต้องขออภัยด้วย รับใช่ไหมคะรับค่ะ อันนี้อาจารย์ได้โจทย์ที่ท้าทายนะคะ สมกับคุณวุฒินะคะ ได้ให้ไปว่าอยากให้อาจารย์ช่วยแชร์เคสที่เซอร์ไพรส์หน่อย
ครับผมก็ขออนุญาตเนื่องจากไม่มีจอต้องมาอยู่มุมนี้แทนขอบคุณครับ ก็เป็นเคสที่เซอร์ไพรส์นะครับก็เดี๋ยวจะมีหลายจุดนะครับ ก็ขออนุญาตเล่าเลยละกันครับก็ปกติผมดูผู้สูงอายุนะครับเคสที่เข้ามาก็จะเป็นเคสผู้สูงอายุนะครับที่จุฬาเราก็มีคลินิกจิตเวชผู้สูงอายุเพราะฉะนั้นก็เคสเหล่านี้ก็จะคอนซัลท์เรามาครับเคสที่นำมาเป็นตัวอย่างวันนี้ก็เป็นผู้ชายอายุ64ปีนะครับก็เป็นบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ซึ่งยังแอคทีฟอยู่นะครับก็อยู่ที่บ้านกับภรรยาแล้วก็ลูกที่โตแล้วนะครับก็64นะครับก็เป็นเบาหวานความดันไม่ใช่เป็นโรคไขมันโลหิตสูงนะครับความดันมีเกาต์มีเคยเป็นฮาชิโมโตไทรอยไดติสแต่ว่ารักษาได้โอเคแล้วอยู่ไทรอยด์แล้วนะครับประวัติเรื่อง depression ของเขาเนี่ยก็คือ8ปีก่อนเนาะก่อนเกษียณนะครับก็เคยเป็นmajor depression นะครับก็เป็นระดับมายไม่ถึงกับจะมี attempt suicide อะไรไม่มีอะไรน่ากลัวแต่ว่าเขาก็รู้สึกว่าชีวิตเขาเปลี่ยนก็ไปรักษาที่ไหนไม่รู้จำไม่ได้แล้วก็ค่อยๆดีขึ้นด้วยยาตัวเดียวเลยก็คือเวลาฟาซีนสัก2 เม็ด150 มิลลิกรัมก็ดีแล้วนะครับก็เข้าใจว่ารักษาอยู่สัก 4-5 ปีนะครับแล้วก็หยุดไปก็จริงๆก็รักษาตามโปรโตคอลนะครับสัก2 ปีก่อนก็คืออายุสัก61-62นะครับซึ่งจริงๆก็เขายังทำงานอยู่เรื่อยๆนะครับก็พบว่าโรคซึมเศร้ากลับมาใหม่ไม่ได้มีสเตรสเซอร์อะไรชัดเจนนะครับพยายามจะถามว่ามีอะไรยังไงไหมก็มีคนในครอบครัวไม่สบายบ้างแต่ว่าก็เป็นไม่สบายแบบก็รู้ว่าเดี๋ยวก็หายจัดการได้มันไม่ได้มี life crisis อะไรนะครับแต่ว่าอารมณ์ไม่ดีนะครับมี depressed mood นะครับ anhedonia สิ่งที่ชอบเคยทำก็ไม่ทำและไม่อยากทำไม่ไหวมีนอนไม่หลับนะครับก็อีกอันหนึ่งที่ส่งผลกับเขาคือเขาเรื่อง concentration เนี่ยแย่ลงซึ่งส่งผลต่องานที่เขาทำนะครับแล้วก็มี suicidal thought บ้างนิดๆหน่อยๆแต่ว่าเขาก็รู้ว่าไม่อยากทำนะครับทีนี้2 ปีเกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างนะครับ2 ปีก็เริ่มกินยาใหม่นะครับก็ตามธรรมชาติแล้วก็เริ่มยาตัวเดิมที่ใช้ได้นะครับก็เป็นเวลาฟาซีนเหมือนเดิมนะครับแต่ว่าก็ค่อยๆเพิ่มขนาดขึ้นนะครับก็เพิ่มขนาดจนถึงแม็กซิมัมคือประมาณ300 มิลลิกรัมแล้วก็พบว่ายังไม่ค่อยเวิร์กนะครับหมอที่รักษาเขาบอกว่ามีปัญหาการนอนก็เติมเมอร์ทาสปีนเข้าไปค่อยๆเพิ่มขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆขึ้นลงมี side effect บ้างไม่มีบ้างนะครับอาการเนี่ยก็เขากราฟก็จะเป็นว่ามันก็ไม่ได้แย่ขนาดนั้นแต่ว่ามันก็ไม่เคยดีฉะนั้น2 ปีที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยถ้าดูนะครับจนกระทั่งมาหาเราเนี่ยไม่เคย remission เลยไม่เคยอาการหมดเลยมีดีเพรสมากกับดีเพรสน้อยนะครับรักษาไปสักปีหนึ่งก็มีคนเริ่มแอดเบรกซิพาโซนะครับ 0.5 ถึง 1 มิลลิกรัมก็ยังไม่ได้ดีปรับไปปรับมาขึ้นลงไม่ได้เปลี่ยนชุดยาถามว่าทำไมไม่เปลี่ยนชุดยาเมื่อรีวิวเนี่ยเขาบอกว่าถามว่าไม่กินกับกินหรือการค่อยๆเติมยาเนี่ยมันดีขึ้นบ้างไหมเขาก็บอกว่ามันก็ดีขึ้นบ้างมั้งแต่มันก็ไม่หายนะสุดท้ายก็เลยมาหาเราด้วยชุดนี้เซตนี้เวลาฟาซีน300 มิลลิกรัมเมอร์ทาสปีน30แล้วเบรกซิพาโซ2 มิลลิกรัมก็ปรับยาต่อไม่ไหวแล้ว ทีนี้ก็มาหาเราก็ทำไงดีซักประวัติไปมาในผู้สูงอายุนะครับ depression ผู้สูงอายุเมื่อเป็นมาแล้วรักษายากเนี่ยอันหนึ่งที่เราอยากรู้ก็คือคนไข้มี vascular burden หรือเปล่าเราเรียก vascular depression วิธีเดียวที่จะพิสูจน์คือไปทำ MRI ก็ไปทำซะทำมาก็ไม่มี ฟาซิการเนี่ยฟาซิการสกอร์เป็นvisual rating score ที่จะดูว่ามี white matter hyperintensity เนี่ยมากน้อยขนาดไหน1เนี่ยอายุ60 กว่าก็ได้กับวัยอยู่นะก็ไม่ได้แย่นะครับใน vascular depression เองเราหวังว่าเราจะเจอwhite matter hyperintensity เนี่ยฟูเต็มแถวfrontal หรือ temporal lobe แต่คนนี้ไม่มีแน่ๆเพราะฉะนั้นคนนี้ไม่ใช่ vascular depression แต่ก็รักษายากอยู่ดีทำไงดีซักประวัติไปมาคนไข้มี มีคนไข้จริงๆเป็นไบโพล่าดิเพรสชันหรือเปล่าก็ไม่มี ไม่มีประวัตินั้นไม่เคยแมเนียไม่เคยมี irritable mood ที่ชัดเจนไม่มีอะไรที่เป็น atypical depression เลยแค่รักษายากเฉยๆแต่ก็เราขอลองเติมลาโมทิจีนสักนิดแล้วกันนะเพราะไม่รู้จะเติมอะไรแล้วเขาก็ไม่อยากหยุดยาเดิมทำไงดี ก็ในห้องที่ผมตรวจเป็นห้องที่เอาไว้ทำ ECT หันไปทำ ECT ไหมครับอ๋อไม่ได้รู้สึกแรงไปนิดนึงก็ห้องข้างๆ ห้อง TMS นะครับเราก็ทำเลยทำ TMS ก่อนทำปกติก็จะมีโปรโตคอลในการวัด severity นะครับแล้วก็ใช้ MADRS เนาะเป็น clinical rating แล้วก็ใช้ Beck 2นะครับก็ค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับ moderate นะครับ MADRS 21 Beck 23 Beck 27เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างเยอะสิ่งที่เซอร์ไพรส์แรกนะครับพรุ่งนี้ทำเลยครับทำเลยทำปุ๊บเดินกลับมาบอกว่าดีมากไม่ได้ดีอย่างนี้มาหลายปีแล้วครั้งเดียวหายขนาดนั้นเอาจริงไม่ได้อันนี้ไม่โมจริงๆถ้าทำมาดัสในวันนั้นน่ะจะได้แบบหลักหน่วยดีเลือกดีและความดีนั้นซัสเทนต่อไปเรื่อยๆแล้วนี้ก็ทำตามโปรโตคอลนะครับเป็น DTMS ที่เป็นไม่ได้ทำ ITPS นะครับทำไอ้แบบปกติครึ่งชั่วโมงทำไปสัก19 ครั้งก็ถึงเวลาทำมาดัสเพิ่มมาดัสได้0เบรกได้0เจ๋งนะตอนนั้นก็ค่อยๆเพิ่มละโมทิจีนตอนนั้นก็จริงๆจะเห็นว่าก็ประมาณ4 อาทิตย์เนาะเราก็ทำตามโปรโตคอลเป๊ะๆครับตอนนั้นก็ค่อยๆเพิ่มละโมทิจีนอันนี้เพิ่มเร็วกว่าโปรโตคอลไปหน่อยก็ได้200 มิลลิกรัมนะครับพอดีไม่รู้อ่ะแต่ดีเฮ้ยเจ๋งเคสนี้เดี๋ยวเราเก็บไว้เป็นเคสตัวอย่างหลังจากนั้นก็19แล้วจริงๆเหลือทำอีกทีนึงให้ครบ20เพื่อความสบายใจแต่ว่ามีเหตุก็คือคนไข้ต้องกลับไปต่างจังหวัดเพื่อไปดูแลคุณแม่เขาเพราะว่าตอนนั้นคนที่ดูแลคุณแม่เขาอยู่ไม่อกอะไรอย่างเงี้ยจริงอันนี้เป็นแพลนเป็นสิ่งที่รู้อยู่แล้วด้วยว่าจะต้องคำเกือบครบหายไปวันหนึ่งเกิดอะไรขึ้นหายไปกลับมาอีกทีหายไปเดือนหนึ่งนะครับคนไข้กลับมาอีกทีก็เรียกว่าอะไรเดียรีแลบไหมรีแลบก็ได้รีแลบมาดัส14นะครับ BDI 8ก็ยังดีกว่าก่อนทำนะครับก็คนไข้ก็ไม่ค่อยดีอ้าวหายไปแค่เดือนเดียวก็รีแลบแล้วนี่ผลมันไม่ดีเลยเหรอไอยาที่ให้ไปไม่รู้สึกอะไรเลยเหรอเหมือนความรักที่เราให้ไปคนไข้ไม่รับไม่ใช่ไม่เกี่ยวทำไงดีครับรีแลบเร็วทำ ECT เลยไหม Treatment Resistant แบบซับซ้อนซ้ำซ้อนซ่อนเงื่อนไม่เป็นไรเราพบว่าคนไข้จริงๆresponse กับ TMS ค่อนข้างดีนะครับเราก็หลับหูหลับตาทำต่อจริงๆก็ไม่หลับหูหลับตานะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นจริงๆเป็น maintenance protocol นะครับถามว่ามันได้14เนี่ยแย่มากไหมจริงๆมันไม่นะครับจริงๆมันก็ดีกว่าตอนแรกค่อนข้างเยอะคนไข้ก็บอกว่าจริงๆมันก็ดีแหละเขาใช้คำว่าประมาณสักดีเพสสัก 40% แต่จริงๆคะแนนมันก็แย่กว่านั้นหน่อยแล้วก็เขาก็ยินดีที่ทำต่อนะครับพอทำต่ออีกสัก 2-3 ครั้งก็พบว่ามันก็ดีกลับมาแหละนะครับมาดรัสก็ขึ้นมาอยู่ในหลักหน่วยแต่หาไม่เจอว่าทำไป 2-3 ทีแล้วมาดรัสเป็นเท่าไหร่นะครับโดยที่ยาเราก็ยังไม่ได้ปรับนะครับก็แพลนของเราก็คือทำ maintenance TMS นะครับประมาณอาทิตย์ละ2 ครั้งไปอีกสักระยะหนึ่งอีกสัก20 ครั้งเราจะดูที่40ซึ่งตอนนี้ยังทำไม่ถึงทุกวันนี้ทำประมาณ25คนไข้ก็หน้าตาแจ่มใสดีแต่ถามว่าตอนไหนที่มันรู้สึกดีที่สุดเขาบอกว่าไอ้2 วันแรกที่ทำดีสุดสิ่งที่ทีมตกใจกลัวอีกอย่างหนึ่งตอนนั้นเราพลาดหรือเปล่าคนไข้แมนเนียป่ะ แต่ว่าถามดีๆก็ไม่ใช่นะครับมันก็เป็น super response ในช่วงต้นแล้วก็เป็น expected response ในช่วงหลังนะครับก็นี้แบบแชร์ให้ฟังประมาณนี้ครับ
เป็นเคสที่น่าสนใจมากนะครับอาจารย์มีลีลาที่น่าติดตามจริงๆตอนแรกนี้ก็แอบสงสัยว่า19 ครั้งแล้วดีนี่ยามันออกฤทธิ์หรือเปล่า แต่ว่ามีเฉลย
จะไม่ใช่แล้วไม่เกี่ยวกับยา
ไม่เกี่ยวกับยา แต่ว่าโดยทั่วไปก็ถ้าเคย response TMS ก็มักจะ response เนาะค่ะ
ครับก็คงเป็นลักษณะนั้นว่าก็เคยเวิร์กมาก่อนงั้นลองดูต่อไปที่เวิร์กนะครับคนไข้อาการก็ไม่ได้แย่ลงครับ
อาจารย์ maintenance ยังไงบ้างครับโปรโตคอลเคสนี้
เคสนี้ก็คือทำสัปดาห์ละ2 ครั้งก็คิดว่าจะทำอีกประมาณ20อะครับก็คือให้ครบสัก40แล้วก็เดี๋ยวค่อยคุยกับเขาต่อว่าเขาอยากจะเมนเทนนั้นหรือทำยังไงต่อครับอาจารย์
อันนี้อาจารย์ช่วยแชร์พวกเรานิดนึงได้ไหมครับว่าจากเคสเนี้ยมันแบบเปลี่ยนแปลงวิธีในการที่จะแบบ manage อะไรยังไงไหมหรือว่ามี lesson learn ยังไงบ้างกับเคสนี้
คือจริงๆถ้ากับตอนแรกก็คิดว่ามันก็เจ๋งดีแต่พอมาดูจริงๆสิ่งที่ทำนี่คือทำตามตำราไม่ได้ต่างจาก recommendation ที่ให้ทำนะครับแต่ว่าสิ่งที่ทำให้เห็นก็คือเราอย่างเทสต่างๆที่เราทำเนี่ยตามช่วงเวลาต่างๆเนาะหรือการดูแลเรื่องยาการเช็คกับคนไข้ว่าเขาเป็นยังไงต่างๆเนี่ยครับจริงๆผมว่าอันนี้ก็มีประโยชน์มากว่าสิ่งที่เราทำอยู่ทำให้เราสามารถติดตามคนไข้แล้วก็รู้ว่าอะไรเกิดขึ้นกับคนไข้ได้ชัดเจนก็เคสนี้ที่ยกมาเพราะผมว่าก็มันก็แปลกใน2 จุดนะครับในเคสอื่นเนี่ยจริงๆเราก็มีข้อมูลที่มันก็ธรรมดาก็มีอยู่บ้างครับก็คิดว่าคงเป็นการดูแลคนไข้แบบภาพรวมมากกว่าจะแค่ส่งไปทำห้องข้างๆทำก็ทำไปแล้วก็ค่อยกลับมาหาเรานะครับอันนี้เรามีการติดตามมีการคือจริงๆคนไข้ก็นั่งรออยู่หน้าห้องเราเดินออกไปแล้วก็เจอเราก็คุยกับคนไข้ได้ดีผมว่าเรื่องการทำ clinical follow up นะครับจะโซเชียลหรือไม่โซเชียลมากก็ยังมีความจำเป็นอยู่ครับ
ขอบพระคุณอาจารย์นะคะขอเสียงปรบมืออาจารย์ก็ยังอยู่กับเรานะคะในช่วงท้ายถัดมานี่เป็นของตัวเองนะคะช่วยเปลี่ยนสไลด์ด้วยนะคะคือตอนที่ brief case เนี่ยคุณเดนิสยังร้องโอ้โหเลยเพราะว่าเคสเนี้ยทำไป100 กว่าครั้ง ก็คือเป็นเคส OCD นะคะแต่ว่าอันนี้ไม่ได้ทำที่ศรีราชนะคะเพราะตอนนี้เครื่องเพิ่งจะมาถึงประเทศไทยแต่ว่าเครื่องนี้ทำที่คลินิก private แห่งหนึ่งก็คือคิดว่าโดยปกติอะถ้าเป็น OCD คือเราก็รู้กันอยู่แล้วว่าเป็นเคสที่รักษายากเป็นไม้เบื่อไม้เมาของจิตแพทย์นะคะเคสนี้เป็นเคสที่ได้รับมาจากโรงพยาบาลเอกชนแห่งอื่นก็คือเขาส่งมาอยากให้ทำ OCD ให้ก็ไม่ได้มีเจตนาว่าจะให้ทำนอกโปรโตคอลนะคะแต่ว่าก็คืออาจจะขออนุญาตแชร์นิดนึงว่าเคสนี้เป็นยังไงก็คือเป็นผู้ป่วยชายอายุประมาณ31คู่นะคะมากับภรรยาสวยมากเลยเป็นแบบเราแอบสงสัยว่าดาราหรือเปล่า แต่ว่าไม่รู้จักดาราค่ะก็เลยก็เป็นความสงสัยทุกครั้งก็คือเขาส่งมาจากโรงพยาบาลเอกชนแห่งหนึ่งนะคะเพื่อrequest ให้มาทำ Deep TMS เพราะว่าคลินิกที่ทำอยู่เนี่ยเป็นที่มีหัวที่สำหรับทำ OCD ได้ก็เลยมาก็เป็น Severe OCD วันแรกที่ประเมินเนี่ยไวบอกเนี่ยจริงๆหาเอกสารไม่เจอแต่ว่าคิดว่าเกือบถึง40ตอนที่อินเทอร์วิวเนี่ยสงสัยว่าไซโคติกหรือเปล่าก็คืออาการหลักเนี่ยเป็น offset เรื่องเข็มว่าเดินไปตามที่ต่างๆอย่างพรมอย่างเงี้ยค่ะคนไข้ก็จะกังวลว่าจะมีเข็มโผล่ขึ้นมาหรือเปล่าเราก็จะ reassure โดยการถามภรรยาถามเป็นชั่วโมงอาจารย์หรือว่าถ้าเดินผ่านใครอะไรเงี้ยก็จะรู้สึกระแวงว่าจะมีคนเอาเข็มมาจิ้มไปตรวจ HIV บ่อยมากแล้วเขาก็จะกลัว HIV ด้วยก็ reassure กันอยู่อย่างเงี้ยกลัวว่ามีเข็มอยู่บนมีเข็มอยู่ที่เก้าอี้ที่นั่งมีคนจะเอาเข็มมาแทงจะติด HIV หรือเปล่าแล้วก็ compulsion โดยการไปเช็คกลับไปดูแล้วก็จะถามซ้ำๆว่ามีไหมคือวันแรกเนี่ยวนกันอยู่เท่านี้แหละก็ใช้เวลาออกเซตเนี่ยถ้าทำไมบอกเนี่ยมันจะมีว่า 3-4 ชั่วโมงอะไรเงี้ยเกิน4 ชั่วโมงก็แบบไปสเกลสุดเลยค่ะก็รีวิวยาเนี่ยก็ยาที่ได้เนี่ยมีทุกตัวแต่ว่าคือตอนนั้นเท่าที่จำได้เนี่ยคิดว่าน่าจะมีแอนตี้ไซโคติกประมาณ2 ตัวอยู่ในตัวแล้วก็มีแอนตี้ดีเพรสแซนต์2 ตัวมีเบนโซเดซาปีนมีทุกอย่างเลยแต่ว่าเวลาเราเห็นอย่างเงี้ยเราอย่าไปแบบไปเผลอหลุดปากว่านี่มันยาอะไรของเธออะไรอย่างเงี้ยอันนี้ต้องเอมพัตตีว่าน่าจะยากจริงๆคือแบบมันน่าจะเป็นเคสที่ยากมากเพราะว่าคงไม่มีใครที่อยากจะปรับยาแบบนี้ค่ะก็ผ่านมาเยอะมากนะคะตอนนั้นเนี่ยมันก็คงถึงเป็นไดเลมม่าว่าจะตัดสินใจให้ทำหรือไม่ทำคือเคสเนี้ยก็คงผ่านแหละว่า ผ่านมาแล้วหลายตัว treatment resistant แหละแต่ว่ากลัวอย่างเดียวว่าเก็บเงินแพงเนี่ยจะหายหรือเปล่า คือแต่ว่าก็มันก็ไม่มีอะไรที่ดีไปกว่านี้แล้วอะค่ะก็เลยตัดสินใจทำคือเคสเนี้ยคนไข้ก็เซลฟ์เพย์ก็คือจ่ายเงินเองด้วยนะคะ ซึ่งเราก็เลยใช้โปรโตคอลแบบปกติเนี่ยแหละค่ะคือเคสเนี้ยแทบไม่ต้อง provocation เลย เพราะว่ามันเฟียร์ฟูลมากอยู่ในหัวตลอดเวลา คือเซสชันแรกๆเนี่ยตรวจห้องหนึ่งแล้วเชิญไปทำ TMS อีกห้องหนึ่งปรากฏว่ากว่าจะลุกจากห้องหนึ่งไปอีกห้องหนึ่งได้20 นาที ตอนหลังก็เลยบอกว่าไม่ต้องเอามาในห้องตรวจแล้วนะ ตรวจในห้อง TMS เลย เพราะว่ากว่าจะลุกมาได้เราก็อะไรได้ก็คืออาการซีเวียมากจริงค่ะก็ทำ provocation โดยที่แบบแทบจะไม่ต้องทำเพราะว่าคนไข้มีอยู่แล้ว แล้วก็ให้ทำโปรโตคอลเราก็ recommend ประมาณ full protocol อะค่ะ แต่ว่าเนื่องจากพออยู่ในที่เป็น private เขาจะมีขายเป็นแพ็กเกจคือเขาก็จะซื้อโปรโตคอลที่สูงสุดที่ได้ราคาต่ำสุดก็ตอนนั้นเป็น36 ครั้งก็เลยให้ดีไซน์ไปแต่ว่าการเชลเลนของการที่ทำงานที่เอกชนเนี่ยมันจะมีอย่างคือว่าคือคนไข้เขาก็จะมาตามที่เขาสะดวกซึ่งเรื่องนี้เราต้องรีแอชชัวร์เขาว่ามันควรจะต้องตามสแตนดาร์ดเนี่ยมันคือ5 ครั้งต่อวันนะขอต่อวีคแต่ว่าถ้าคุณไม่สะดวกเนี่ยอย่าน้อยกว่า3 ครั้งก็คือให้อย่างน้อยต้องให้แบบ3-5 ต่อสัปดาห์ก็แต่ว่าใน OCD ยังไม่มี Accelerate Protocol ก็ต้องมาทุกครั้งมาวันละครั้งอยู่ดีนะคะก็ทำไปเนี่ยปรากฏว่าคือไวบอกอะตอนทำอะมันก็ยังไม่ได้レスปอนส์มากอะค่ะแต่ว่ามันเทรนด์มันลงซึ่งจากเกือบ40ลงมาอาจจะช่วงที่เสร็จเซสชันที่ครบอะมันก็อาจจะประมาณ30-20ปลายๆต่อ30อ่ะซึ่งมันก็ถ้า response ของ OCD มันจะต้องลงมากกว่า 35% ของ White Box Score แล้วถ้า remission ก็คือน้อยกว่า12แต่อันนี้ไปไม่ถึง remission อยู่แล้วก็แต่ว่าตอนนั้นน่ะก็คุยกับคนไข้ว่าจะเอายังไงต่อเพราะว่านี่มันครบแต่ว่ามันก็เห็นเทรนด์นะแต่ว่ามันยังไม่หายแล้วก็ซึ่งตรงนี้ก็ต้องคุยกับญาติเยอะเคยต้องคุยกับทางบ้านเลยด้วยนะคะเคสเนี่ยแต่ว่าทุกคนก็ลงความเห็นว่าอันนี้ดูเป็นการรักษาเดียวที่มีความหวังเพราะว่ากินยามาอย่างที่นำเสนอไปอ่ะมันไม่เคยเปลี่ยนแปลงเลยแต่ว่าอันนี้ก็คือดูเป็นอะไรที่เห็นว่ามันดูมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอยู่นะคะก็จะไปต่อหรือพอแค่นี้ก็แต่ว่าถ้าไปต่ออ่ะมันก็มีโอกาสที่จะกลับไปเหมือนเดิมคล้ายๆกับเคสของอาจารย์ที่ว่าก็กินยาอยู่ไม่ได้เปลี่ยนอะไรเลยถ้าจางไปยังไม่ทันได้เห็น clinical response อะไรมันก็อาจจะเด้งขึ้นมาอีกแล้วก็หรือว่าเราจะลองทำไปเรื่อยๆแต่เคสเนี้ยก็คือเลยตัดสินใจร่วมกันกับญาตินะคะแล้วก็ทำแบบที่ยังเป็นEQ อยู่แต่ว่าก็อาจจะทำประมาณ3 ครั้งใน1 สัปดาห์เพราะว่ามัน5 วันต่อสัปดาห์นี้ก็หนักชีวิตเหมือนกันนะคะก็เคสเนี้ยพอทำไปเรื่อยๆสักครั้งที่70เนี่ยก็เห็นว่าไวบอกเนี่ยลงมาประมาณ23เริ่มกลับไปทำงานได้ก็คืออันเนี้ยมันเข้าレスปอนส์ละก็เลยแบบดีใจทั้งหมดคือญาติเนี่ยถึงขนาดบอกเลยว่าดีที่โลกนี้มีเครื่องเนี้ยเพราะว่าคือเขาไม่เจอการรักษาอะไรที่คือเขาวนเวียนอย่างเงี้ยมาประมาณ 2-3 ปีด้วยยาปริมาณมากแล้วแบบไซโคเทอราปีก็เอาไม่ออกก็คือมันก็ยังในเคสเนี้ยค่ะมันเห็นเทรนด์ว่ามันมี improve แล้วยังมีเทรนด์ว่าน่าจะลงไปได้อีกแล้วก็มันไม่ได้มี major adverse event อะไรแล้วก็ญาติเนี่ยเต็มใจที่จะพามามันก็เลยมาถึงว่าเราก็ไปเรื่อยๆแล้วเราก็ค่อยไตเตรตคือวิธีการไตเตรตเนี่ยเนื่องจากว่าทำ ECT ด้วยนะคะมันก็จะใช้โปรโตคอลที่ standard สำหรับการ maintenance มันไม่มีหรอกของ TMS เราก็ไป copy paste ของ ECT มานั่นแหละที่ว่าพอเข้าสู่ continuation แล้วเราจะ maintenance เราก็ค่อยไตเตรตออกคืออาจจะพอตอนแรกทำ3 ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์ก็เหลือ2 ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์แล้วก็ follow up ไปเรื่อยๆแบบอาจจะดูสักวีคสักเดือน2 เดือนแล้วแต่มันเทรนด์มันลงก็พอได้อย่างนี้เราก็ยืดออกเป็นอาจจะ1 ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์จนล่าสุดเนี่ยค่ะไวบอกเนี่ยน้อยกว่า10 แล้วก็คือกลับไปทำงานได้อะไรได้แล้วก็คือแบบไม่ติดแล้วอ่ะคือเข้านัดตามเวลาไม่ได้ไปติดอยู่ตามทางเดินว่ามีเข็มตำหรือเปล่าแต่ว่ายังมี OCD เรื่องอื่นแต่ว่าไม่ได้เป็นปัญหาในการใช้ชีวิตมากนะคะก็เลยเนี่ยก็ถือว่าเป็นแฮปปี้เอนดิ้งแต่ว่าล่าสุดเนี่ยถามไปที่คลินิกว่าเขายังมาอยู่ไหมเนื่องจากซื้อแพ็กเกจไว้แล้วยังไม่หมด ก็เลยมาทำเมนเทนแนนซ์แบบเดือนละครั้งจนกว่าจะหมดนั่นแหละก็เลยแบบคือเคสนี้ก็แอคคิวยาวกว่าปกติที่ปกติจะประมาณ6 สัปดาห์ก็29 ครั้งแล้วก็เราก็ extend มาเรื่อยๆปรับตาม clinical มี continuation phase ที่ก็อาจจะเป็นประมาณ3 ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์แล้วก็ค่อยๆ maintenance รีบๆออกมาเรื่อยๆตอนนี้ก็เหลือเดือนละครั้งอยู่แต่ว่าไม่แบบยาเหลือ2 ตัวนะคะตอนนี้คือกินแอนตี้ดีเทสแซนตัวหนึ่งแอนตี้ไซโคติกโลโดสตัวหนึ่งเท่านั้นเองก็อันนี้ก็อยากจะบอกว่าคือคงไม่ใช่ทุกเคสที่เราจะแบบทำอย่างนี้ค่ะแต่ว่าอันนี้ก็อาจจะต้องดูว่าเขาเข้าสู่คลินิคอลที่แบบ response ไหม remission ไหมมี functional recovery หรือเปล่าซึ่งเคสนี้ชัดเจนถามเขาว่าตอนนี้ OCD เขาเหลือเท่าไหร่ตอนที่ตัดสินใจว่าจะ terminate เขาบอกเหลือ 2% ที่อยู่ในชีวิตเขาอะแล้วเขาก็ดีดมันออกได้ในความคิดแล้วก็ภรรยาแบบไม่ต้องมาคอยตอบคำถามแล้วอะแล้วก็เขาสามารถที่จะลดยาได้ซึ่งก็เป็นเหมือนคลินิคอลที่เป็นหลักฐาน evidence ชัดเจนแล้วก็เราก็ค่อยๆแก้ด้วยลงนะคะก็อยากจะฝากไว้ไม่ใช่เป็นเคสที่แบบอยากให้ทำตามแต่ว่าอยากจะให้ดูว่าคือโปรโตคอลสแตนดาร์ดมันมีแต่ว่าถ้ามันมีเทรนด์แล้วก็มีแบบคนไข้มีกำลังที่จะจ่ายแล้วก็มาได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันก็ช่วยเคสได้เหมือนกันก็อาจจะดูไว้เป็นแชร์ลิงอันหนึ่งนะคะเชิญค่ะคุณเดนิส
อาจารย์นาตามันสอดคล้องกับที่ดร. คอลลีนพูดเมื่อเช้านี้ไว้ว่าเพิ่มขึ้นมันไม่ค่อยมีแย่ลงก็เพิ่ม continuation ของ treatment ก็จะไม่มีอะไรแย่ลงอาจจะ plateau แต่ลองตามการตัดสินใจของคนไข้
ก็อันนี้ก็ขอจบไว้แต่เพียงเท่านี้นะคะสำหรับเคสมีคำถามไหมคะงั้นมีคำถามใช่ไหมครับ
สวัสดีค่ะอาจารย์แล้วก็คือตัวหนูเองเนี่ยเป็นนางจิตวิทยานะคะอาจารย์ทีเนี้ยมีเคสที่เขาเป็น OCD ค่ะอาจารย์แต่เขาเป็นมาตั้งแต่เด็กเลยคือว่าประวัติเขาเนี่ยค่ะที่คุณแม่เขาเล่าว่าน่าจะเป็นจากการที่เขาติดเหมือนเป็นไข้สมองตอนช่วงเด็กอะค่ะแล้วเป็น OCD ที่มาจากน่าจะมาภาวะนั้นแต่ว่ามันมีการ generalize ไปในเรื่องของสถานที่นะคะแล้วก็ทำให้ทุกวันเนี้ยก็คือเขาต้องหลีกเลี่ยงการไปในสถานที่ต่างๆที่มันเชื่อมโยงกับวิกฤตตรงวัยเด็กของเขาอะค่ะอาจารย์ทีเนี้ยเขาก็มาไซโคเทอราปีแต่ว่าเขาไม่ยอมรับประทานยาแล้วก็ไม่สามารถเข้าสู่กระบวนการทางการรักษาทางเขาเรียกว่าไปที่สถานที่รับการรักษาได้ใช่ค่ะก็ต้องเป็นการคอนซัลท์ผ่านทางโทรศัพท์ตลอดเวลาหนูดูเคสนี้มาประมาณเกือบ5 ปีแล้วค่ะแต่ว่าคือเขาสามารถจะใช้ชีวิตได้โดยที่เขาก็พยายามที่จะปรับพฤติกรรมเขาปรับความคิดเขานะคะอาจารย์แต่ว่าความคิดของเขาก็จะริจิตมากๆทีเนี้ยก็เขาก็ถามหนูว่าควรจะไปใช้เครื่องนี้ไหมเขาก็มาถามว่าเขาไปหาเอกสารแล้วเขาอ่านนะคะอาจารย์ทีเนี้ยคำถามหนูก็คือว่าอยากทราบว่าถ้าในกรณีที่เขาเป็น OCD ในลักษณะที่เป็นแบบนั้นนะคะที่ว่ามันอาจจะมีต้นกำเนิดมาจากเรื่องของการถูกทำร้ายทางเชิงสมองไปแล้วตั้งแต่วัยเด็กๆอย่างเงี้ยค่ะมันจะมีโอกาสในการฟื้นฟูมากน้อยแค่ไหนถ้าเราตัดสินใจการใช้การรักษาด้วยเครื่องนี้นะคะอาจารย์
อยากตอบไหม
ขอถามก่อนว่าทำไมเขาไม่ยอมกินยานะครับ
เพราะว่าเขาไม่สามารถไปที่สถานพยาบาลได้ค่ะเพราะว่าเขาจะมีความคิดที่ย้ำคิดก็คือว่าสถานที่ที่เชื่อมโยงกับความเจ็บป่วยในวัยเด็กอะค่ะเป็นคอนเนคชันที่ทำให้เขารู้สึกมีความกังวลใจแล้วก็เขาก็ต้องไปย้ำทำด้วยการที่เขาต้องเช็ดล้างตลอดดังนั้นเขาจะหลีกเลี่ยงสถานที่เป็นส่วนมากเลยค่ะก็เลยจะใช้ชีวิตได้อย่างมีข้อจำกัดค่ะอาจารย์
คื
แต่จะมาทำ TMS ก็ต้องมาสถานพยาบาลนะ
คือคือถ้าประสบการณ์ของผมนะครับผมไม่ได้เทรนนิ่ง OCD โดยเฉพาะแต่คิดว่าเคส organic brain น่ะส่วนใหญ่ถ้าใช้ชีวิตได้แบบฟังก์ชันดีอย่างเงี้ยครับส่วนใหญ่ตอบสนองต่อยานะครับแล้วก็ยาตอนนี้มันไม่ได้เป็นข้อจำกัดว่าจะต้องเอาตัวมาเอาแม่มาก็ได้เอาใครมาก็ได้สั่งยาส่งยาที่บ้านยังได้เลย
คือลืมเล่าไปหนึ่งเรื่องค่ะอาจารย์ก็คือว่าเขาเคยเข้าสู่กระบวนการการรักษาไปแต่ว่าอาจจะมีข้อผิดพลาดที่ว่าไปอาจจะมีการจ่ายยาหรือว่ามี diagnosis พลาดไปบางประการนะคะทำให้พอเขาไปรับประทานยาตัวนั้นเข้ามาเนี่ยมันมีการแมเนียจนกระทั่งว่าเขาจะไปฆ่าตัวตายทีเนี้ยที่บ้านเขาก็เลยเป็นความกังวลใจว่าการกลับเข้าสู่การรับประทานยาเนี่ยมันจะมีโอกาสที่จะทำให้ลูกเขาเกิดปรากฏการณ์แบบนั้นอีกหรือเปล่าอย่างเนี้ยค่ะอาจารย์ซึ่งปัจจุบันเนี่ยคนไข้ก็อายุประมาณ30นิดๆแล้วค่ะ
คือถ้าถามคำถามง่ายถ้าถามว่าอันเนี้ย TMS จะช่วยไหมบวกลบเนาะผมว่าบอกยากเพราะว่าไม่ใช่เคส OCD ธรรมดา
ใช่แต่ว่าถ้ามาเจออาจารย์เนี่ยก็จะต้องดูตามไครทีเรียซึ่งโดยทั่วไปตอนนี้เรายังไม่ได้ทำมันโดยที่ไม่มียาก็จะโดน นี่ไปกินยาก่อนอยู่ดีทุกวันนี้เวลาสกรีนเนี่ยก็คือจะดูว่าไครทีเรียได้หรือเปล่าเป็น treatment resistant ไหมถ้ายังไม่ resistant เนี่ยก็จะ motivate ว่าคือมันต้องให้ยาลองทำงานดูก่อนนะคือบางทีแค่เพิ่มยาอีกนิดเนี่ยแล้วคุณเข้าลิมิชันเลยคุณไม่ต้องมาทำ TMS ทุกวัน
ฝึกเดินให้ดีก่อนนะค่อยวิ่งถ้าจำเป็นครับ
คือก็มีอกหักไปหลายเคสแล้วล่ะเวลาฝากความหวังว่าจะมาทำกับอาจารย์เนี่ยไม่ให้ทำ
ครับ
ค่ะ
ขอบพระคุณค่ะอาจารย์ค่ะ
มีคำถามเพิ่มไหมคะเอาอาจารย์พงศธรขึ้นดีไหมคะหรือถ้ายังไม่มีจะถามทางท่านวิทยากรนะคะในตั้งแต่ประสบการณ์ของอาจารย์ที่ทำงานมาเนี่ยคนไข้แบบไหนที่เหมาะกับ Deep TMS ค่ะ
ก็จริงถ้าของฝั่งจุฬาแล้วกันผมว่าเราcase selection เนี่ยเรายัง select ตาม recommendation อยู่ก็คือเป็น treatment resistant เนาะเป็นเคสที่ไม่ได้มี emergency เนาะอย่างเช่นถ้าเป็นเคส MDD ก็คือไม่ได้แบบกำลังจะต้องฆ่าตัวตายณวันนั้นนะครับก็แล้วก็อันนี้คงเป็นหลักนะครับจะถามว่าจะมาทำหรือไม่มาทำหรือจะไปอย่างอื่นอันเนี้ยก็มันยังณทุกวันนี้เรายังคงให้เป็นตัวเลือกของคนไข้ว่าคนไข้อยากจะเลือกที่จะทำไหมส่วนหนึ่งครับกับเคสที่คิดว่าน่าจะเหมาะอีกอย่างหนึ่งก็คือคนไข้ที่ทานยาแล้วมีปัญหาหรือปรับยาแล้วมันขนาดมันไม่สุดมันยังไม่ดีสักทีมันมีปัญหากับยามากทำให้เรามีเพดานในการปรับยาแล้วเราไม่รู้จะไปไหนต่ออันนี้ก็คิดว่าก็เป็นเคสที่ค่อนข้างเหมาะแล้วก็หลายเคสก็ได้ผลดีครับ
ขอบคุณอาจารย์ชาวิทย์ค่ะทางฝั่งขอนแก่นมีคำแนะนำอะไรไหมคะว่าเคสไหนที่เหมาะกับการทำ Deep TMS แบบเร็วๆหรือว่าแบบมาเจอหน้าในคลินิกแล้วน่าเลือกอันเนี้ย
หน้าตาดีน่าทำ TMS ไม่ใช่ ไม่ได้
ผมคิดว่าก็คงคำตอบเหมือนพี่ชาวิทย์ครับว่าเคสที่เขาไม่ค่อยตอบสนองต่อยาแต่ว่าก็อาจจะต้องเลือกนิดนึงว่าถ้าสมมติว่าไม่ตอบสนองต่อยาจำนวนมากอย่างเงี้ยครับมันก็อาจจะทำให้การตอบสนองของ TMS มันก็ลดลงด้วยเช่นเดียวกันก็ต้องเลือกให้ดีแต่บางทีเราก็ไม่รู้หรอกครับมันก็ต้องลองดูครับสำคัญที่สุดเลยของทางขอนแก่นเนี่ยก็คือเรื่องของ transportation ดังนั้นถ้าสมมุติว่าที่ไหนที่มีเครื่อง TMS แล้วไม่ได้อยู่ในกรุงเทพเรื่องของ transportation เนี่ยสำคัญมากเพราะว่ามีบางเคสเนี่ยที่เขาต้องแบบลางานมาแล้วก็มาเช่าหออยู่ที่ขอนแก่นเนี่ยเพื่อที่จะมาทำ Deep TMS แบบ1 เดือนอย่างเงี้ยครับก็มีดังนั้นเรื่อง transportation logistics เนี่ยสำคัญสำหรับใน setting ของที่ต่างจังหวัดครับอาจารย์ครับ
ขอบคุณครับเดี๋ยวเพื่อให้มีคำถามที่อาจารย์ รุดตอบได้มั่งนะคะ อยากจะให้ฝากข้อแนะนำโรงพยาบาลที่จะเริ่มบริการเนี้ยค่ะ ข้อแนะนำข้อเดียว
ผมว่าถ้าโรงพยาบาลไหนจะเริ่มนะครับ ก็ลองไปดูโรงพยาบาลที่เขาทำแล้วก่อนนะครับ ว่าเขามีข้อดีข้อเสียระบบหรืออะไรยังไง แล้วก็มาจัดให้เหมาะกับเรา เพราะแต่ละที่ออกแบบไม่เหมือนกันโอเคโปรโตคอลมันจะเหมือนกันแหละเพราะเป็นมาตรฐานเดียวกัน แต่ว่าความรู้สึกหรือว่าการจัดเซตติ้งหรือเป็นรูปแบบคือถ้าเกิดเราเห็นเนี่ยเราจะพอรู้มันต้องทำประมาณเนี้ยแล้วเป็นเซตติ้งถ้าเป็นโรงพยาบาลหลวงท่านจะบอกว่าถ้าโรงพยาบาลหลวงที่หนึ่งทำได้ที่อื่นก็น่าจะพอทำได้เนี่ยผมว่าถ้าจะทำนะที่ไหนอยากทำลองมาดูงานกันที่ไหนก็ได้นะลองดูหลายๆที่เราก็ได้แบบของเราไปครับก็เนี่ยฝากไว้
ฝากต่อสู้เรื่องเบิกด้วยนะคะ
ครับพี่ก็ทำต่อเลยล่ะครับ ทำต่อ
แอบถามอาจารย์บ้างได้ไหมครับคือเนื่องจากเราก็ทราบว่าถึงตอนนี้เรารู้ว่า TMS เนี่ยมัน side effect มันแทบจะไม่มีแล้วบางทีก็เราก็จะเห็นว่าคนทำเรื่อยเปื่อยทำเยอะทำมากทำใน indication ที่เราก็ไม่คิดว่ามันจะทำได้แต่ว่าโอเคมันไม่หามแล้วกันนอกจากหามกระเป๋าตังค์อาจารย์ไม่ได้ถามว่าอาจารย์จะทำไหมแต่อาจารย์คิดว่ายังไงว่าคนที่เขา explore อย่างถ้าฟิลของผมเนี่ยก็เป็นพวกอัลไซเมอร์เป็นพวกดิเมนเชียเขา explore เยอะมากแล้วเขาก็เก็บตังค์อาจารย์เห็นว่ายังไงบ้างครับ
มีความเห็นว่ายังไงล่ะคะคือเนื่องจากว่าเป็นนักวิชาการนะเนาะแล้วก็หลายๆครั้งสิ่งที่เอาไว้บอกคนไข้ว่าจะทำหรือไม่ทำเนี่ยก็คือบอกเขาว่าสอนลูกศิษย์คือสอนเขายังไงก็ต้องทำอย่างนั้นคือคงไม่สามารถจะทำอะไรที่มันไม่ถูกต้องตามหลักได้
ครับ
ก็คือก็จะบอกเขาอย่างแต่ถ้ายืนยันจะทำจริงๆก็ต้องคุย list benefit แล้วก็ไม่มีการให้เบิกทั้งนั้นคือคุณต้องจ่ายเองแล้วก็รับ list benefit
ครับแต่นี้ก็ไม่รวมว่าท่านในอนาคตเราอยากทำวิจัยเป็นเราadopt protocol มาคิด protocol ใหม่แล้วเราทำแต่นั่นก็คืองานวิจัย
ใช่
ครับ
คือผมเห็นด้วยนะฮะเพราะว่ามันก็มี criteria มี indication approve อะไรอยู่เนี่ยทีนี้ของอเมริกาก็แบบหนึ่งของยุโรปก็แบบหนึ่งของจีนญี่ปุ่นมันผมว่ามันคล้ายๆแต่มันไม่เหมือนกันหมดนะอันนี้อันหนึ่งแล้วก็ผมกำลังบอกว่าอย่างที่ผมบอกคือ wellness เนี่ยมันเป็นอีกแขนงหนึ่งซึ่งเขาก็มีศาสตร์ของเขานะไม่ใช่แต่ว่าก็ต้องไปดูว่าเขาทำอะไรได้แล้วเขาก็จะเซตคล้ายๆเราเนี่ยผมบอกว่าอย่างของกายภาพเขาก็มีของเขาอะไรเงี้ยผมว่ามันก็มีหลากหลายคือว่าเครื่องเนี่ยซื้อมาแล้วใช้ให้คุ้มนะฮะแล้วก็จะมีหลากหลายแล้วก็อนาคตเนี่ยผมเชื่อว่าเดี๋ยวงานวิจัยมันจะเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วก็ถ้าเราเปิดว่าเรารับตรงนี้นี่เป็นเบสิกพื้นฐานที่เราต้องทำแหละแล้วก็อันอื่นเนี่ยเราก็ค่อยๆลองศึกษาดูแล้วก็ผมว่าการที่ประเทศไทยจะที่ไหนก็ตามจะเซตงานวิจัยเพื่อจะทำ approve เนี่ยเราทำก่อนอเมริกาก็ไม่ได้เรื่องผิดนะผมจะบอกว่าพวกเราเนี่ยคือทำเยอะมากจริงๆเก็บรวบรวมข้อมูลเราน่าจะได้เยอะมากเพราะมันเยอะจริงผมว่าบางทีถ้าเกิดเราอยากทำจริงแล้วทำเป็นวิชาการจริงผมว่าน่าสนใจในการพัฒนาระบบว่าไม่รู้ว่าที่ไหนโลกประเทศไทยทำได้ก่อนซึ่งเราก็เพราะอย่างเครื่องมือบางตัวที่ DSM มาใช้เนี่ยเมื่อ20 ปีที่แล้วในเมืองไทยเคยพูดนะแต่ตอนนั้นมันก็ตกไปแต่พอหลังๆมันมี evidence มากขึ้นเรื่อยๆมันก็มาใช้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็มันก็มีประวัติศาสตร์ให้เรียนรู้แต่ว่าผมก็เห็นด้วยว่ามันก็ควรตามตำราตามอะไรก่อนแต่ถ้าไม่ได้ก็ทำเป็นงานวิจัยซึ่งก็ต้องมีเซฟตี้อย่างที่อาจารย์ว่าแล้วก็ลองเปิดใจกับแขนงอื่นดูนิดนึงแต่ว่าไอ้ที่ทำแบบ abuse เยอะจริงๆอันนี้เข้าใจแต่ว่าอันนั้นก็พวกเราก็อยู่ในวงการก็ทำให้มันถูกไว้ก่อนนะเพราะว่าไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวแพทยสภาจะเดือดร้อนแล้วเรื่องมันจะมาแถวๆนี้แหละนะก็อาจารย์พวกนี้จะต้องไปขึ้น
แต่เดี๋ยวกันแล้วว่าลิจิตไม่ทำนะคะสกิทก็ทำแต่ว่าก็คือคุยแล้วก็คือเหมือนกับว่าจ่ายเอง อะไรประมาณนั้นแล้วก็ทำเพนเนี่ยค่ะก็ทำแต่ก็ต้องคุยก่อนอยู่ดี
ครับขอบคุณครับอาจารย์
ก็มีคำถามเพิ่มไหมคะอาจารย์พงศธรอยากฝากอะไรไหมคะนั่งสบายอยู่ดีๆเราก็โยนไปถาม
อยากฝากเรื่องเดียวกับที่อาจารย์ณัฐาฝากอาจารย์สรุตพันธ์ก็คือเรื่องเคส30 บาทนะครับอาจารย์ครับรบกวนอาจารย์ไปสู้ให้พวกเราด้วยนะครับกราบขอบพระคุณครับอาจารย์
งั้นก็เซสชันนี้จบเท่านี้แต่ว่าเรามีข่าวฮูดให้เล่นนะคะแล้วก็ขอเสียงตบมือให้วิทยากรทุกท่านก่อนนะคะขอบคุณนะคะ ดี๋ยวอาจารย์ไปลงข้างล่างก็ได้ค่ะจะได้ไม่ต้องโดนบางคำถามเขา เดี๋ยวสลับเครื่องนะคะทุกท่านคุ้นเคยกับคาฮูดไหมคะเร็วด้วยและถูกด้วยนะคะอันนี้เป็นคาฮูดที่จ่ายตังค์เพราะฉะนั้นก็เลยจะมีถูกได้หลายข้อด้วยนะคะสักครู่นะคะ คือทาง TMS ได้เตรียมหมอชีสหลากสีไว้นะคะก็มี3 รางวัลนะคะเพื่อร่วมสนุกกันให้รางวัลสำหรับคนที่ยังอดทนอยู่นะคะมีประมาณ20 ท่านที่อยู่ในนี้นะคะตอนนี้มี13แต่ถ้าดูว่าไม่เพิ่มจะไปเลยไหมคะจะได้คู่แข่งน้อยนั้นเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะคะเอามาทันทีเลยนะคะ นั้นเอาเลยนะคะ เป็นเกี่ยวกับ Deep TMS นี่แหละค่ะ Case Sharing แต่ว่าก็เกี่ยวกับตอนเช้าด้วยเล็กน้อย เดาว่าดร.คอลินน่าจะพูด อันนี้เกี่ยวโยงกับที่อาจารย์ลุกพูดนะคะ ตอนนี้เราอยู่ในสเตจไหนของวงการจิตเวชนะคะ อาจารย์ลุกทุกคนฟังอาจารย์อยู่นะเมื่อกี้ ไม่มีใครหลับนะคะ ส่วนใหญ่ก็จะตอบถูกนะคะว่าเราอยู่ใน state neuromodulation era แล้ว แต่ว่ายังมีอีก9 ข้อนะคะ อันนี้ตอบได้หลายคำ ได้หลายข้อนะคะ อะไรเป็น indication ที่ approve แล้วของ FDA นะคะ ก็approve 3 อันแรกนะคะ คืออัลไซเมอร์เนี่ยดร.คอลินพูดแต่ว่า FDA ยังไม่ approve นะคะ แต่ว่าก็ไม่ได้หมายความว่าทำไม่ได้ แต่ว่าก็ต้องคุยแล้วก็ทำด้วยความปลอดภัย เพราะว่าเป็น CE ใช่ไหมคะ ได้ CE แต่ว่าอันนี้เราถามในบริบทของ FDA อ๋อ คุณมิกกี้นี่เก่งนะคะ อันนี้เป็น true false นะคะ อันนี้น่าจะตอบได้เร็วนะคะ เคยให้ตอบอย่างเงี้ยถูกเปล่าแล้วนสพคิดหนักมากเพราะมันง่ายเกิน ก็อันนี้ก็คือ true นะคะที่ว่าคอยของ Deep TMS เนี่ยมัน broader แล้วก็ deeper กว่าถ้าดูจากที่ข้างๆอาจารย์ลุกนะคะที่คอยมันพาดกันไปพาดกันมาก็จะยิงได้ลึกกว่าแล้วก็กว้างกว่านะคะอันดับ 1ยังเหมือนเดิมนะคะ อันนี้ก็เป็น multiple อยู่แล้วค่ะอยากใช้ฟังก์ชันนี้เพราะว่าซื้อมาแพงแล้วค่ะค่ะโห ไม่มีอะไร อันนี้ก่อนที่จะทำ Deep TMS นี่เราจะต้องใช้ access อะไรบ้างนะคะ ก็แล้วแต่ที่นะครับแมดดาร์หรือแอมดีแล้วแต่ที่ว่าจะที่ไหนมี ก็ต้องทำทุกอันนะคะ สำคัญมาก คือแล้วถ้าอาจารย์ไม่มีตังค์ทำวิจัยไปข้างหน้าทำเป็นเลโทก็ดีไอสเกลที่เราเก็บไว้วันนี้จะเป็นประโยชน์ในวันหน้าเอาไปให้อาจารย์ลุกไปดีเฟนต์กสปสชนะคะ คุณมิกกี้เก่งมากเลยค่ะTrue False อีกแล้วนะคะ อันนี้29 TMS Session หรือเปล่าก็เขา approve ที่29นะคะ จริงๆวันนี้ดร.โคลินพูดบ่อยมากเลย แต่ว่าจริงๆจะทำ30ก็ได้ไม่ได้เป็นปัญหาอะไร True False อีกแล้วก็คงตอบได้นักจิตเยอะด้วยไม่ควรนะคะ เราก็ต้องยังไง treatment of choice ของ OCD ก็ response prevention นะคะ exposure and response prevention วันนี้แบบคุณมิกกี้นำเนี่ยมาบ่อยนะคะ อะไรที่ทำให้แบบ OCD case ที่มัน severe จริงใจดีเกินจนมีคนแบบว่าเริ่มสงสัยว่าหลอกหรือเปล่านะคะ แต่บางข้อก็หลอกเหมือนกัน ก็อ้าวสงสัยใช่ไหมคะเลยตอบช้าอีก2ข้อนะคะ อันนี้ปัจจัยใดสำคัญนะสำหรับที่เราจะตัดสินว่าเราจะทำ Deep TMS ไหมอยากให้ดู clinical response เป็นสำคัญนะคะบางทีเราอาจจะไม่ได้ stick ที่ number ก็คือดู quality of life ดู severity ของเคสของอาการนะคะข้อสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะยัง9 ใน 10อันนี้แบบเราควรจะ assess อะไรช่วง treatment นะคะที่ repeat บ่อยๆคงไม่ทำ MRI ทุกอาทิตย์นะคะ อาจจะทำในเคสที่สงสัยออร์แกนิกสักครั้งหนึ่งอะไรอย่างนั้นนะคะ แต่ว่าอยากให้ฝากไว้ว่าการ assess ด้วยสกอร์เนี่ยเป็นประโยชน์จริงๆคุณมิกกี้กลับมานะคะข้อสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะ อะไรที่เป็น most meaningful ของผู้ป่วยอยากฝากเอาไว้ว่าจริงๆแล้วสำหรับผู้ป่วยเนี่ยเขาคงไม่ได้สนใจอะไรมากกว่าที่ชีวิตเขากลับไป normal นะคะคือเคสนั้นเนี่ยจำได้เลยว่าหน้าของภรรยาดีใจมากที่แบบว่าไม่ต้องมาคอยตอบคำถาม แล้วเราก็แบบเขาสามารถกลับไปใช้ชีวิตแล้วก็ทำงานได้นะคะก็อันนี้ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ร่วมสนุกกันนะคะเดี๋ยวดูซิว่าเป็นไงบ้างบนโพเดียมนะคะคุณ PPLเลิฟหรือเปล่าไม่รู้แล้วก็คุณมิกกี้นะคะขอเสียงตบเบอร์ไม่แน่ใจว่าใครบ้างเชิญรับรางวัลได้เลยค่ะขอขอบคุณบริษัทนะคะ TMS ที่ซัพพอร์ตของรางวัลน่ารักเชิญมาเลือกได้เลยค่ะใครเอ่ย ชิญเลือกได้เลยค่ะคุณนะคะคุณอะไรหัวใจแล้วคุณ PPL นี่ใครคะอ๋ออาจารย์จะสมเด็จค่ะขอบคุณทุกท่านนะคะที่ร่วมสนุกกันเรียบร้อยแล้วค่ะ
แล้วเดี๋ยวผมขอโอกาสที่จะขอบคุณอาจารย์นัทธาแล้วก็อาจารย์สรุตพันธ์แล้วก็อาจารย์พงศธรถ้าเขายังอยู่แล้วก็อาจารย์ชาวิทย์ที่เป็นพิธีกรของวันนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวมีของที่ระลึกเล็กน้อย
อันนี้อาจารย์
ได้หมดเลยค่ะมีนู่นนึงของอาจารย์นะคะ
อันนี้ลงไป
ได้หมดเลย
สักครู่ครับขอกล้องนี้ด้วยครับเดี๋ยวว่าภาพนะครับว่า
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. A little too close to the mic there. My name is John Kimmett. I'm one of the service managers with Brainsway, and I'm joined here with Yossi. And we're going to go through and we're going to demonstrate both the H1 coil and the H7 coil. So we're going to go through, find an MT, set up for treatment, and allow you guys to get a little visualization of what this looks like. As we're going along, please feel free to stop us if you have any questions. We'll be up here. We'll pass around the mic so we can hear you. Dennis, can you translate if a question comes in? Perfect.
รุทับก็เชิญมาข้างหน้านะครับถ้าอยากจะมาดูใกล้ๆนะครับเพื่อจะดูหน้าจอว่ามันมี intensity แล้วก็เวลาก็หา motor threshold อยู่เชิญครับถ้ามีคำถามก็ถามเป็นภาษาไทยภาษาอังกฤษก็แล้วแต่นะฮะเดี๋ยวเราแปลให้
Yeah, come nice and tight.
Yeah, get closer. So what John is going to be doing right now is demonstrating how Brainsway utilizes the deep transcranial magnetic stimulation device. So obviously, number one, we have the patient cap. We use the cap for three main reasons. Number one, for hygienical reasons. We don't want every patient to put their head in the helmet. The cap is per patient, so it's not transferred in between patients. And number two is for the measurements in order to find the treatment location and the repetitive everyday treatment location. And the third reason is the ability to get the coil as close as possible to the patient's head. And by pressing down the cap, the hair closer to the skull. So right now, John is centering the cap to the middle of the head. So we're separating the left to the right. As you can see, if you get closer, you have a red line that helps us separate the cap for left and right. And in the helmet, we have the grid that also has the red line, that's where we would start our measurements. Again, as we said, hygienical reasons. So we're also covering the chin that would be covered with the helmet chin strap.
So when we are setting up the cap, as Yossi mentioned, it's very important that we put the chin strap on nice and tight. We want to make sure that we have a cap that is very tight to their head. The caps come in different sizes. So if I had a cap that is too large, when I'm moving the helmet around on her head, the cap's going to move around. Right, and that's gonna get us off of our desired location. As you can see, I'm kind of moving her head around, and the cap is moving with her. So that's very important. We have the chin strap that's gonna help keep that in place, and we have these back straps. Do you mind standing up for me? Standing up. Can you Perfect. So you can see the back straps here. We're going to cross them and we're going to pull them very, very tight and kind of aim for the area kind of near their temple. What we have next is our grid. So we're going to use this for navigation. The easiest way to do this is I'm going to roll this down. And I don't know if you guys can see this visually very well, but do you see the red line on this grid? What we are going to do is we're going to line this red line on the grid with the red line on the cap. We want this to point into Ernasian. So now that we are all set up, we're going to go ahead and begin and start finding an MT.
Does somebody do not know what a MT is? Okay. Okay, so the MT basically is divided into two parts, right? Part number one is the measurement of the treatment location. So the idea behind it is that when we're doing the stimulation for different indications, right, we're treating different areas of the brain. But in order to find where we want to treat, the location intended to treat, we need to map the brain in order to find the ideal location. The way that we do it is we're tilting basically the helmet, depending on which helmet we're using, the H1, H4, or H7, to a different area, and we're bringing the coil backwards to the motor strip area. Okay, the motor strip area is a very important area with TMS because that is able to show movement in different parts of the brain accordingly. With the H1, we're going to do it in the right hand. We're stimulating the left side of the brain. We're going to see movement on the right hand. With the H7, we're doing it on the feet because it is a medial coil. So again, we would tilt the coil, the H7 coil backwards. This is the H1, by the way. So in the H1, we're tilting it backwards to the motor strip area, and then we would do stimulation. Now, when we're doing that, we're looking for the area of the motor strip that's going to give us the strongest movement. So we do it backwards, forward, and then we're doing it lateral, medial, in the same idea as to find the location of the brain that with X amount of power, we're able to see the strongest movement. That would be part number one, and John will demonstrate that right now. Move backward. Okay, so as you see right now, what John is doing, he's tilting the helmet, therefore the coil that's inside, backwards, and he's bringing the coil from the area that we would usually stimulate, the dorsal prefrontal cortex area, backwards, and he's moving the coil to the motor strip area. So what John is going to be doing right now, so if you could see the screen, we're starting at 50%. 50% does not mean much to you, but that is the amount of power that we're going to start the initial stimulation. And John will apply a single pulse. As we said, he's mainly stimulating the left side of the brain, and therefore we're expecting to see her right hand move, the fingers. So if you look closely, did you see anything? Okay. Okay. So now that we saw movement, we have two options. Option number one is to move the coil forward or backwards. And then the question that we're going to be asking ourselves, if we moved the coil backwards or forward, did we see a stronger or less strong movement? If we saw a stronger movement, that basically means that we're getting closer to the motor strip area, and that's what we're looking to do right now. Now, if we would not have seen any movement, there's two options. Option number one the location is totally wrong. But option number 2 is the amount of power is not strong enough, but we, instead of playing with movement because the brain is pretty, or the head is pretty big, we're going to start with power. So if we did not see any movement, we would go higher in the amount of power until we see movement. Okay? So as you see right now, he moved the coil backwards. And again, the reason we move the coil initially backwards is because most of the times the motor strip is more back than forward. Okay? He's going to apply a pulse right now. And the question that he's going to ask himself, was it stronger or less strong than before? Was it stronger? It was not. So what we could already say is that the chances that moving more back are less than moving maybe forward, or maybe at the location that we were before, that is the right location of the hotspot. Okay? So John will go back to the location of before. And sorry, he's not going to go to the location of before, he's going to go forward of that location. So we're doing 1 centimeter backwards, 1 forward from the area that we found the strongest movement. Okay, less. Okay, so I'll just throw the numbers. It doesn't mean a lot to you right now. We started at 7. From 7, we moved to 8. 8 was weaker than 7. We moved to 6. 6 was weaker than 7. So therefore, what John is going to say is that 7, at the moment, anterior, posterior, 7 is the strongest one. Okay? He's going to go back to 7, and now he's going to do a little bit lateral medial.
So we're going to tilt at a 0.5 centimeter increments. As Yossi said, we're going to tilt in 0.5 centimeter increments around our best location. So we found the best location so far at 7. So I'm going to tilt to 7.5 and 6.5. I know you guys are a little bit far from the coil, but there's 2 points on the coil, an A and B coordinate, and that is what we're using to verify where we are.
Okay, and I will mention that the BrainsWay device has the ability of a mapping helper. So everything could be adjusted on the screen, and you would have all those steps, step by step, on how to do it and how to maneuver and how to move the coil on the device. But just for ease of use right now, it's easier to explain than to touch it on the screen because you will not see. Okay, so John just tilted the coil a little bit. As you see, we're not playing with the amount of power that he's putting on the patient, right? We're only playing either with movement or with power at one time. Okay, less than before. So again, 7 with 0.5 centimeter is less than 7 when the coil is sitting straight. He's going to do the opposite side. Okay, less than before. So again, we could already say that the initial starting position was the one that gave us the strongest movement. And now the question is, how much power we have to give, or what is the baseline of power that would be the minimum amount that causes evoke potential? Okay? So John will go back to the initial location in her case, and we're going to start lowering the amount of power until we stop seeing any movement, and that would be her baseline. That from there, we're going to either, depending on the protocol, multiply higher or down. Okay? So as you see, we were at 50%. Right now, he went down to 48%. And the question is 48 strong enough? And the way we do it is we have a maximum amount of 6 pulses. And if we're seeing 3 or 50% of more amount of movement, that is too high. We're looking for 50% or less, and that would be the minimum amount that causes evoked potential. Charge. Okay. No. Okay. 1, 0 out of 1. 1 out of 2. Now, something that's very, very important is that we're doing rest mode MT mapping. Okay, we're not doing a activated mapping. Okay, activated mapping basically means either that the patient is playing with their hand prior to stimulation, or the patient activating the hand by holding it up or doing some action. We want the patient to be in a rest mode, and that's the best way to find the lowest MT that is only determined by the TMS machine. A little bit. 2 out of 1. 2 out of 3, sorry. Okay. In between every pulses, John stops for a couple of seconds. We want the brain to depolarize. We want it to rest for a couple of seconds, and then he's going for the next pulse. Yes. So 3 out of 4, that means that we're over the amount that we're looking for, and John will go down to 46. Now, something very interesting that you may see John doing is putting a little bit of pressure on the patient's head while he's doing the mapping. The reason we're doing that is, again, something very, very unique about the BrainsWay coils is they are flexible. What that basically means is that flexibility allows the coil to design to every specific patient when you're doing the treatment, but that requires the chin strap and the back strap, okay? Those two straps are not utilized when we're doing the mapping, so therefore what John is doing is putting a little bit pressure. He's not jumping on the helmet, he's not pushing the helmet down with a lot of power, a little bit of power that's basically replacing the coil that would close during the treatment that we will do after. Okay. 0 out of 1. 0 out of 2. 0 out of 3. 0 out of 4. So basically, no, I want you to put the helmet back on her for a second. So basically, we could say already that 47% does not cause action potential. 48% is the middle in between 47 and 49. And that's the number that we would determine as the minimum amount that causes evoked potential. Now, John, let's try to do an active one versus a rest mode. So hold your hand there. Okay. And let's see if we're able to show the difference in between rest and active. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. 5, 4. When I say open. Yeah. Okay. So that would be the active stimulation. And again, we're not looking for that. The Deep TMS device is able to go deep, broad areas. As Colleen explained, we are one of the only TMS or the only TMS device that has the ability to treat from adolescence into elderly population, and elderly is very important because of the ability to penetrate deep into the brain. That's it. We're done with mapping. Now, from here, the question is, what protocol do you want to treat, right? There's many protocols. There's anxiety, there's depression, there's smoking, from here, you have to translate it to the protocol that you designed and decided on. So for depression, in this case, we would move the coil from the motor strip area forward towards what we like to call the dorsal left prefrontal cortex area of stimulation for depression. And one thing that I do want to emphasize is, right, you did see the difference in between moving the coil 1 centimeter backwards to forward. So it's not that deep TMS is stimulating the whole area. There's no safety concerns or anything like that. Our technology is very safe. We're talking about 2% of 2 out of 10,000 cases so it's very low seizure rate, safety concerns, comfort level, everything within the same device is very safe, and one is even falling asleep here. Okay. So what John is going to be doing right now, he's releasing the chin strap. He's going to place the coil at the treatment location. Again, in this case, for depression, we're moving the coil 6 centimeters forward, and it's going to be at the same location. So from 7, he's going to move it to 1 centimeter on the ruler. Okay. What do you need? Okay. Yeah. It's a little bit difficult when you're on the stage with small stage with okay. Has somebody not felt the flexible coil that wants to touch it? Colleen, you want to pass it around? Yeah, so as Dennis said, you map one time, the location does not change. We do recommend, because of the patient being on the other side and there's a lot of trust level in between you and the patient, to recheck the MT and ask the patients to make sure that they're still on the same medication and all those things once a week. You could press it. Okay, so just think about that. When you're pressing it, it's designing to your head. So it is called a H1 coil, but when you're putting it on my head and closing it up, it would be the H1 for Yossi. And my head shape does not change. So every day that I'm getting the treatment, it's a H1 for Yossi. When you put it on John, it's a H1 for John, specifically for him. Okay, so the coil, as you see, is placed on the patient. He closed the chin strap, so the patient is able to move their head during the treatment. So Noon, move your head. Okay, the helmet moves with the patient, so the patient could sit down, read a book, use their phone or whatever they want. Then there's the back strap that basically locks the coil in and attaches it to the head.
One thing while we were here that's very important to point out, when we measure, we always measure with this plastic guide, right? You guys can see it. Right here where the gray fabric is, that is where the coil begins. So obviously we are speaking in reference to depression, and we're moving 6 centimeters down from our MT location, our motor threshold location. We will never cross the patient's brow line. The reason, we do not want to stimulate into the eyes. So if for some reason, by our coordinates, we were to go past the brow line, so say we found her location around 4 or 5, we will always stop when the gray reaches the brow line.
Questions on that? Okay. So John will move the device from mapping to treatment. The device has a cooling system. Okay. like we spoke about. John will turn it on for the treatment. Okay. Cold air is coming from the stimulator into the coil, and that allows us to do theta bursts. It allows us to do repetitive TMS. It allows us to do back-to-back treatments with the same coil. No need to replace the coil. Okay. The device has some warnings. Basically, we do recommend to put earplugs in. We do recommend to check that your protocol that the doctor designed and decided on is the right location that you place the helmet. So we do want to make sure that safety is always a top priority. That was a warning. Okay.
So as the treater, it's really important that your patient is ready before we begin the treatment. Please keep in mind that your patient should have earplugs in. The cooling system is pretty loud, so they might not always be able to hear us before we begin treatment. So a recommendation that we have after we charge the system is I'm going to ask her if she's ready. Are you ready? And then when I'm going to begin, I'm going to count down from 3, but I'm also going to count down with my hands in front of her. So if she can't hear me, at least she can see before we begin. We don't want to startle our patients. We want to make sure they are ready. Begin in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. So now the device stimulated 18 hertz for 2 seconds, meaning during those 2 seconds, she got 36 pulses. The device stops for a second, again, for 20 seconds, because that is the protocol design. And then it would restart the 18 hertz for 2 seconds. Obviously, there's many protocols out there. The device has the capability to adapt to those protocols. As physicians, you could come, put in your protocol, design your protocol, and the device will be able to do that protocol. This is the base protocol. We also have the capability within the device of theta burst. Okay? Okay. Good job. Okay. We will move. Not yet. He did only half of the job. From this one, we're going to move to the H7. The H7 is a little bit different. It's a medial coil. Medial basically means that we're going to be stimulating the leg area because, again, we're using the motor strip area. In the middle is the legs. A little bit to the left and to the right is the hand area. And then with the H4, we're stimulating bilateral. So again, the mapping will be done on the hand. Okay? Number one, it's a lot easier with the BrainsWay device because we're doing deep and broad. Okay? So yes, Colleen was asking what happens if you have a patient that is difficult to find the MT, right? So number one, let's start from the beginning, right? If and when you buy the BrainsWay device, you're going to get certified and trained by either BrainsWay or AMS. That AMS is BrainsWay's partner in Thailand. We make sure that we know what we're doing. And I have to say, part of the reason that the 3 of us, or Nurit also, the 4 of us were here in Thailand, is because we just recertified all our technicians worldwide to make sure, including Noon, to make sure that everybody is at the same level of training, clinical evidence, and everything. But to answer your question, it's really a training that we're getting. Because we're doing deeper and broader stimulation, it's easier to find the MT. But at the end of the day, it's really working with the technician, working with the patient, with the physician to try to find the MT, the motor threshold location. We could work with the patient to calm them down. BrainsWay has a great protocol for anxious depression. I'm not sure that that's where you were leading.
Yeah, no, that's all really very good. I think just one thing to add. So sometimes, so Yossi showed us, if you could see the difference between resting and then, which, you know, in the audience, we couldn't see very much, right? Because it was subtle. And then, but even me, when she held her hand up like this, and then even more when John had her close her fist, we could kind of see it, right? And that's because her brain is primed. It's actually the equivalent of why provocation works. If you prime the brain, then it's more sensitive to TMS. So as Yossi was saying, in general, we always do the motor threshold at rest. I like to make sure, that, just like we did in the beginning, that the patient's kind of warmed up a little. So you can have them squeeze their hands, move their feet. You'll see that in a second. But at least for me, the way I was taught is to do the active MT, you could either have them hold their hand up, or I like to have patients make an OK sign, because it's also kind of fun, and make an OK sign, and then it's a little easier to see. So when you're doing TMS, if you have a patient who just feels like their MT is really high and you're nervous, I would have them do an active MT.
Okay, so we're moving to the OCD. In OCD, it's a little bit different. We're not asking the patients to rest. We do want them to lift a little bit the feet. Again, remember, we're not punching them in the head or anything like that. So we do want a little bit of ease to lift the legs because the legs are a little bit heavier. And we do ask them to a little bit, if possible, to lift the feet.
So one thing that's very important that you guys can obviously see, maybe Dr. Hanlon already spoke about this, she is fully barefoot, right? And a big part of the OCD treatment is a provocation. So it's very important you emphasize this to your patients in advance that they will need to be fully barefoot for this mapping.
Okay. So in OCD, we move the coil a little bit more backwards versus the depression. It's not because the area is different. It's because the coil is a little bit more forward than the depression coil. Okay. John tried at 50%. He did not see any movement. And again, we're not moving the coil until we see a little bit of movement. So he went up in the amount of power. Nope. From 50, he went to 55. 55, he went up to 60. Little bit. Okay.
So it's difficult because I know you guys aren't very tight and very close to us, but her right foot is moving. We're going to go a little bit higher, so hopefully we get a stronger response for you guys to see. But if you were mapping and you were seeing the response we would be good to start.
Now, different from the hand, here we're not looking for right or left foot necessarily, because again, we're treating the medial area. With a depression, we are looking for right hand movement because we're stimulating the left movement. Yeah. Go up a little bit higher for them to see. No, there is a movement there. You can.
Get a good response for you guys to see.
Okay. All right. So again, we were able to see it for really close. But for you to see, but you saw the difference in between it, right? So we're not looking for that amount of stimulation. And same thing here. We would go a centimeter forward, a centimeter backwards. Okay, so John is going to move the coil 1 centimeter backwards. The advantage to being in Thailand is that we talk in centimeters. In the US, we try to translate into millimeters. No. All right. So you saw the difference, right? Before it was stronger. Even though we moved only 1 centimeter, there is a big difference. Okay? So obviously, if he goes more back, according to what we saw, it's going to just get weaker and weaker and weaker. So the motor strip area or the area of her stimulation of the legs of the motor strip is either more forward or the initial one. So John will go to the more forward right now. Nope. Okay, so the one the initial started with. Now everything is based on statistics. It's not that Brainsway just decided one day, oh, let's go to 7 and start there and start going back. We know that that most probably is the area that you're going to start and going to end with. And another thing, as you see, is the amount of power that we're putting, even though we're going deep and broad, is still a very safe number. With that said, if we see too much at the starting point, we do go lower on the amount of power. So my empty is very, very low. If you give me 50%, you might see my hand really get squished. Okay, so you would go initially lower.
The nice thing about all of our coils, Yossi kind of touched on this a little bit. With the H1, we started at 7. We moved backwards, it wasn't better. We went forwards, it wasn't better. And then we checked medial lateral. With the H7 and with the H4, if it was here, we basically follow the exact same steps, just with a different starting location. So it becomes very repetitive, it's very standardized, and it's very easy to follow. So for this, right, we found our best location at our starting point at 8 centimeters. I'm going to start by tilting a 0.5 centimeter. If it's not stronger in that direction, I'm going to go the other way, just like I would for the H1. And then once we find our best location, we're going to do the exact same thing we did with the H1 and start lowering the intensity. But this time we're just looking for movement in the feet.
Less than before. And again, the mapping takes around 5 minutes, 7 minutes, and we're done with the mapping. That is the part of the physician in the room. From there, the protocol less than before. Okay, so our starting point is the starting point. And now what John is going to do is lower the amount of stimulation until the minimum amount is found. Nope. Yep. Okay, let's go down a little bit in power. Yep. Okay. Yep. A little bit. Yeah.
So what we're doing here is the same thing, right? We're trying to get at least 3 responses out of a total of 6 pulses.
No. No. Yeah. Okay. No. 1 for 3. One more. Nope. 1 for 4. Okay. So we're good. One more. Okay. No. 1 for 5. Okay, so 65 would be her minimum amount of evoked potential, and we would move it now to the prefrontal area, medial prefrontal area of stimulation for the OCD treatment. It is important to say that this coil is also FDA approved for depression and OCD, so the protocol and location would be a little bit different.
Cortex. So for this coil, we're going down, like you mentioned, the medial prefrontal cortex and also the anterior cingulate cortex.
Same thing like before, he will turn on the cooling system in order to allow the or the coil to cool down in between treatments. Same thing. He closed the chin strap. He's going to close the back strap. Again, flexible coil inside as designed to attach to her head. Cooling system on. He will move the device to treatment versus mapping. We're going to get the safety warning of earplugs, cooling system, and treatment location. He's going to count down. Okay. Obviously, the device will throughout the full protocol, but he is stopping it. She's not a prescribed patient. She was smiling before and she's going to smile after, so hopefully she's good there. She is smiling, and that's only after one. Yeah. Good job.
Okay. So I know Dr. Hanlon mentioned this earlier, but one other thing about this helmet is it does incorporate a provocation. So after we have found the MT, after we have set her up for treatment, that is when we would begin a provocation period. It's very important that the provocation is specific to your patient. So there's many guides that we have online, mybrainsway.com. We have access to our medical team, Dr. Hanlon. But the person who is going to know how to set up that provocation the best is the patient themselves, their specific provider, family member, somebody that is very close to that patient. We recommend that you guys come up with the provocations in advance. So try to think of a list of 5 things with the patient. 1 being this provokes them the most, 5 being this provokes them the least. There's a lot of things that can fall under the umbrella of OCD. So again, it's going to be very specific to that patient. It's very important that we do provocation before starting treatment.
You just want to show for a second how you replace from one coil to the other. I don't think that people got that. So basically, as you could see, John has the cable with a cooling system and the electricity going from the stimulator into the coil. There's 2 buttons there to the side of the coil or the helmet that he's going to press. He's going to bring down the electric cable. Okay, the device obviously will give you a notification that the coil is not plugged in anymore. He's going to bring the other coil closer to him, plug it in, and immediately he's going to get that beep that basically says new coil plugged in or coil plugged in. The device knows what coil is plugged in. Okay, so it knows that now it's the H1 and therefore the mapping is unique. Therefore, the treatment should be according to the design protocols. And if we would have the H4 coil, the smoking addiction coil, it would be here to the side and the same thing would happen. You plug it in and then you are able to use it. Any questions? That means he did a good job. But thank you very much. Again, a couple of things that we mentioned. The Knowledge Center of Brainsway.com. You could go into the Knowledge Center, thousands of papers on every single indication that has to do with the brain. We have the medical team that is led by Colleen. If you need any questions, clinical questions, you could send an email to medical@brainsway.com. As we said, we partner worldwide with the best distributors. In Thailand, it's AMS. So any local questions in English, Thai, and I'm sure they have other. He speaks a little bit of French too. So really, local language, local service, great team. We're really here to support. And if you have any questions, clinical or anything like that, we are always accessible to answer any questions. And again, I want to thank you very much. And we're excited to be here and looking forward to seeing you, all of you, as Brainsway users.
ก็สำหรับกิจกรรมในวันนี้นะคะที่ MS จัดให้นะคะก็ร่วมกับ Brainsway นะคะก็ขอขอบคุณนะคะอาจารย์ทุกท่านที่ลงทะเบียนเข้ามาร่วมกิจกรรมกับเรานะคะตอนนี้ Certificate นะคะท่านไหนที่ยังอยู่ดร. คอลีนได้ sign Certificate ให้แล้วนะคะรับ Certificate ได้ที่หน้าห้องนะคะสำหรับคนที่กลับไปแล้วเดี๋ยวจะส่งไปให้นะคะทางอีเมลหรือไม่ก็จะติดต่อสอบถามว่าที่เป็นต้นฉบับอะค่ะจะรับยังไงนะคะแต่ท่านที่ยังอยู่อะค่ะสามารถรับได้ที่หน้าห้องนะคะค่ะขอบคุณมากนะคะขอให้เดินทางกลับด้วยความปลอดภัยนะคะไม่เจอฝนไม่เจอรถติดนะคะค่ะขอบคุณทุกท่านมากค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ